Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 151, inviting you to the Dragon Scar Secret Realm to contract a dragon. If you join Xiaolong, find a secret realm and you can get 30% of the reward. That's also very cost-effective. If I remember correctly, Xiaolong's rule is that after finding a secret realm, rewards will be given according to contribution, and then 10% of the reward will be given to the person with the greatest contribution, and 30% will be given to Su Chen. Lu Menjiu said directly at this time. Su Chen was stunned. Isn't it 30% of the entire secret realm? What are you thinking? You don't know how important a secret realm is, right? If you give you 30%, will others agree? Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen and asked back. Su Chen understood. If it is 30% of a secret realm, the value is huge. It is impossible to find a secret realm and give it to you. Even if it is just a reward, it is very generous. Yan Fei said again. This is true. It is so difficult to find a secret realm. Even if it is a reward, it is very generous. But the secret realm is so difficult to find. How can it be found all at once? Their main rewards are obtained from other tasks. This is only the reward for the secret realm. For other tasks, the reward is 30% of the items obtained, such as treasure hunting. Yan Fei continued, as long as you find the treasure, you can get a 30% reward. If I go to find the treasure myself, I can get 100% of the things. Su Chen has searched once. Although the things he got don't seem to be very good. But it's 100% his. Unlike joining Xiaolong, you have to hand in 70%. The treasure you find yourself is naturally yours, but how much treasure can you find? After joining Xiaolong, you can get some treasures or secret realm clues, which makes it easier to find. Yan Fei explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. If you can get more clues after joining, it would be good. But when I think about finding the treasure based on these clues, I have to hand in 70%, which is too pitfall. The Night Bureau also has some clues, but some are dangerous. If you can find them, I will give you 70%. Lu Menjiu said directly. Hearing this, it was not just Su Chen. Even Yan Fei, who came to dig Su Chen, was a little surprised. He was even a little tempted. Even if Xiaolong gave him a deputy captain level existence, it would only be 20%. In order to dig Su Chen, it was only given 30%. But now the Night Bureau said that it would give Su Chen 70%. If the other members of Xiaolong knew about this, wouldn't they make a fuss? Really? If useful clues can be obtained and the treasure can be found, Su Chen doesn't mind handing over 30%. Just treat it as the fee for the clue. What I said is of course true, but I also said that those places are very dangerous. Lu Menjiu nodded. Su Chen naturally understood. Even a powerful existence like Lu Menjiu felt it was dangerous. Then wouldn't he be unable to go? But as long as there is enough time and Chu Muxue and Chu Kei have grown up, Su Chen really dares to try. Deputy Captain Yan, are there any other benefits? Lu Menjiu looked at Yan Fei again. The higher the benefits given by Xiaolong, the greater the value of Su Chen. If that's the case, why can't Xiaoyu give more benefits? This. Yan Fei has no choice. The person on the other side is the boss of Xiaoyu. No matter what benefits, just say it and give it. But it's different on his side. Even if he wants to fight for benefits for Su Chen, that requires the consent of the people above. But letting Su Chen join Xiaolong is controversial. Adding benefits will be a bit troublesome. Let me make a phone call and ask. Yan Fei is helpless. He can only make a phone call for instructions. Watching Yan Fei walk out, Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen. I didn't expect you to be so valuable. That's right, who is as stingy as you? Su Chen said. Although Lu Menjiao promised to give Su Chen a lot of benefits before. But that was because she was somewhat sure in her heart that Su Chen had a dragon. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Of course, this is also one of the reasons why Su Chen joined Xiaoyu. Su Chen's vision is not as short-sighted as others. He only saw that he was forced to join the Night Bureau. But think about it carefully, Lu Menjiao knows that he has a dragon, and Lu Menjiao's strength completely crushes Su Chen. If she has the idea, she can even take away Su Chen's dragon. But she didn't do that. She just let Su Chen join the Night Bureau. She even kept it a secret for Su Chen. If it were someone else, they would probably find a way to take away Su Chen's dragon first. And this time, Xiaolong came to poach people. Lu Menjiao also came directly at the first time. This is also a manifestation of valuing Su Chen. Of course, what Su Chen values is, the benefits have become better again. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. Lu Menjiao said directly. She knew what Su Chen was worried about. If he rejected Xiaolong later, and the things promised here were not fulfilled, wouldn't it be a pity? But since Lu Menjiao promised, she would naturally not regret it. At this moment, Yan Fei walked in again. What does it say above? Lu Menjiao asked directly. Yan Fei shook his head helplessly. It said that since Su Chen has joined the Night Control Bureau, it's not easy to recruit people directly. I just hope that Su Chen can help if something happens in the future. Hey? No more. Su Chen was still thinking that it would be nice if he could get more benefits. So after going out for a trip, there was still nothing? Isn't this Xiaolong too stingy? As mentioned above, although I can't impress Su Chen this time, I am still willing to let Su Chen enter the Dragon Mark secret realm to see if he can find a dragon, or contract a dragon. Yan Fei spoke again. After finishing speaking, he looked at Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't agree directly, nor was he very happy. Dragon, he has. There is no need to enter the Dragon Mark secret realm at all. And Xiaolong gave him this benefit. One is to ask Su Chen to help if something happens in the future. The second is also to be able to find the existence of the dragon. If the dragon is really found and Su Chen's contract fails, then they will have an excuse to fight the dragon. Su Chen could understand all these things. But for a possible dragon, Su Chen felt that it was still necessary to take a look. If he is a relative of Chu Muxue, it may not be easy to deal with so many strong human beings. Of course, Su Chen didn't say anything when he was very powerful. What if the strength is weak? Although he is the same existence as Chu Muxue, he can fight beyond the level. But if it were to deal with dragons, I believe they would send more strong men. Even the strongest people may appear. You still have to go and see it. Thinking of this, Su Chen finally made his decision. Since it's Xiaolong's kindness, I can't refuse it. I just want to go and see if I can contract with the dragon and become a real dragon master. Su Chen said, finally agreeing. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yan Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. This is considered mission accomplished. Chapter 152 The principal finally could and number 039, T hold back. Yan Fei heard Su Chen agree. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke again. Yan Fei looked at Su Chen. Lu Menjiao also looked over. I want to take someone with me. Su Chen looked at Yan Fei and said. Bringing someone with you. Yan Fei was stunned. That is a secret realm. One more person may be more dangerous. But who does Su Chen want to bring? Yes, a friend must go together, otherwise, I think it's better to forget it. Su Chen said directly. Hearing this, Yan Fei frowned slightly. I can't make the decision in this matter. Then let the person who can make the decision make the decision. Anyway, it's good for me to stay here in charge of the night. Besides, I don't know if there are real dragons in the Dragon Mark secret realm, so I'm too lazy to run. Chen said calmly. You can't decide this, and you can't decide that. What are you, Yan Fei, here for? That's okay, I'll tell them. Yan Fei nodded. He knew that Chen was very important to Xiaolong. It's not just about the existence of dragons in the Dragon Mark secret realm. And if he really contracts a dragon, it will have a great impact on the entire country, and even the entire world. Chen nodded. The person he wanted to take was naturally Chu Muxue. After all, if there really is a dragon in the Dragon Mark secret realm, with Chu Muxue here, it would be more convenient. Besides, it's a secret realm. Chen didn't want to come back empty-handed. Then do you have anything else to ask for? Yan Fei asked. Chen thought for a while and said, give me some information about the Dragon Mark secret realm. It's best to be more detailed. What resources are there, where they are distributed, the level of the monsters and so on. If you can. Just the best. Resource distribution, what we find, even if we tell you, we can't take it away. Yan Fei knew what Chen was thinking. After all, who wouldn't want to bring something out when entering a secret place? But as long as it is the place where the resources are found, they are all blocked. It is impossible for ordinary people to get close. It's okay. If you can give it to me. If you can't give it to me, can you still snatch it away? Chen said with a smile. Anyway, there will be plenty of ways to get closer by then. With some resources, Xiaolong will not look for trouble. Well, I will arrange this. Yan Fei nodded. Then he said, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. If nothing happens, I will set off tomorrow. After Yan Fei finished speaking, he greeted Lu Menjiu and the principal. He turned around and left. Xiaolong seems to value you very much. Watching Yan Fei leave, Lu Menjiu said to Chen at this time. That's not like the night bureau, which will only trap me in. Chen said with disgust. The benefits have been improved for you. When the time comes to enter the Dragon Mark secret realm, there is a place you can go to. Lu Menjiu said. Chen looked at her curiously. In the Dragon Mark secret realm, there is a place called Lanyuan Cave. It is said that there is a kind of stalactite inside. The liquid dripping from it can strengthen the body and bones. You can try to get it. Lu Menjiu reminded. Chen nodded, but if there is such a place, Xiaolong must have sent people to surround it. How could I be given the chance to enter? Then you have to figure it out yourself. Lu Menjiu didn't say much. It's pretty good to be able to reveal this. This is confidential. If it weren't for Chen who went in, he was the person in charge of the night bureau. Lu Menjiu couldn't say a word. Chen nodded, thank you, Sister Lu. In my heart, silently write down this name. If there was a chance, Chen would like to try it. If only it were that magical. Do some exercise and keep fit. Well, then I'm leaving too. Lu Menjiu said, nodding slightly with the principal and Lu Yunxiao. Just left. Wow, Chen, have you really joined the Night Control Bureau? Watching Lu Menjiu and the two leave, Lu Yunxiao was also a little excited at this time. Although he had just received Chen's answer. And judging from Lu Menjiu's appearance, she must be right. But Lu Yunxiao still felt like he was dreaming. The students in her class actually joined the night police? How powerful is this? Don't you have to graduate from college and pass the exam to enter the night bureau? I remember that Yun Xiao came to school just because he failed the exam. At this time, the principal also asked with some doubts. Principal, don't expose me. The principal said this. Lu Yunxiao also blushed. Because I am a dragon master, just like a hidden dragon, dig me in advance. What if I contract a dragon? Su Chen smiled and said. Not much else was said. After all, he really made a contract with a dragon. If I talk too much, I'm afraid something will be discovered. So that's the case, and it makes sense. Lu Yunxiao nodded. Su Chen, are you interested in becoming a teacher in the school? Suddenly, the principal spoke. Su Chen? Lu Yunxiao? I haven't gone to college yet, principal. Su Chen was speechless. Are you exaggerating too much? Principal. It's okay, isn't this just a nominal position? You don't need to attend classes, and your salary will be paid as usual, but it's definitely not as good as Xiaolong and Xiaoyu, like teacher Lu, who only get 3 level 1 ordinary spirit beads a month. After today's Xiaolong and Xiaoyu, the principal also saw Su Chen's potential. Just a nominal position, if he really achieves success in the future, the school can also benefit from it. I have no problem with that. You don't want the spirit beads? Su Chen is not a fool. Of course, it's impossible to give up. Even if 3 level 1 ordinary spirit beads are no longer of any use to Su Chen now. But, it's worth 300,000 anyway. But I want these 3 spirit beads to be directly converted into money and put into my card. Su Chen said. Anyway, it's just a nominal position, you don't need to attend classes or do anything. What's wrong with that? Okay, no problem, I'll arrange it right away. The principal nodded slightly. Very satisfied. Lu Yunxiao. I worked so hard to teach for a month and deal with all kinds of student affairs, but I only got 3 level 1 ordinary spirit beads in a month. As a result, Su Chen was able to get it just by being a figurehead. How could the gap between people be so big? But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. Su Chen is a dragon tamer with S-level talent. Even if there is no dragon with S-level talent, his future achievements will definitely not be lower than hers. The principal is just investing in advance. But I'm still angry. By the way, you can also collect the reward from teacher Lu. This time, your class has an S-level talent student. The school will reward you with a level 3 spirit bead with spiritual skills, and the city will reward you with a level 4 spirit bead with spiritual skills. The principal suddenly raised his head. Said to Lu Yunxiao. Ah! So good? Thank you, principal. Lu Yunxiao was stunned. I didn't know there was such a reward before. Now I'm suddenly happy. It's all written on his face. Chapter 153 Chu Muxue and number 039, S Dragon Mother. After settling everything, Su Chen rode his bicycle home. Dragon Mark Secret Realm? I don't know if there are really dragons. Su Chen was a little curious. There are 3 dragons he has ever seen. There are even 2 contracts. But no one else has seen it. But he could tell that it was the trace of a dragon. Su Chen wanted to take a look. After returning home, Chu Muxue had not come back yet. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry either. Anyway, she couldn't buy the food that Xiaolong liked to eat. Looking at the time, it was already getting late, so Su Chen started cooking directly. Just then, the door opened. Su Chen! Su Chen! I found it! After Chu Muxue entered the door, she shouted. Su Chen was stunned. What did you find? As you said, that 1.8 meter tall ant didn't come, so I was waiting at the door of the market, but she really made me wait. Chu Muxue said excitedly. Su Chen! Damn it, is there really a 1.8 meter tall ant selling vegetables over there? He had never seen it before. Have you bought groceries? Su Chen asked curiously. Chu Muxue nodded, I bought it. Look, even the packaging is exactly the same as the one you had that day. Su Chen took it and took a look, it was true. How is this possible? Is the system out to sell vegetables? Or is it that the system's dishes are bought from this ant? The ant who is 1.8 meters tall is already very lucky. As a result, the packaging of the vegetables was exactly the same as the one given by the system. You actually met me, you're so lucky. Su Chen didn't say much. Now that Chu Muxue has bought it all, Su Chen planned to make another hot pot meal. Let's have hot pot tonight. Chu Muxue looked happy. After all, those vegetables and meatballs we ate last time were there. All very delicious. Once she ate it, she couldn't forget it. Okay, let's eat hot pot. Su Chen nodded slightly. They are vegetables anyway, and if they are sold, they should not be poisonous. But it certainly won't increase your favorability. If you buy any vegetables, it can increase your favorability. So what's the use of the system? System : Su Chen made arrangements on his own. Chu Muxue helped wash the vegetables. After all, you can eat delicious food again. She is naturally happy. By the way, come with me to a place tomorrow. Su Chen said. Yan Fei said before that he might be able to set off tomorrow. Okay. Chu Muxue agreed directly. Don't you even ask where you are going? Su Chen asked curiously. Chu Muxue didn't even know where she was going. Just agreed directly? Anyway, you won't let me follow you to a dangerous place, but if you go to a dangerous place, I might be summoned as a summoned dragon, so, it's the same. Chu Muxue said. Su Chen. That makes sense. But let's give a simple explanation. He told Su Chen what happened to Xiaolong in the afternoon and what Yan Fei said. A trace of the dragon? What trace? After listening to Su Chen's words, Chu Muxue was a little curious. You don't even know you are a dragon, how should I know? Su Chen shook his head, and then asked curiously, do you dragons have the habit of peeing to mark places? That's a dog. Chu Muxue was a little helpless. How could a dragon have such a special hobby? Then I don't know. Anyway, they found traces of the dragon. I guess that's why the secret realm was named, Dragon Mark Secret Realm. Since Chu Muxue doesn't even know. Needless to say, Su Chen. He is a human and doesn't have much contact with dragons. Don't know these things at all. Let me call and ask. Chu Muxue was also a little curious. She didn't know which secret realm this dragon mark was, so she planned to call and ask. Mother. The call was answered quickly. Opposite seemed to be Chu Muxue's mother. The two dragons chatted for a while before Chu Muxue got to the point. By the way, Mom, do you know the secret realm of human dragon marks? Chu Muxue asked curiously. At this time, she also turned on the speaker. I was going to let Su Chen listen. I know, it's secret realm number 1187. What's wrong? Chu Muxue's mother reacted immediately. 1000, then this secret realm is quite new, why don't you want it anymore? Chu Muxue asked curiously. Chu Muxue had told Su Chen before that their dragon clan ranked the secret realms in the order of discovery. More than 1,000 secret places have been discovered so far. I don't know how many more than humans. The later the discovery is, the higher the number will be. This number 1187 should be considered relatively new. The dragon clan actually doesn't want it anymore. Well, I discovered it before, but then the powerful human space system also discovered it, so I don't want it anymore. Chu Muxue's mother said. Then he asked again, why do you suddenly ask that? Because I may have to go there with my friends tomorrow, and I don't know if there are any dragons in there. And they said they found traces of dragons, what are they? Chu Muxue was also curious about these. I don't know if there are dragons. You also know that some dragons like to play around, and they may be inside. As for the dragon marks, they are probably the traces of our dragon's life, right? Chu Muxue's mother said simply. Then he added, but there is a place over there called Lanyuan Cave. You can go in and have a look. Lanyuan Cave? This is the place again. Lu Menjiao mentioned it before. Su Chen has already memorized this name. When you have the chance, you must go and see it. If there is no chance, create an opportunity to get in. Okay, I get it. Chu Muxue answered. Then Chu Muxue's mother gave a few more instructions. Suddenly he remembered, by the way, I heard that dragon masters have recently appeared in humans. You should be careful. Although it is very difficult for them to contract with dragons, you must also pay attention. After all, it is a rare profession of dragon masters. When I heard this, Chu Muxue also looked at Su Chen aside. The latter was also stunned. Why did you blame yourself? Well, I know, I will be careful. Chu Muxue replied. You must remember to stay away from the dragon controller. Don't have feelings for the dragon controller. Don't be contracted. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Chu Muxue's mother was still reminding her. Chu Muxue. I also wanted to avoid being contracted, but it was too late. This guy doesn't need me to have feelings and force a contract. Mom, do dragon masters need to have feelings? Don't they want to force a contract? Chu Muxue asked curiously. Su Chen seemed to have directly forced the contract. I haven't heard of it yet, but if the dragon master can really force a contract, it will definitely be a disaster for our dragon clan. If we encounter... Speaking of this, Chu Muxue's mother paused. Su Chen listened curiously. Chu Muxue asked, what happened? After a while, the other person spoke again. Strike first to gain advantage, kill him, and avoid future troubles forever. After all, his existence will be a disaster for my entire dragon clan. Chapter 154 Chu Muxue cooks instant noodles for Su Chen. Inside the house, Su Chen and Chu Muxue sat face to face. Your mother wants to kill me. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue and said. He had heard it on the phone just now. Strike first and kill. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Chu Muxue gave Su Chen a reassuring expression. I know, but your mother wants to kill me. Su Chen was helpless. Fortunately, he didn't tell anyone. Otherwise, he might be hunted down by the entire dragon clan. It's okay, if you die, I will die too, and I will definitely not be hunted down. Chu Muxue said seriously. Really? Su Chen asked back. It must be. Chu Muxue assured. Su Chen nodded, I'll just believe you. Hehe, can we eat now? Chu Muxue smiled. She couldn't wait any longer. Those delicious vegetables and meatballs. Eat. Su Chen nodded. He didn't eat them last time. This time, I want to try it. Anyway, it's not that the system gave Xiaolong a series of ingredients that he likes to eat. This is just an ordinary vegetable. But everything is a coincidence. Maybe this thing should be delicious. The two of them cleaned up. Set the bowls and chopsticks. Done, let's eat. Chu Muxue shouted with satisfaction. Pick up the vegetables directly and put them in the pot, then pour in the meatballs and dip the meat slices. Dip in the ingredients. Be careful of the burn. Su Chen reminded. Chu Muxue nodded. Put the meat slices directly into her mouth. Chewed it for a while. Chu Muxue felt something was wrong. What's the situation? Su Chen was about to eat, and saw that Chu Muxue's expression was a little wrong. He asked quickly. This meat? Chu Muxue spit it out directly. Is it poisonous? Su Chen asked back. I don't know if it's poisonous or not, it is rotten. Chu Muxue looked disgusted. The meat is actually rotten. It looked quite fresh just now. Su Chen was a little surprised. Put the meat under his nose and smelled it. You. Su Chen felt like vomiting. Chu Muxue went to brush her teeth directly. What's wrong with this meat? It looked very fresh just now. Chen looked at the meat on the table. It was very fresh. But it was like this just now. After rinsing it, it tasted different. Chen, who was not giving up, rinsed it with boiled water. Ugh! It still tasted disgusting. This meat can't be eaten. I guess some chemicals were used to cover up the taste. It became like this after being scalded by water. Chen was helpless. What an unscrupulous businessman. I'll try the meatballs. Chu Muxue was not giving up. After all, she bought it and thought it would be delicious. In the end, she was cheated. But the meat was bad, but the meatballs should not be bad. She picked one up. Chu Muxue didn't eat it directly, but smelled it. It smells so good. Chu Muxue was a little surprised. The meatball exudes a charming fragrance all over. It's not bad at first glance. Chu Muxue took a bite. Ugh! Then she spit it out, it's rotten inside. Then she went to rinse her mouth again. Chen! My goodness, what are these things you bought? There are vegetables, let me try again. Chu Muxue came out of the bathroom. She looked at the vegetables without giving up. The meat slices can be covered up, and the meatballs can be faked. The vegetables can't be rotten inside, right? Your spirit is worthy of respect. Chen said sarcastically. After all, the meat slices and meatballs are rotten, and you still expect the vegetables to taste good? Even if Chu Guang was beaten to death, Chen would not believe it. Chu Muxue picked up a piece of lettuce and smelled it. This time she didn't put it directly into her mouth. Instead, she chewed it slowly. It seems edible. Chu Muxue was a little happy. At least the vegetables are still edible. But in the next second. Hey, why can't I bite it? Chu Muxue was stunned. Then she stuffed the whole leaf into her mouth and chewed it, and then... Pa! She spit it out directly, this thing is too hard to chew, right? It's like chewing gum, too unpalatable. The vegetables are real vegetables. But they can't be chewed at all. It's not delicious either. It seems you've been cheated. Chen said helplessly. Chu Muxue was also helpless, then, isn't that the tall ant you said? The one you bought last time was delicious, and the packaging box was the same. Chu Muxue was aggrieved. I don't know, maybe I bought a fake one, pay attention next time. Chen shook his head. At this time, he had stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Well, I know. Chu Muxue nodded. Then he asked weakly, then, what are we going to eat? Chen opened the cabinet and took out a pack of instant noodles. He waved his hand and said, eat this. There is no other way. The meat and vegetables I bought cannot be eaten. At this time, there is no way to go out to buy vegetables. I can only eat instant noodles. Wait a minute. Chu Muxue suddenly shouted. Chen was stunned, what's wrong? Let me go. Chu Muxue trotted to the kitchen. Taking the instant noodles from Chen's hand, it's up to me to handle things like instant noodles, I'm familiar with them. Chen said yes. After thinking about it, he handed the instant noodles in his hand to Chu Muxue. Can you do it? Finally, I still asked worriedly. Of course I can, you can't underestimate me. Chu Muxue said, using both hands to tear open the instant noodles package. He continued, before I met you, do you know how I lived? Instant noodles every day. Why don't you order takeout? Chen was a little helpless. Chu Muxue is rich. Why not order takeout? I didn't understand much at that time, and I ate too much takeout, so it was better to make instant noodles. Boil the water and put the noodles in the pot. While Chu Muxue was doing this, she was chatting with Chen. Chen felt a little sorry for this child. Just eat instant noodles every day. Was this done by humans? Hey, the abalone at home is gone, and I didn't buy any lobster. Chu Muxue opened the refrigerator and took a look. Chen. You eat instant noodles with abalone and lobster. Is this special cat eating instant noodles? Hey? Occasionally, sometimes I just put eggs. Chu Muxue said embarrassedly. Then he muttered, it would be nice if there was chicken soup. Chen was still feeling sorry for Chu Muxue just now. I don't feel bad at all now. You are so weird that you actually eat instant noodles with lobster. Also use chicken soup to make instant noodles. Is there any dragon nature left? Then I'll wait to eat. Chen didn't want to feel bad anymore. Just leave the kitchen. Not long after, 2 bowls of noodles were brought over by Chu Muxue. Chen, eat noodles. Chu Muxue said. The instant noodles looked cooked properly. Chen tried it and it was quite delicious. Anyway, it tastes like instant noodles, so it's not that bad but not that bad. Of course, it's not as good as delicious. Yeah, delicious. Chu Muxue tried it herself. He also praised himself. Then he looked at Chen, how is it? Is it delicious? Chen looked at Chu Muxue. He looked at the instant noodles in his hand again. He looked at Chu Muxue's expectant eyes again. Nodding slightly, yeah. Hee, I just said it's delicious. Chu Muxue happily ate the instant noodles. Hoo, hot, hot, hot. Chen. Well, it's still quite delicious. Chapter 155 A beautiful figure on the way to the Dragon Scar secret realm. The next day, Chen received a call from Yan Fei early in the morning. That's right, they've already agreed. Chen can take Chu Muxue with him. Get ready to pick up Chen. Muxue, it's time to eat. After eating, let's go to the Dragon Mark secret realm. Chen made breakfast and called Chu Muxue to eat. The door to the room not far away opened. Chu Muxue walked out of it. Ah, I'm so sleepy, why is it so early? There is nothing we can do. They said they would come and pick us up. Chen said while serving the porridge. Chu Muxue nodded, it smells so good, I won't be polite. When have you ever been polite? Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Chen said helplessly. Past. Chu Muxue said and started eating. Are we going to school? Chu Muxue rode a pink electric donkey with Chen behind. Yes, because I didn't give them a specific address, I think school is more suitable. Chen didn't like exposing his address very much. Although Xiaolong might be able to find out if he wanted to. Okay, hold on and sit tight. Chu Muxue said, and the little mule started racing. Slow down. Chen reminded. I know, don't worry. Chu Muxue nodded. When the two arrived at school. Yan Fei has arrived. Vice Captain Yan, you're so early. When Chen saw Yan Fei, then he said hello. I've just arrived, how are you? Are you ready? Just leave when you're ready. Yan Fei said. So anxious. Chen hasn't said hello to the teacher yet. Doesn't it seem good? Because I have other tasks waiting for me. If possible, should we set off now? Yan Fei explained. Chen nodded slightly, then let's go. Chen didn't waste anyone's time. Then get in the car. Yan Fei said. Chen saw an off-road vehicle not far away, which was obviously modified. There are a lot of monster parts on it. When Chu Muxue saw the off-road vehicle. Also an explanation. Have a good eye. This off-road vehicle has been modified with at least 30 kinds of monster parts. It can directly kill level 3 monsters and defend against attacks by level 5 monsters. Yan Fei also heard it. Just explain. Defend against attacks from level 5 monsters. Su Chen was a little curious. The defense of this thing is so strong? Yes, but it can only be defended for a period of time. If the attack is too strong, it will be impossible to defend. Yan Fei didn't hide anything. Just explain it to Su Chen directly. Well, that's not bad, I want one too. Su Chen thinks this car is good. Defend against attacks from level 5 monsters. This defense is enough. Although you can't defend all the time, you can buy time for a while. Moreover, even level 3 monsters can be killed directly. That's absolutely awesome. As long as you join Xiaolong and contribute enough, you can get it. Yan Fei never missed any opportunity to win over Su Chen. Forget it, I've already joined the Night Bureau. Su Chen refused directly. Yan Fei said no more. The three of them got into the car together. Move towards your destination. Su Chen was looking forward to it. That's the Lanyuan cave that Lu Menjiu and Chu Muxue's mother talked about. What one person says means nothing. But if one person said it to a dragon, it means that Lanyuan cave is very valuable. I must find a way to go in and have a look when the time comes. The Dragon Mark secret realm is a little while away from us. You can take a short break or read these information. Yan Fei handed the information in his hand to Su Chen. Not bad. Su Chen opened the information. What catches the eye is the map. This is very detailed. It is simply impossible to buy such a map on the market. Only the official ones have it. That's right, we are still very careful. For the places marked above, red means it is very dangerous, yellow means it may be dangerous, and purple means it is a protected place. Yan Fei explained while driving. Su Chen also saw it. The purple place has a familiar name, Lanyuan Cave. It seems that Xiaolong also knows that this place is rare. Su Chen said. If it is protected, it will be difficult to get in. But this way, Su Chen wanted to go in even more. There is also some information about the Dragon Mark secret realm. You should also take a look. Yan Fei reminded me. Well, good. Su Chen responded. I started to take a closer look. The secret realm of Dragon Marks discovered 10 years ago. Su Chen thought that the Dragon Mark secret realm was only discovered in the past 2 years? The result was discovered 10 years ago? Yes, 10 years. Yan Fei nodded slightly. He didn't say much and just drove on his own. Dragon Mark secret realm was not Dragon Mark secret realm before, and it never had a name. Until one day 3 years ago, a tooth was salvaged from the lake in the secret realm. Su Chen said while watching. The teeth are very hard, harder than any monster we have ever seen. After DNA comparison, we found that they do not belong to any monster found. Is this the so-called dragon mark? It's just a tooth I've never seen before, it doesn't belong to any monster. But you can't just say it's a dragon's tooth, right? Su Chen didn't express this thought. After expert restoration, this tooth should belong to a dragon. Su Chen took a look and saw that there were drawings at the back. Using this tooth, the position of the entire tooth was restored, and then the entire head. Finally, there is the body. So that's how we judged it. Su Chen understood. Today's technology is not comparable to that of the past. Through a tooth, the appearance of the owner of the tooth can be roughly restored. But isn't this a lot of speculation? Su Chen didn't think so. This kind of restoration is 100% correct. It is possible for people to restore when they are halfway through the restoration. I think this should be a dragon's tooth. It was directly restored to the appearance of the dragon. But are those teeth really dragons? Su Chen naturally said this to Chu Muxue. No one answered. Su Chen took a look and saw that Chu Muxue was looking at the scenery outside the window. Hello! Su Chen shouted. Ah! Only then did Chu Muxue react and looked at Su Chen. What's wrong? Does this look like a dragon's tooth? Su Chen asked. Chu Muxue shook her head. How do I know? I have never seen a dragon. Su Chen. Forget it, Yan Fei was here, so Chu Muxue probably didn't dare to say anything more. No matter if it's a dragon's tooth or not. At least in the eyes of Xiaolong people, this is a discovery. After all, even the name of the secret realm has been changed to Dragon Mark Secret Realm. One can imagine how important this discovery is to Xiaolong. Of course, Su Chen was also curious. If it is really a dragon. So now 10 years have passed, are you still in the Dragon Mark Secret Realm? The car drove forward. Chu Muxue looked at the scenery outside the window. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue, took out his mobile phone, opened the camera, and pressed the shutter. Chapter 156 Su Chen, your photography skills are terrible. Click. I'll wipe it, but don't turn off the sound. The sound of Su Chen taking pictures came out. Chu Muxue also noticed. Turning around, he stared at Su Chen. What are you doing? No, what are you doing? Su Chen shook his head. Are you secretly filming me? Chu Muxue stared at Su Chen's mobile phone. No. Su Chen shook his head. Show me your phone. Of course Chu Muxue knew that Su Chen must have taken the photo. I just heard the sound. Su Chen. You really want to see it? Su Chen asked weakly. Chu Muxue nodded affirmatively. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Okay then. Then open the photo album on your phone and show Chu Muxue a photo. Chu Muxue. Su Chen, I'll kill you. Chu Muxue immediately burst into laughter. The photo Su Chen took of her happened to be the moment when the wind blew her hair and blurred Chu Muxue's face. She wanted to close her eyes, but didn't close them completely. Although Chu Muxue is very good looking. I can't stand this kind of photography technology. This is simply a snapshot of a crematorium. Ahem, isn't this a little more pressing? Su Chen coughed awkwardly. Then pull out another photo. Chu Muxue stared out of the car window. The wind was just blowing her hair, and she looked quiet with a hint of comfort. It's so beautiful. Although the next moment was the first photo of Su Chen. That's pretty much it, send it to me. Chu Muxue nodded with satisfaction. Su Chen is still very good at taking pictures. Then. I asked you to send the nice one, but I deleted this one. Chu Muxue received the ugly photos from Su Chen. He almost got into a fight with Su Chen. My hands are shaking and I made a mistake. Su Chen said and sent another one. Who are you lying to? Chu Muxue felt that Su Chen did it on purpose. The two of us started fighting each other, and time flew by quite quickly. Yan Fei in front remained silent. After all the information about the Dragon Mark Secret Realm has been given to Su Chen. Yan Fei didn't bother to introduce it. Arrive. Finally, the group arrived at the location of the Dragon Mark Secret Realm. Su Chen looked over and saw that this was a suburb. But it's a little different from the outskirts of the city. Maybe before the catastrophe, this place should have been a vast plain. But now it seems that many places have turned into bottomless cliffs. This place seems to be surrounded by an abyss. Of course, high walls are also built here. There are many people patrolling up there. Because there are many monsters here, but we can't let them enter the Dragon Mark Secret Realm, we can only surround them. Yan Fei explained. It's like a city here. None of the surrounding monsters dared to approach. Once you get close, you will be killed. After all, there is the very important Dragon Mark Secret Realm. Also guard against others, right? Su Chen said. Yan Fei didn't hide anything. Yes, this high wall not only protects against monsters, but also against humans. After all, this is the place where traces of dragons are found. If ordinary people can enter, it will be chaotic. Yan Fei nodded slightly. All this is no secret. Even Su Chen, who had just graduated from high school, could tell. Yan Fei didn't have any more excuses. Can we just go in? Su Chen didn't think there was anything wrong. Dragons are too mysterious for humans. If it weren't for the system, Su Chen might not have seen the dragon now. And these people finally discovered traces of the dragon. Not even a dragon was seen. Naturally, it is absolutely not allowed to be touched by others. Besides, those who come here are not necessarily from their own country. What if some people from hostile countries sneak in? There's no telling what will happen. Naturally, strict precautions must be taken. Of course you can. Yan Fei said. He took Su Chen and Chu Muxue towards the city wall. When we arrived at the door, the guard should know Yan Fei. He bowed to him and let Su Chen and the others in. It seems that your vice-captain still has the authority to bring people in. Su Chen said casually. Yan Fei shook his head. Although I have some power, if I want to bring someone in, I need to be cleared by the higher UPS. You are different. The higher UPS have agreed. Moreover, the little sister you brought is also an S-level talent awakener from Baiyu High School. There is information. Yan Fei said very confidently. Su Chen is an S-level talented dragon master. And Chu Muxue is also an ice element awakener with S-level talent. Do you know? I am the dragon you have always wanted to find. Su Chen thought to himself. Of course, he would never say such a thing. If anyone knew about it, Chu Muxue would probably be taken away. But, they have to dare. The dragon clan is a powerful being. If they really dared to attack Long, Su Chen didn't believe it. They couldn't find any trace. It is estimated that those strong people know the existence of dragons, but they dare not take action. The entrance to the Dragon Mark secret realm is ahead. Because it is more dangerous inside, we will arrange for someone to go in with you. Yan Fei said to Su Chen. Spy on me? Su Chen asked back. Send someone to follow? I guess it's surveillance, right? No, you can also choose not to be followed. Yan Fei said, letting people follow is just for protection. If the dragon really appears, we will find it, and we also believe that if a dragon master really controls the dragon, he will not tell us, right? Well, of course. If I really control the dragon, I will show it off. If I can't control it and I find something, I will also tell you. Su Chen nodded. After all, if you understand dragons, it will also be good for me to control dragons. Well, that's it. Yan Fei said. He very much agreed with Su Chen's words. It's just bullshit. I can control a dragon now. Do I still need you? Su Chen said calmly in his heart. But there is a smile on the surface. Then he said, but I am still willing to bring a few people, but they have to listen to me. Of course, after entering the Dragon Mark secret realm, they will obey your orders. Unless they are some orders that violate the rules, otherwise, they will execute them. Yan Fei saw that Su Chen was willing to take people with him. Even happier. This was prepared for Su Chen and could protect Su Chen's safety. A Dragon Master and an S-level talent awakener are both rare for Xiaolong and the country. Nature must be well protected. That's best. Su Chen nodded slightly, and then asked casually, if the dragon is in the protected area, can I go? This. Yan Fei hesitated. The protected area is the discovered and valuable place in the secret realm. It is not something that ordinary people can enter at will. If it doesn't work, forget it. Su Chen said indifferently. He had to go to Lanyuan Cave anyway. Chapter 157 Entering the Dragon Scar Secret Realm, the treasure box system reappears. After all, the Lanyuan Cave was not only mentioned by Lu Menjiu. Even Chu Muxue's mother, who was a dragon, mentioned it. Su Chen would never give up. But it was also said above that we would try our best to provide you with convenience. If there is really a dragon in it, or if you must go in, let the accompanying personnel contact us and we will naturally let you in. Yan Fei added. Su Chen nodded slightly. That's about right. No matter if there is a dragon in it, as long as Su Chen said there is, we must go in and take a look. Of course, there is probably no dragon in this dragon mark secret realm. Otherwise, with the ability of those strong men, how could they not find it? Unless the dragon is from the space system. When he saw someone coming, he ran away. When there was no one, he came back to sleep. It seems that it is not impossible. Su Chen thought about it, and it was really possible. After all, Su Chen had also encountered a dragon from the space system. The one called Mogu. If it was him, it would be very simple to enter this dragon mark secret realm, or go to other secret realms. Moreover, the dragon race is quite strong. It is impossible to find it. It is also difficult to encounter dangerous opponents. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly felt a little fortunate. After all, the human race is not as strong as the dragon race. Other monsters are not as strong either. Fortunately, the dragon race has no idea of controlling the world. Otherwise, the whole world is now controlled by dragons, instead of humans. Of course, there are also many strong people in the human race. If the dragon race wants to truly seize the world, it will also cost a lot. Deputy Captain. At this time, Su Chen, led by Yan Fei, came to the front of the four young men. When they saw Yan Fei, the four young men saluted. Well, do you know what your mission is this time? Yan Fei nodded slightly. He asked lightly. I don't know. One of the tall and thin young men shook his head. He replied. The other three didn't know either. Protect them too and enter the dragon mark secret realm. Yan Fei pointed at Su Chen and the other two. This made the four young men curious. After all, Su Chen and Chu Muxue didn't look very old. They didn't look like researchers, let alone investigators. Protect them? This mission is very important. After entering the secret realm, you must absolutely obey Su Chen's words. His words are orders. Yan Fei said lightly. He didn't give them too much explanation. This made the four young men curious and confused. Deputy Captain, we are Xiaolong's personnel and only perform the security mission of protecting important personnel. The tall and thin young man just answered. It seems that he is a little unhappy. Humph, these two are both S-level awakeners, and this is an order from above, you just need to execute it. You also know how important S-level talent awakeners are to the country, right? Yan Fei snorted coldly. He knew that the people under his command were all unruly. And they were all very talented. The four in front of him were all B-level talent awakeners. Otherwise, there would be no chance to join Xiaolong. But they are far behind the awakeners with S-level talents. Unexpectedly, the two people in front of them are both awakeners with S-level talents. And this time, Su Chen came here because of the dragon in the dragon mark secret realm. You have to cooperate more, understand? Yan Fei said again. Yes. Hearing about the dragon, the four young men were immediately excited. Could Su Chen find the dragon? What is his talent? Is it related to the dragon? The four people secretly guessed in their hearts. But no one has anything to do with the Dragon Master. After all, the Dragon Master is the weakest profession. Everyone knows it. Do you have any opinions now? Yan Fei asked again. No. The four people answered quickly. No matter whether it is related to the dragon or not. The Awakener with S-level talent is enough for them to protect with their lives. After all, this kind of talent is rare in China, no, in the world. But this time, two of them appeared. They all look so young. They should have just graduated from high school. Perhaps this time, they are also here for training. If they grow up, they will be so strong. The four of them are naturally willing to protect. Although the Dragon Mark secret realm is dangerous, they have been there before. And they have been there many times. In their eyes, the monsters inside are not particularly dangerous. 4 people are more than enough to protect 2 people. After all, they are professionally trained. Now that this task is given to them, it undoubtedly gives them an opportunity to get close to future strong men. Only fools have objections. Okay, then you go and prepare, and gather here in half an hour. Yan Fei nodded. Yes. The 4 young men ran away excitedly. Su Chen, do you need to prepare anything else? Yan Fei looked at Su Chen and asked. No. Su Chen shook his head. He put all the things he needed to prepare in the system's inventory. No further preparation is needed at all. Speaking of the system, why hasn't the treasure chest appeared today? Su Chen was a little curious. Even if he didn't appear nearby last time, he still appeared. But now it's past noon and he still hasn't appeared. Is it to wait for him to enter the secret realm? Forget it, let's wait a little longer anyway. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. The treasure box system can make him even more powerful, but even without it, with Su Chen's current resources, he can definitely reach a height that no one can reach. Half an hour later, the 4 young men gathered together again. I didn't know if I was showing off just now. In the last 10 minutes, at least 7 people came over to ask if they still needed help. However, they were all rejected by Yan Fei. These 4 young men are all extremely powerful beings. And the experience is also very rich. Otherwise, Yan Fei would not trust them in entrusting the task to them. If the 4 of them still can't deal with the monster, it will be in vain for the others to go. Then let's set off now. Su Chen saw the 4 of them getting ready. That's what he said. Yes. The 4 people responded quickly. No matter what kind of awakened ones Su Chen and Chu Muxue are, as long as they are S-level, their future achievements will not be worse than theirs. So now, the 4 of them are like chicken blood. Be careful. Yan Fei said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then a group of 6 people stepped directly into the transmission channel of the secret realm. Su Chen only felt that another scene appeared in front of his eyes. Is this the Dragon Mark secret realm? Su Chen looked at the secret realm in front of him, a piece of grassland. The environment is very good. The spiritual energy is rich and the environment is beautiful. It is indeed a place where dragons like to live. Chu Muxue whispered to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly. Mr. Su, where should we go? Peng Siyuan, the tall and thin young man, looked at Su Chen and asked. Just call me Su Chen, and we will head towards. Su Chen replied. But at this time. Ding, the treasure chest system is activated. Treasure chests have landed all over the world. Please open the system map and search for them. Chapter 158 The Dragon Clan and Number 039, S5 Level Division of the Secret Realm. Su Chen didn't expect it. At this time, the treasure chest system was opened again. Open the system map. Su Chen could see that another treasure box appeared in this secret realm. X55, Y3600. Su Chen muttered something. Ah! Peng Siyuan was stunned. I don't know what Su Chen is talking about. Is this a new coordinate positioning? But Xiaolong didn't teach him. Go northwest. Su Chen said. Peng Siyuan was stunned again. The other 3 Xiaolong members were also stunned. Northwest? Peng Siyuan asked. Su Chen nodded. This. Peng Siyuan hesitated. How? Su Chen saw it. Is there something to the northwest? The northwest direction is the most dangerous area here. You may encounter level 3 monsters. Peng Siyuan said directly. Su Chen nodded slightly. With your strength, level 3 monsters shouldn't be a problem, right? The strength of the 4 Pengxi Yuan is at least gang level, right? Even though they are only in their 20s, they are all B-level talent awakeners. Cultivating to gang level is not a problem at all. That is equivalent to the level 4 of the monster. With such strength, are you still worried about level 3 monsters? The monsters here usually live in groups. Even level 3 monsters can be troublesome if there are too many. Pengxi Yuan explained, although we can handle it, it will be a bit troublesome if we still have to protect the two of you. This doesn't mean that Su Chen is weak. It's just that if they encounter a group of level 3 monsters, it's already very troublesome to deal with it. It will be even harder if you have to distract yourself from protection. We don't need protection, it's just a level 3 monster. Su Chen said calmly. Then walked directly to the northwest. There's something special over there. If you feel you can't protect us, you can go back. The treasure chest is to the northwest. Su Chen naturally would not give up. Besides, the group of level 3 monster beasts was nothing to him and Chu Muxue. Even if a level 4 monster comes, it has to be finished. Naturally there will be no danger. Here, let's go. Pengxi Yuan thought for a while, nodded, and asked the other 3 to follow him. Yan Fei had previously ordered that Su Chen and Chu Muxue should be protected no matter what. This is the command. No matter how dangerous it is over there. Even if you risk your life, he will also protect Su Chen and the others. This is the world after the cataclysm. People with strong talents will receive various protections. The weaker the talent, the easier it is to become cannon fodder. The law of the jungle is always the law. Su Chen walked forward while checking the surrounding situation. Other than the rich aura, there doesn't seem to be anything special here. It's quiet around here. It is real quiet, not the calm before the storm. Here, people can feel relaxed and happy. If it weren't for the existence of monsters here, it would definitely be a good place for vacation. Well, if I didn't have to go to school, I really want to live here. This secret realm is a medium secret realm. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. In his eyes, he also yearns for this place very much. Medium secret realm? Su Chen asked curiously. It's a dragon. It's our family's classification of the secret realm. It is divided into 5 levels according to its suitability for habitation. Chu Muxue explained to Su Chen. This is the division of dragons, and humans do not have such divisions. 5 levels. Su Chen was a little curious. How do the dragon clan divide these 5 levels? The worst is the water drying up and the lake is trapped, and the second worst is the wind and the fire. We gave up on these 2 levels of secret realms directly. Chu Muxue gave Su Chen a detailed answer. The 3rd level is the medium level secret realm I just mentioned. It is called Ikea Yushi. It is habitable and comfortable. The 2 highest levels are the 2nd level Fu Yingmen and the 1st level Zi Kedong Lai. These 2 levels are our favorite, and we all live in the secret realms of these 2 levels now. Chu Muxue said in detail. Because he and Su Chen were walking faster, the 4 people behind him hadn't caught up yet. And they were all alert to their surroundings and did not eavesdrop. There is no problem in saying this. So that's the case, then you should look down on this place. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then this can only be considered a moderate secret realm. Chu Muxue should look down on it. How come you yearn for it so much? Of course I wouldn't like living here with people from the clan, but it would be great if I had such a secret realm. Chu Muxue was naturally not in a medium secret realm. Just wanted to live in it. She wanted to have a secret place by herself. Then I guess you have to look for it yourself. Your family hasn't found anything yet. Su Chen shook his head. A secret place in this world. Almost all were discovered by the Dragon Clan. There are very few that have not been discovered. What humans discovered was what the dragons discovered. But when someone comes, the dragon moves. I want a secret place where there are no people and no dragons. It's simply not possible. That's not necessary. After I graduate, my family will give me a secret place. Then you can live with me. Chu Muxue shook her head. My parents have agreed. When she graduates, give her a secret place. Although it may not be a place filled with happiness and prosperity, it is at least an IKEA room. It won't be any worse than here. Chen. Is this the rich second generation? It is already very impressive for others to receive a car and a house after graduation, and they are also very rich. Those are rare. As a result, Chu Muxue graduated and was sent directly to the secret realm? Do you still have a pendant on your thigh? Chen asked weakly. No shortage. Chu Muxue smiled. While chatting, the two of them walked towards the treasure chest under Chen's guidance. The four of them, Peng Siyuan, were vigilant around them. I'm lucky today. I walked so far without encountering a monster. Peng Siyuan breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't come here much before. Because there are too many monsters. Even with experience, I rarely come alone. Unless it is special training organized by Xiaolong. There will be many people involved to come here. The monsters at that time were quite ferocious. Level 3 monsters come in groups. But now, I haven't encountered any of them. We have gone deep into the northwest direction, and there is no danger. Yes, if it had been before, I would have probably failed. Others also agreed very much. Chen smiled and said nothing. He knew that all of this was because of the girl beside him. A dragon. Among monsters, dragons are the top beings. Even if they are stronger than the dragons they encounter, the suppression in their bloodline will still make them uneasy. The monsters here are only level 3. How could it be possible to resist Chu Muxue's dragon power? Of course, Chen wouldn't explain these. At this time, he had already seen the light emanating from the treasure box not far away. Window_tabula equals window_tabula, _tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 159 Opening the Treasure Chest and Chu Muxue and number 039, S Discovery in the Secret Realm. Not far away. The treasure chest's light is blooming. It was a silver-colored treasure chest. Chen rarely opened this kind of treasure chest. Compared to gold treasure chests, silver treasure chests seem to be rarer. Of course, Chen still prefers golden treasure chests. At least what comes out of it. For Chen, it is the best. Chen, there is no smell around here. Chu Muxue said to Chen. She didn't make it clear. But Chen still understood. There's no dragon smell here. In other words, it is impossible for a dragon to appear here. Maybe there are no dragons in other places, or maybe in this dragon mark secret realm. Look again. The reason why Chen came here was not to look for the dragon at all. Just to open the treasure chest. Now, the silver treasure chest is not far away. Chen only needed to walk over to open it. But he couldn't just run over. You can only move slowly. Step by step, he walked towards the location of the silver treasure chest. 1 step, 2 steps. Slowly approaching. Chen was very satisfied and finally arrived near the silver treasure chest. He stood there and opened the treasure chest without leaving any trace. Ding! Congratulations on opening the silver treasure chest and gaining stick skill proficiency X1. Hey? Stick method. Chen didn't find it strange. Last time, the short sword technique was drawn from the silver treasure chest. Now that a stick method appears, it seems to be no problem. In just a moment, Chen felt a glimmer of enlightenment. It seems that as long as you give him a stick, he can play well. Give him a fulcrum and he can move the earth. Su Chen, there seems to be something going on over there. Chu Muxue suddenly said to Su Chen. Then let's go over and take a look. Su Chen said and walked towards the direction Chu Muxue found. Peng Siyuan and the four others behind him quickly followed. We have been here before and found nothing. Peng Siyuan on the side said to Su Chen. They have come here for special training several times, always near here, but they found nothing. At this time, Su Chen walked around casually out of curiosity. Peng Siyuan was a little worried. There are no monsters here now. But that doesn't mean it's not dangerous here. If you go deeper and encounter a monster, you'll be doomed. This way. Chu Muxue and Su Chen ignored it. Anyway, if they want to follow, they can follow. If they don't want to follow, Su Chen will be more willing. They come looking for the dragon, not because they want the people who hide the dragon to actually get the dragon. Not even the best news at all. If Peng Siyuan and the other four don't follow, that's even better. However, Xiaolong had given an order, asking Peng Siyuan to protect Su Chen and the others, even if they risked their lives, they must protect their safety. Peng Siyuan and the others have no objection to this. Those with S-level talent awakening will be of great use to Xiaolong, the country, and even the world. It's not something that several of their B-level talents can compare to. So when Su Chen and Chu Muxue left, although Peng Siyuan and the other four were a little worried, they followed them regardless. It's right in front. Chu Muxue took Su Chen to a forest. Peng Siyuan and the others looked around curiously. Su Chen, on the other hand, was staring at a tree not far away. This tree doesn't seem to be much different from the surrounding trees. But Su Chen could tell that the aura of this tree was much stronger than the others. What's this? Su Chen asked. Of course, he was asking Chu Muxue. This is the heart-tangled tree, a very common tree in the secret realm. Peng Siyuan answered Su Chen. They have seen many such trees. I'm talking about a tree. Su Chen pointed at the tree not far away that had a stronger aura. Asked. Ah? Isn't it the same? Peng Siyuan was stunned. That tree is also a heart-twisting tree. It's no different from the surrounding trees. That's the heart-twirling dryad. Chu Muxue spoke slowly. Peng Siyuan was stunned. What kind of heart-wrenching tree spirit? What difference does it make if there is one more word? But there doesn't seem to be such a name, right? People in our family love to eat this tree. Chu Muxue didn't say anything clearly. Su Chen nodded slightly. Dragons like to eat? But this shouldn't increase the favorability, right? And do dragons eat trees? The liquid contained in it can be drank as a drink. Chu Muxue seemed to understand what Su Chen was thinking. He said to Su Chen. What's the effect? Su Chen asked curiously. This so-called heart-twisting tree spirit is definitely not a spirit, but because of the liquid contained in it. But it's impossible for dragons to eat just because it tastes good. There must be some special effects. Otherwise, there are plenty of goodies to eat. Increase spiritual power. Chu Muxue only said 4 words. Su Chen nodded slightly. Can this thing actually increase spiritual power? How to get it? Su Chen asked again. Just make a hole and use a cup to catch it, but don't drink too much. If you drink too much of this kind of thing, you will easily get drunk, and the effect will not be very good. Chu Muxue reminded. Su Chen nodded slightly. Good guy, will this guy still get drunk if he drinks too much? Isn't that just like wine? But this thing should be pretty good. Since Longdu liked to drink, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He took out a bag of disposable cups directly. Then he took out his short knife. Without any hesitation, he poked at the heart-wrenching tree spirit. Suddenly, a clear liquid flowed out along the short knife. The taste is very refreshing. Su Chen quickly poked it in with his habit. Soon, liquid flowed into the cup. Chen took a glass and handed it to Chu Muxue. Then he took another drink. 3 cups, 4 cups, 5 cups. I received 6 cups in total, which was just right. Finally, there was one, but Chen blocked it instead of continuing to pick it up. Chu Muxue said not to drink too much. Hey, why is there so much water in this heart-twisting tree? Peng Siyuan watched Chen's operation with curiosity. When he saw Chen taking 6 glasses of clear liquid, he looked curious. 1 cup per person, let's drink. Chen said. Peng Siyuan and others were stunned, a little afraid to drink. But Chen ignored it and took a sip directly. It was very fragrant and a little sweet. The most important thing was that just after drinking it, Chen found that spiritual power was surging. The speed has sped up a lot. And it's improved a bit. Good. Chen drank a whole cup and felt that his strength had increased a lot. Chu Muxue on the side also drank. The 4 of them, Peng Siyuan, were a little hesitant. But seeing that Chen had already drank, it was hard to refuse. After all, they still want to embrace the S-level talent. But when they took their first sip, it tastes sweet in the mouth, followed by a sudden increase in spiritual power. They can clearly feel this. Fuck. Another young man was stunned and drank a glass directly. The strength actually increased by 1 level. It was originally the 4th level of the Geng class, but now it has directly reached the 5th level. But this is also because he is about to be promoted. But this is amazing. The 4 of them looked at Chen in disbelief. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 160 Peng Siyuan was shocked. Are these 2 people really high school students? The 4 of them, Peng Siyuan, just stared at Chen. They also know this tree. It's everywhere. But they never thought about taking out the juice inside and drinking it. This can actually increase your cultivation level? Do you think it's amazing? Chen looked at Peng Siyuan and the 4 of them and asked. Peng Siyuan and the other 4 nodded quickly. This is the heart-tangled tree spirit. It is different from other heart-tangled tree spirits. Drinking it has the effect of increasing your strength, but, don't drink too much, you will get drunk, and it will have no effect. Chen explained. Of course, this was what Chu Muxue told Chen. I see. At this time, Peng Siyuan and several others suddenly realized. It turns out that the heart-tangled tree has such distinctions. But how can we tell the difference? The person whose cultivation level had increased asked curiously. This kind of thing is so rare to find. And there is no difference at all from the surrounding heart-twisting trees. This. Chen looked at Chu Muxue beside him. He really didn't know how to distinguish this. The smell of the heart-twirling tree spirit is much more fragrant than others. Chu Muxue said lightly. Chen, Peng Siyuan and 4 others. How on earth do you smell it? How can you show off with Chu are you? But there is no way around it. They didn't know that Chu Muxue was actually a dragon. Since they couldn't smell it, they could only confirm it through other methods. After all, other heart-twisting trees don't have so much sap. This is still easy to distinguish. Let's go. Drink the last bit of juice. Chen looked around. Then he said. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. She didn't really care. After all, there are no traces of the dragon in this place. That also means that there will be no dragons here. Well, it's okay to leave. If you continue to go deeper, you may encounter other monsters. Peng Siyuan nodded. There are many monsters here. Now they are lucky and have not encountered it. But if you encounter it, you will be in big trouble. Where do we go next? Peng Siyuan asked. Keep going deeper. Su Chen smiled lightly and said. Peng Siyuan? Didn't you say you were leaving? Just keep going deeper to the east. Su Chen said. There is no treasure chest now. But Su Chen had seen the map before. The so-called Dragon's Teeth Lake was found to the east. And the Lanyuan cave they were going to was also in this direction. It just requires a turn. Since we are all here, why not just go from here? Su Chen knew that it was more dangerous here. But even so, with Chu Muxue and Peng Siyuan here, there will basically be no problem. Unless you encounter a level 5 monster. However, according to the data, there are no level 5 monsters in the Dragon Mark Secret Realm. In other words, their team can roam in the Dragon Mark Secret Realm. It's more dangerous than this. Peng Siyuan said weakly. The danger over there is even more terrifying than this. Even if it's special training, I won't go there. You should know why we came to this Dragon Mark Secret Realm, right? Su Chen looked at Peng Siyuan and asked. I believe they all know this. I know, I'm here for the dragon. Peng Siyuan nodded slightly. When I came in, I had already received the order. Su Chen and the two came here to find the dragon. The place where the dragon marks appeared is over there, so of course we have to go and have a look. Su Chen explained. We can get around it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Peng Siyuan said. If it were the four of them, they might just rush through. But it's different now. Their mission is to protect Su Chen and the other two. It is absolutely not allowed to put them in danger. This made Peng Siyuan hesitate. Let's go, we are not as weak as you think. Su Chen smiled and said, it's a waste of time to take a long detour. We are going to report to the university soon, but we don't have time to waste here. University? Peng Siyuan was stunned. Good guy, these two people are actually high school students? He thought he would at least graduate from college and join Xiaolong. In the end, it was still two high school students? Well, let's go. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then he took the lead and walked towards the east. The journey was fairly peaceful. But if it goes so calm, Peng Siyuan and others should become suspicious. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue. The latter nodded slightly. She understood what Su Chen meant. Directly restrain the dragon's pressure. Roar. Sure enough. There is no pressure from Chu Muxue. Soon, the voice of a monster came over. There are monsters, be careful. At this time, Peng Siyuan and the other four people quickly surrounded Su Chen and Chu Muxue. Their mission is to protect Su Chen and the other two. It's okay, let's go. Su Chen smiled slightly. Keep going. Roar. Not long after, more and more monster sounds sounded. Oops, it's a group of monsters. One of them said. As soon as his voice fell, a series of black shadows appeared in front of Su Chen and the others. This is... When Peng Siyuan saw the group of monsters, his pupils shrank slightly. Level 3 monster blue-scaled lion. Another person continued. This time, it's fun. The person who broke through before also shook his head helplessly. This blue-scaled lion is a level 3 monster. And there are a total of 18 blue-scaled lions in front of him. Although Peng Siyuan and his 4 people are very strong. But there are only 4 people, and it will take time to deal with 18 blue-scaled lions. If the blue-scaled lions find an opportunity to attack Su Chen and the others during this time, then it's really over. Peng Siyuan, you protect Su Chen and the others, and the 3 of us will go. Someone looked at Peng Siyuan and said. This is also good. Peng Siyuan thought about it and agreed. After all, protecting Su Chen is important. No need, go together and solve them. Su Chen said lightly. Then he moved and rushed towards the blue-scaled lion. Be careful, it's a level 3 monster. Peng Siyuan shouted. But at this moment, everyone saw that Su Chen took out a short knife. He moved and appeared next to a blue-scaled lion. Then he stabbed it into the head of the blue-scaled lion in an instant. The blue-scaled lion fell to the ground. How is this possible? Peng Siyuan was stunned. The other three were also shocked. Although the defense of the blue-scaled lion was not very strong. But it was not really killed so easily, right? In fact, they didn't know that when Su Chen took action, Chu Muxue directly suppressed the blue-scaled lion with dragon power. And what Su Chen attacked was also the weakness of the blue-scaled lion. In addition, Su Chen's own strength was not weak, so he killed it with one blow. Hey! Just when Peng Siyuan and the others had not recovered from their shock, the surrounding ice elements surged. Then, countless ice blades flew out. Instantly surrounded a blue-scaled lion. Then instantly pierced through. As soon as the blood splashed out, it immediately solidified into ice. Peng Siyuan and the other four, Omega Omega. Chapter 161. There is a smell of dragon here. What's going on with this special meow? The strength of these two people is only at the Ren level. It is equivalent to the strength of a level 2 monster. How can it be so easy to kill a level 3 monster? Why are you still standing there? Kill! Su Chen turned around and shouted to Peng Siyuan and the other four. Coming! One of them reacted. Without any hesitation, he directly joined the battle. Peng Siyuan and the other three also reacted. It seems that the vice-captain is right. Your strength is extraordinary. Brothers, kill! Peng Siyuan said and flew directly towards the blue Lin lion. When I entered the secret realm before, the vice-captain told them that Su Chen and the two were very powerful. Peng Siyuan thought he was talking about being very strong among the same level. I didn't expect that even a level 3 monster could be killed like this. How strong is this? This is so strong that it's a bit abnormal. Could this be the awakened person with S-level talent? If he grows up to the same level as them in the future, could it be that even level 5 monsters can be killed? Then it's a little too powerful. Boom! With the addition of 4 people, Peng Siyuan. Although there are many blue Lin lions, they are only level 3 monsters. The 4 of them, Peng Siyuan, are gang level experts. A being who can kill any level 4 monster he encounters. Now there is no need to distract Su Chen from protecting the 2 of them. He is naturally very strong in battle. Not long after, the 18 blue Lin lions were killed. Not bad. Su Chen also smiled slightly as he watched the last blue Lin lion fall. The effect is also achieved. He allowed Peng Siyuan and the others to see their true strength. There are 2 reasons. One is to let them know that they have the ability to protect themselves and do not need their distraction to protect themselves. The second one is, to show off in front of Peng Siyuan and the others. Yes, just to show off. Now the effect is achieved, and it's quite good. I didn't expect that you two are so strong. After Peng Siyuan finished killing the last blue lion, returned to Su Chen's side again. He was very surprised by Su Chen's performance just now. Although Su Chen didn't take action later. But once is enough. In his opinion, Su Chen was only at the 5th level of the Ren level, while Chu Muxue was a little higher, but only at the 8th level. Peng Siyuan really didn't know how these 2 people killed the level 3 monster. And it looks even easier than them. Could it be that these 2 people could fight against gang level experts like them? It's just that Peng Siyuan probably couldn't have imagined it. Chu Muxue is really capable. Not as good as a few, let's go. Su Chen smiled slightly. Then he said. These are the spirit beads dug out from the 18 blue Lin lions. There are 6 in total. I'm not very lucky. They are all ordinary spirit beads. At this time, a man who was collecting the blue lion's body came over. He handed the 6 spirit beads in his hand to Su Chen. This was dug out from the bodies of 18 blue lin lions. Su Chen nodded slightly and took the 6 spirit beads. Just put it away. Then he took out 4 more of them. I'll give these 4 spirit beads to you. Thank you for your hard work. Su Chen handed these 4 spirit beads to Peng Siyuan and the others. Said. This. Peng Siyuan and the other 4 wanted to refuse. But this is the spirit bead of a level 3 monster. Although they can come in and hunt normally, they have to hand it over. It can only be redeemed with points or contributions. Otherwise, you will have to wait for the monthly payment. But the number of level 3 spirit beads is too small and not enough at all. They couldn't leave Xiaolong easily. So I still like this level 3 spirit bead. Take it. Su Chen smiled. Not much was said. He knew that if Peng Siyuan and the others killed the blue lin lion and obtained the spirit beads, they would have to hand them over. So when the spirit bead was just handed to him, he accepted it. Yan Fei said before that the spirit beads obtained here all belonged to Su Chen. This was also for Su Chen to come over and give it a try. And when Su Chen put the spirit beads away, it became his own. Take it out again and give it to Peng Siyuan and the 4 others. This is considered a gift. They don't have to turn it in. Peng Siyuan and the others also saw this. Watching Su Chen put the spirit bead away and then put it out. Give it to them again. They can all see this. Su Chen just wanted them to keep the spirit beads. Thank you very much. The 4 of them, Peng Siyuan, thought about it for a while, but still couldn't resist the temptation of level 3 spirit beads. Accepted it directly. Su Chen nodded slightly. Where's mine? Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen and asked. There were 6 spirit beads just now. Su Chen gave it to Peng Siyuan and the others, why didn't he give it to her? I'll keep yours for you and give it to you when you need it. Su Chen said. Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen suspiciously. Why are you saying the same thing as what my mother said to me when I was a kid when I received red envelopes? Do you still have any red envelopes? Su Chen was stunned. I'm a little curious, the Dragon Clan actually has red envelopes? Of course. It's not big, just a few million. But if a few relatives give it, it should be several 100 million a year. Even I haven't seen it. Chu Muxue thought about it and felt that she had lost a lot. There are hundreds of millions a year. After so many years, there will definitely be tens of billions. This is such a loss. See if you have time, go home and ask your mother to come back. Let's go. Su Chen was speechless. A red envelope worth millions. You Dragon Clan are so rich. But think about it, that's the Dragon Clan. Most of all the secret realms are in the hands of the Dragon Clan. What resources are not available? You have resources, but are you afraid of running out of money? Just a little bit of it flowing out from the fingers is enough for several Su Chens to live for several lifetimes. Is this a rich person? Love it, love it. Suddenly I no longer want to work hard, I just want to be taken care of by Xiaolong. Yes. Because he received Su Chen's spirit bead. At this time, the 4 of Peng Siyuan worked harder. After hearing Su Chen's words, he rushed without hesitation. They also saw Su Chen's strength. Even the blue lin lion can't do anything to him. None of the monsters here have reached level 4, so there is no need to worry at all. The lake is in front of here, right? Su Chen asked as he walked. Peng Siyuan nodded slightly, yes, it's not far ahead, half an hour away. He naturally knew which lake Su Chen was talking about. They come here often too. After all, that was the lake where the dragon marks were found. If only I could find something in there. Maybe you can get appreciation from above, and promotion and salary increase will no longer be a dream. Unfortunately, no one has found anything yet. Otherwise, there would be no need for Su Chen and the others to come over. Then let's go. Su Chen nodded slightly. Peng Siyuan and 4 other people led the way in front because there were not many people walking here. Overgrown. Su Chen and Chu Muxue were walking leisurely behind. Suddenly, Chu Muxue frowned slightly, and then whispered in Su Chen's ear, "There is the smell of dragon here." Chapter 162 The Strongest and Weakest Talents, Dragon Tamer. It smells like a dragon here. Chu Muxue's words made Su Chen wary. It never occurred to him. It actually smells like a dragon here. That means that there is a dragon here, or a dragon has been there. Are you still here? Su Chen looked around and asked in a low voice. I don't know, the smell is very light, I guess I left long ago. Chu Muxue shook her head. The smell of dragon here is just a little bit. If she weren't in the dragon clan, her bloodline would be more orthodox. And it's a little special. It's really not necessarily possible to sense it. The so-called smell is not based on smell, but on feeling. Then there should be no more. Maybe the teeth found by Xiaolong are really from the dragon clan. I can't say for sure. Su Chen said. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. There was no rebuttal. After all, there were indeed dragons here. Why the tooth fell here is unknown. What, did you find anything? Peng Siyuan looked at Su Chen. I seem to have discovered something, so I came over to ask. Su Chen shook his head, it's not like we found anything, it's just that there don't seem to be many monsters here. Indeed, there are many monsters around here, but there are no monsters near the lake where the dragon marks were found, and there are no monsters even in the lake. Peng Siyuan nodded slightly. They had already noticed what Su Chen said. And I did some research on it. After research, it may be that the monsters feel the aura left by the dragon here, or it is called the dragon's power, which makes the monsters dare not approach. Peng Siyuan continued, because of this incident, it is even more certain that there are dragons here, but they have not been found yet. That's right. Su Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, if even the monsters dare not approach. Not to mention that there are dragons, there may also be higher level monsters. This will cause the surrounding monsters to not dare to approach. But Su Chen was sure that it was the dragon. After all, Chu Muxue could feel the smell of dragon. I'm curious, why do you have to find the dragons? Humans don't seem to have the strength to fight the dragons now. Chu Muxue asked curiously. Although human beings are powerful, they are also numerous. But the real top strength is far from the dragon clan. Why are you searching for the dragons so persistently? Aren't you afraid of angering the dragon clan and directly destroying the entire human world? Actually, this problem is no longer a secret. The dragon clan is very powerful. If you find the dragon clan, you may be able to get some ways to improve your strength from them. Peng Siyuan smiled slightly and explained. This is no longer a secret in Xiaolong, or in various departments. In this case, why not communicate directly with the dragon clan? Chu Muxue asked again. When they heard this question, Peng Siyuan and others were stunned. Even Su Chen smiled helplessly. Communicate? How can a human communicate with a monster? It's just like the monster we just met. If you talk to it, will it understand you? Peng Siyuan did not answer, but another man named Guan Lai answered the question. Yes. Humans do not yet have the means to communicate with monsters. If possible, humans would like to reconcile with monsters. It's a pity that there is no way, the monster is not proficient in language at all. It seems, too. At this time, Chu Muxue came back to her senses. Humans have never really come into contact with dragons. They have no idea that dragons can turn into humans. I don't know that dragons have learned human language. Even if some dragons have blended into humans. But the dragon clan has a rule that cannot be exposed. Naturally, no one knows about it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to blend into the crowd in the future. And because of various reasons, humans and dragons have never had direct contact with each other. Of course, this refers to the dragon that turned into a dragon. Let's go, we'll be at the lake soon. Peng Siyuan reminded. They didn't have too much doubt. After all, Chu Muxue is just a high school graduate. Haven't come across these yet. Just think that she was misled by the film and television works. Su Chen nodded slightly. Ahead is where the dragon's teeth were found. And Chu Muxue also discovered the smell of dragons, which at least proved that this secret realm of dragon marks really has something to do with dragons. Is this a lake? Su Chen looked at the lake in front of him. Looking at it curiously. This lake is not very big. The surrounding spiritual energy is very strong. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a dragon. Yes, our people have entered the lake countless times before, but they found nothing. We didn't see any dragons. Peng Siyuan said. Su Chen and Chu Muxue were both stunned. Who told you that dragons live in lakes? Su Chen asked. Ah? Isn't this common sense? Peng Siyuan was also stunned. A rhetorical question. Su Chen and Chu Muxue were stunned. I have never had any contact with the dragon clan, so where does this common sense come from? Before, whether it was the current strong men who encountered dragons, or the records in the archives, the dragons came out of the water, so dragons should be creatures in the water. Peng Siyuan explained, don't fall into misunderstandings. The dragons in the movies and TV shows are all fabricated. The real dragons should be water monsters. Su Chen, Chu Muxue. No wonder there have been no traces of dragons for so many years. They are all staring at the water. Su Chen complained helplessly. This is so weird. But isn't this too coincidental? Maybe the dragon happened to be hunting, or drinking water, or taking a bath, and it was encountered. It's not easy to encounter it at ordinary times. Chu Muxue whispered. Su Chen nodded slightly to show his understanding. After all, in a secret realm, seeing a person seems to be more surprising than seeing a dragon. So every time you see a dragon, it is in dragon form, not human form. You don't know anything, why did the deputy captain ask you to come? Peng Siyuan couldn't help asking curiously at this time. Su Chen and Chu Muxue smiled. Who knows nothing? But they naturally won't explain. They can't explain. You can't say that Chu Muxue is a dragon. She can prove that dragons don't really live in water. She can react to dragons, and you should have heard of the most useless S-level talent, right? Su Chen said casually. Ah! Peng Siyuan and the other four were stunned. Then they reacted, are you a dragon tamer? Yes, a dragon tamer, although it is the weakest talent, has some advantages that belong to the talent, and has a certain way to find dragons, which is innate. Su Chen explained, and it will also attract the arrival of dragons. Of course, these are all nonsense. So, if you find a dragon, will it be contracted by you? Peng Siyuan also reacted at this time. If you find a dragon, there is a dragon tamer here. Does it mean that you have to contract with Su Chen? Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly, if I can successfully contract, it will be mine. Yes. Confirmed by Su Chen. Peng Siyuan and the other three took a deep breath. If being a dragon tamer is the weakest talent, then being a dragon tamer who has contracted a dragon is the strongest talent. Chapter 163 Discovery under the lake about dragons. Dragon Master. It has always been the weakest talent. Even though it is an S-level talent, one can become very strong through simple practice. But compared to other S-level talented people, it is far behind. This is called the weakest talent. But if Su Chen really contracts long, as a dragon master who possesses a dragon, when he grows up, even the strongest awakened person in the country will not be as good as Su Chen. And now, what they have to do is to turn this dragon master without a dragon into a dragon master with a dragon. Didn't this lake choose to be protected? Chen saw the surroundings of the lake. No one is guarding it. Such a beautiful place, no one is watching? Originally, there was one, but then I felt that if I kept guarding here, if Long found someone, he might not be willing to come, so he removed the people. Peng Siyuan explained. Chen nodded slightly. Chu Muxue was disdainful. Do you really think that dragons are ordinary monsters? Sometimes, if you get tired of living in a secret place, you will change to another secret place. Unlike other monsters, they cannot leave the secret realm at all. So what do we do now? Do we go into the water? Peng Siyuan looked at Chen and asked curiously. Unnecessary. Chen shook his head. They don't need to go into the water. After all, Chu Muxue is here. You can tell whether there is a dragon here or not at a glance. Chen looked at Chu Muxue and saw the latter shaking his head. Go over there and have a look. Chen pointed to the distance and said to Peng Siyuan and the other four. Yes. Several people had no doubts. He ran directly towards that not far away. Chen looked at Chu Muxue and asked, is there the breath of a dragon here? Yes, yes, but, it seems a bit familiar here. Chu Muxue frowned slightly. She always felt that this place felt inexplicably familiar. Have you ever lived here? Chen was stunned. Could it be that Chu Muxue lived here before? I don't know, but it's possible. After all, this is a secret realm discovered by the Dragon Clan. Later, humans also discovered it, so just leave here. This is what Chu Muxue's mother told Chu Muxue. Nature is true. And Chu Muxue's mother seems to have some knowledge of this secret realm. It seemed possible that Chu Muxue had been here with her family before. Forget it, I don't want to think about it that much. There was indeed a dragon here before, but there must be no more now. The reason why there are no monsters in the lake is because dragons stayed in it before and the smell was there. Chu Muxue explained. Chen looked at the lake and joked, it seems that the dragon smell is quite strong. Pfft, let's go. That's because the smell of dragons is special, and the senses of monsters are very keen. Chu Muxue smiled slightly. Give Chen an explanation. The monster's perception is sharp, even after many years. The remaining scent of the dragon still made them afraid to approach. In other words, this place has become the dragon's territory. Naturally, other monsters did not dare to approach. Then let's stay here for a while and then leave. Lanyuan Cave is not far from here. The purpose of Chen's visit this time. It's Lanyuan Cave. After all, Lu Menjiu and Chu Muxue's mother mentioned it. And asked them to go in and take a look. It is enough to prove that there will be good harvests inside. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Then he stared into the lake. What are you looking at? Chen looked over curiously. There seems to be something left by the dragon in here. It's no wonder the aura here is so strong. Chu Muxue looked down and said. Oh? What is it? Is it useful? Chen asked curiously. If there were treasures left by the dragon, he wouldn't mind going down and getting them. But if it's of no use, forget it. Too lazy to get into the water. I'm not very sure either. I need to go down and have a look. Chu Muxue shook her head and said. You want to go down? Chen was stunned. Well, let me go down and take a look. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Then I'll accompany you. Chen said. No, there's no danger here. I'll go down and take a look, then come back up. Chu Muxue said as the ice elemental spiritual power surrounded her body. Just dive into the water. Chen had no choice but to follow. Just looking around. Time passed by minute. Chen wasn't worried about Chu Muxue's safety. After all, there are no monsters in this lake. There shouldn't be any danger, otherwise, those who entered the water before would have been killed long ago. It's impossible to find a piece of dragon's tooth. I don't know what Chu Muxue feels. Chen was very curious. But now I can only hold back. Fortunately, Chu Muxue didn't keep Chen waiting for long. It didn't take long to show up. How? Chen looked at Chu Muxue, who appeared and stretched out his hand to pull her up. I asked curiously. This is it. Chu Muxue took out the 3 scales in her hand. Dragon scales. Chen had seen Chu Muxue's original form before, which was a dragon. I also know dragon scale. Well, this seems to have fallen. I'll take 1 piece back. I should be able to tell which dragon is here. I'll give you the remaining 2 pieces. Chu Muxue said casually. Just now in the water, she relied on her perception to find these 3 dragon scales. But these things are of little use. Just take a piece back and you will know whether you recognize the dragon here. What's the use of these dragon scales? Chen asked curiously. In the past, dragon saliva could increase strength. If you grind this dragon scale into powder and drink it, wouldn't it make you invincible? It's useless. If you insist on saying it is useful, keeping it next to you can prevent other monsters from approaching. Chu Muxue thought for a while and said. This is probably the only function of dragon scales. After all, it has the aura of a dragon on it. As long as you carry it with you, you won't have to worry about other monsters approaching. Of course, there are also some relatively powerful monsters that like to provoke when they sense the smell of dragons. Chu Muxue added. After all, just like people, some people think they are awesome. I just like to provoke others. And for this kind of person, nothing good will come of it in the end. That's of no use to me. With you here, the dragon's scent is enough. It seems I'd better hand it in. I should be able to exchange it for something nice. Chen smiled slightly. Although he and Chu Muxue both felt that dragon scales were of little use. But if it is given to Xiaolong, that's a big discovery. After all, it has something to do with dragons. Just a tooth that looks like a dragon can directly send Xiaolong to take charge of this secret realm. Now dragon scales have been discovered, and they are truly dragon scales that can confirm that the dragon is here and that the dragon really exists. They will definitely like it. Whatever. Chu Muxue had no objection. It's just dragon scales anyway. This kind of thing is too common for dragons. Good. Chen put away the dragon scales. Then he called Peng Siyuan and others back. He is going to Lanyuan Cave. Chapter 164, We must enter Lanyuan Cave today. Lanyuan Cave. One of the purposes of Chen's visit this time. Now he is very close to Chen. Naturally he wanted to take a look. Did you find anything? Chen looked at Peng Siyuan and the other 4 and asked. All 4 of them shook their heads. It would be great if something could be discovered. Promotion and salary increase are no longer a problem. Unfortunately, they have been here several times and have not found it. Then let's go. Chen didn't say much. Regarding the dragon scales, he did not say anything at this time. After all, it's good stuff. You should be able to exchange for a lot of spirit beads. Of course, it is also possible to replace it with something else. Where to go now? Peng Siyuan looked at Chen and asked. Chen didn't have any extra explanation and said directly, follow me. Because he saw the map. Naturally, we know the direction of Lanyuan Cave. Soon, Peng Siyuan and others also discovered Chen's route. Do you want to go to Lanyuan Cave? Peng Siyuan asked curiously. Chen's goal was obvious, which was Lanyuan Cave. But what are you going to do there? He doesn't know yet. Well, I just found something next to the lake, and now I'm going to Lanyuan Cave. Chen said casually. This is not a lie either. After all, Su Chen really found dragon scales in the lake. Discover? What did you discover? When I heard this, Peng Siyuan and others were stunned. Then he asked a little excitedly. For so many years, they didn't find out. Could it be that Su Chen discovered something as soon as he came? I can't say yet, but don't worry, I will definitely take credit for you when the time comes. Su Chen said with a smile. In this regard, he was not stingy. Sometimes, a small benefit can make people die. Thank you. Sure enough, Peng Siyuan and the other four were very excited. Although it was found that it had nothing to do with them. But when Su Chen said this, it became relevant. You may not get a promotion, but you will definitely get a salary increase. Let's go. Su Chen still didn't say much. We went straight in the direction of Lan Yuan cave. This time, Peng Siyuan and the other two didn't say much and followed Su Chen. The Lan Yuan cave may not be easy to enter. Over the years, I have only gone in once, and I just moved some things out, and I haven't gone in since. At this time, Peng Siyuan also explained to Su Chen. Lan Yuan cave can be said to be a forbidden area. It is not accessible to ordinary people. Even getting close is difficult. Unless there is an order above. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get in. But would the superiors go to this extent for Su Chen? No one knows this. Don't worry, they will agree, unless they don't want any clues about the dragon. Su Chen smiled lightly. There are dragon scales in hand. More useful than anything else. He is very clear about this. It must be clear from above. Soon, several people arrived at Lan Yuan cave. This lake is different from the previous ones. There were patrols everywhere. Are these people from Xiaolong? Su Chen asked curiously. Most of them are not Xiaolong, but only a few are. After all, those who join Xiaolong must have at least B-level talent, so there are not many of them. The other people are all from other departments. Peng Siyuan explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. He thought Xiaolong was so cheap. There are at least hundreds of people here. If they were all Xiaolong people, then Xiaolong would be very powerful. After all, the requirement to join is that your talent reaches B-level. Are you familiar with it? Su Chen looked at so many people patrolling. Also a little helpless. Looking at Peng Siyuan beside him, he asked. I know someone. Peng Siyuan nodded. After all, they all belong to Xiaolong. Sometimes he would come and stand guard. I just couldn't get in. There are familiar people here too. Go and ask if you can let us in. Su Chen doesn't want to contact the above yet. If you can enter easily, that's great. If that doesn't work, Su Chen will contact the person in charge of Xiaolong. If that doesn't work, then Su Chen will have to use informal means. After all, he had to enter Lan Yuan cave. Then, let me go and ask. Peng Siyuan thought for a while. Nod slightly. He said something and ran over. When he was on patrol, he was stopped by someone. He took out his ID and then went in. Then he met a woman. Short hair, average appearance, very capable appearance. Peng Siyuan communicated with her. It looks like it's also a Xiaolong. It looks like it's hanging. At this time, said a young man named Wei Su among the four. How to say? Su Chen asked curiously. That woman's name is Yanxia. She is one of the few people in Xiaolong who respects the rules the most. To put it bluntly, she is a bit rigid. Na Wei Su continued. Su Chen nodded slightly. It looks like you can't go in directly. All I can do is make a phone call. Sure enough, Peng Siyuan ran back soon. I'm really angry. I told you that you were sent from above to investigate things about dragons. Peng Siyuan said helplessly. It looked like he was really angry. Then he continued, she said that investigation dragon went to the lake. Why did she come to Lanyuan cave? She said she was unwilling to let us in. She said that unless the above procedures were met, we would have no choice but to go back. So? Chen nodded slightly. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call to Yan Fei. Hey, Chen, did you find anything? Yan Fei's voice came over. Chen. Yes, but the clue I found has something to do with Lanyuan cave, but it was blocked by your people, so I couldn't enter at all. Chen said casually. After all, entering Lanyuan cave was Chen's goal. It has nothing to do with the dragon scales he discovered. What did you find? Yan Fei asked quickly. Chen said calmly, I'm not sure yet. I need to enter Lanyuan cave. Can you do it? Well, give the phone to the guard. Yan Fei said quickly. The tone was serious. Chen nodded slightly and walked directly in the direction of Yanxia. No entry without formalities. Before she even got close, Yanxia shouted lowly. Chen smiled lightly, would you answer Yan Fei's call? With that said, he pressed the speakerphone directly. Hey, I'm Yan Fei. At this time, Yan Fei's voice came from the phone. Just listen to him continue. Chen and the two are specially invited to investigate the matter of Longhen. Now they need to enter Lanyuan cave. You all should get out of the way. Did you hear that? Chen looked at Yanxia and said. Vice Captain, are there any procedures? Yanxia didn't answer Chen. Instead, he spoke to Yan Fei on the other side of the phone. Chen. Yan Fei. Xia. Are you on guard duty today? There are no formalities yet. We are doing something special. Let Chen and the others go in first. Yan Fei heard it. The person is Yanxia. He still knows Yanxia's character very well. It's a good thing to be fair and rigorous in doing things. It's just that sometimes, it's easy to get into trouble. No one is allowed to enter Lanyuan cave without formalities. Yanxia replied seriously. The procedures are complete, I will deliver it to you later. Yan Fei said softly. No, no one is allowed in without formalities. Yanxia refused. Chen smiled and said calmly, it seems that you, the deputy captain, have little power. In this case, the clues are interrupted, I will go back. Chapter 165 Did your mother tell you what you were doing here? Naturally, it was impossible for Chen to go back. He also wants to go to Lanyuan cave. If there is nothing Yan Fei can do, Chen could only find a way to get in by himself. Chen, just wait, we will definitely let you in. I heard that Chen had a clue and wanted to give up. Yan Fei said directly and quickly. If Chen's clues were important. If it involves dragons, that would be troublesome. Well, tell me. Chen nodded slightly. Yan Fei continued, Yanxia, in special times, special things need to be done. Chen is here for the dragon clan, looking for dragon marks. If you stop him, can you afford the consequences? This. Yanxia hesitated. Just when Yan Fei thought she was going to agree. Yanxia said directly, no, according to the rules and orders, if Chen wants to go in, there must be procedures. Yan Fei. This stubborn guy. Although this is usually fine. But now it's for the dragon. For such an important matter, it is natural to open a green channel. Why are you so ignorant? It seems that you, Vice Captain, can't do it. I'm going back. Chen said directly, let's end the dragon matter here. No. Yan Fei shouted quickly. Then he said directly, Yanxia, with the order of the deputy captain, I will transfer you back to Xiaolong, and Peng Siyuan will be on patrol duty. This is a direct order. Vice Captain Xiaolong is qualified to dispatch other people. Now I have no choice but to transfer him directly. This. Yan Jia hesitated. Do you want to disobey the order? If so, I will ask Peng Siyuan and others to capture you. Yan Fei's voice was full of untouchable majesty. Yes, Vice Captain. At this time, Yan Jia quickly answered. There was nothing she could do. According to the rules, when she was on patrol, she was not allowed to let in anyone without formalities. This is an order. But the order didn't say, let her patrol here all the time. In other words, temporary substitutions can be made. Yan Fei has the power to transfer people, and now he is giving orders. Yan Jia could only obey the order and temporarily changed posts with Peng Siyuan. Execute immediately. Yan Fei shouted. Yes. Yan Jia answered again. He looked at Su Chen, and then reluctantly handed the patrol armband to Peng Siyuan. I hope you will do everything according to the rules. Yan Jia said something. Nature. Peng Siyuan smiled. Longhen's matter is above everything else, including orders. As he said that, he put on his armband and said, Su Chen, let's go. Well, not bad. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked towards Lan Yuan cave. Chu Muxue also followed behind. Yan Jia watched Su Chen and others enter Lan Yuan cave. There is no way to stop it. Snort. All he could do was snort. He went directly towards the outside of the secret realm. Yes, Vice Captain, you still have some power. Su Chen hasn't hung up his phone yet. On the phone with Yan Fei. I made you laugh. Yan Fei said helplessly, although Yan Jia has such a temper, she is very suitable for guarding Lan Yuan cave. Well, it's just a bit of a waste of time. Su Chen did not deny it. Yan Jia is indeed pretty good. But it was Su Chen's time that was delayed. If Yan Fei didn't still have some power, it would be even more troublesome to enter Lan Yuan cave today. Unless you wait until the changing of the guard. Fortunately, I'm in now. The aura inside is much richer than outside. Su Chen had just stepped into Lan Yuan cave. I feel that the aura inside is richer than outside. Yes, but we are not allowed to come in here to absorb. Peng Siyuan said helplessly. They really want to practice here. But obviously, there is no chance. Why? Your strength has improved, doesn't it mean that Xiaolong's strength has improved? Su Chen asked curiously. Peng Siyuan shook his head, our strength can be improved through other methods, but we must not absorb the spiritual energy here. I heard that the spiritual energy here is to protect something. If we absorb it, it may cause the destruction of that thing. Wei Su explained to Su Chen. Protect what? Chu Muxue asked curiously. It doesn't matter whether it's okay to ask or not. This, we don't know either. Wei Su and others shook their heads. They don't know exactly what it is. Let's go, look around, it's important to look for the dragon. Su Chen said. He didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, the purpose of coming here is not to look for dragons at all. I just wanted to come over. Just look at the place, Chu Muxue's mother told Lu Menjiu. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Then he followed Su Chen and walked towards Lan Yuan cave. At the beginning, it was just a strong aura. The deeper he went, Su Chen could find that there were many stalactites here. Su Chen remembered the first time Lu Menjiu mentioned Lan Yuan cave to him. What it means is, the liquid dripping from the stalactites in Lan Yuan cave can strengthen the body and bones. But looking at this stalactite now, there is no sign of any liquid dripping. It seems that the stalactite Lu Menjiu mentioned is not here. Could it be the thing that Peng Siyuan and others mentioned? Su Chen thought to himself. After all, Lu Menjiu knew everything. Xiaolong must also know. Since the stalactite liquid is so effective, it must be protected. Su Chen had no doubt about this. But he wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, if you get a chance, give it a try. If there is no chance, then give up. Su Chen, we can only accompany you here. There are regulations that we cannot enter in front. Peng Siyuan and others were walking when they suddenly stopped. Then he said to Su Chen. Hey? Can't you go? Su Chen nodded slightly, then can I go? Do you need to report it? Of course, this was just a casual question. Of course there is no need. The vice-captain said that everything is up to you. Although we cannot enter here, those who came to investigate the dragon mark before can move forward, and you should do the same. Peng Siyuan explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. That's just right. Anyway, he came here just for the liquid of the stalactites. If Peng Siyuan and the others kept following him, Su Chen would still feel like they were in the way. This rule is great. Let's go. Su Chen said something to Chu Muxue. The two of them walked directly into the passage. Did your mother tell you last time what you were doing here? Su Chen asked Chu Muxue in a low voice. The latter shook his head. She didn't say much, she just said, I'll know when I come here. Didn't you say? Su Chen frowned slightly. But he soon relaxed and said, then let's go in first. I got some news before. Su Chen told Chu Muxue what Lu Menjihu said. Do you want to keep fit? After hearing this, Chu Muxue muttered something. After a moment, he shook his head and said, the dragon's body is already strong. I don't think my mother asked me to come here for this. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 166. Can the ice element be used in this way? Tap tap tap. There was no other sound in the cave. Only the footsteps of Su Chen and Chu Muxue could be heard. The two kept moving forward. After walking for about 5 minutes, I didn't see any special stalactites. They were all ordinary, with no liquid dripping down at all. Su Chen was a little doubtful whether what Lu Menjihu said was true. Since what Chu Muxue's mother said was not for her to come here to look for stalactites and strengthen her body. What Lu Menjihu said was different from Chu Muxue's mother. Su Chen naturally didn't find it credible either. What sound? Chu Muxue said suddenly. The two stopped and listened carefully. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. It sounds like the sound of water dripping. Su Chen said. That should be the stalactite you were talking about, right? Chu Muxue asked. Su Chen nodded slightly, maybe yes. With that said, the two of them walked quickly towards the direction from which the sound came. Soon, I saw a place. This. Su Chen was a little helpless. There is indeed a large stalactite here. And on top, an occasional drop of liquid drips. Below it, is a huge container. There is 1/10 of the liquid in it. Obviously, Xiaolong or some other department put it here. It seems that Xiaolong also knows what these liquids are for. Chu Muxue said. Surrounding this huge container are railings connecting from the top of the cave to the ground. It directly surrounded the entire stalactite and the huge container. And there are a lot of surveillance and other things around. I have thought before that they knew the purpose of this liquid, but I didn't expect it to be so well protected. Su Chen said helplessly. He knew before, and Xiaolong must also know what Lu Menjihu, who was in charge of the night bureau, knew. Maybe someone would guard it or something. But I didn't expect that cameras would be installed directly, along with various protective measures. Those railings are made of sky-supporting steel and are very hard. With our current strength, it will be very time-consuming to open them. Chu Muxue looked at the railing in front of her. I recognized it immediately. It's okay, we don't want this. Su Chen shook his head and said. Chu Muxue was a little confused and asked in a low voice, isn't this why you came here? Do you know why stalactites drip? Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue and asked. The latter was stunned, and she was smart enough to react immediately. You mean, those liquids have nothing to do with stalactites? Chu Muxue asked. Because it's not the stalactites that are dripping water. Instead, water dripping from the top of the cave formed stalactites. In other words, does this water come from the top of the cave? Well, that's true, but Xiaolong must have been able to think of these things. He has even sent people to look for them, but they probably didn't find anything. It is impossible for Xiaolong not to know the common sense that Su Chen can think of. But since we are just protecting this place, it means that they cannot find the source of the dripping water. Maybe Su Chen can give it a try. Then let's look for it. Chu Muxue also understood what Su Chen was thinking. Said. As long as they find the source. Even if you don't want the water, there's no problem. And Chu Muxue felt that the source of the dripping water from the stalactite might be related to the reason why her mother asked her to come over. Let's go. Su Chen said. Then the two of them walked directly around the magical stalactite and headed inside. Behind them, Su Chen and the two saw many similar stalactites. There were 5 pieces in total, all protected. This made it impossible for Su Chen and the others to succeed. Of course, this is not Su Chen's goal. Since this place is protected, the source is also in place. Su Chen's target was naturally the source. Is there any dragon scent here? As he walked, Su Chen suddenly became curious. Are there any dragons here? I haven't noticed it, but I always have a strange feeling in this Lanyuan cave. Chu Muxue shook her head and said. Su Chen looked around. Does it feel strange? There is nothing strange here. I don't know either, it's just a feeling. Chu Muxue shook her head, she didn't know what the specific situation was. After all, it's just a subtle feeling. The two continued to force themselves. Here, it smells like a dragon. Suddenly, Chu Muxue stopped. He looked at Su Chen and said. Here. Su Chen was stunned. There is nothing around here. Not even the many stalactites I saw along the way. It actually smells like a dragon? But Su Chen would naturally not disbelieve Chu Muxue's words. She is also a dragon. Since you can feel the dragon's breath here, there must be a dragon. Where did it come from? Su Chen asked. Chu Muxue pointed to the top. Su Chen raised his head and looked, there was nothing. It's not inside the cave roof, is it? Su Chen looked at the top of the cave and said. If it is really inside the cave roof, then we can only try to dig it out. Of course, it doesn't seem difficult to use violence. There is no surveillance around. After all, there are no stalactites here. It's possible. Chu Muxue said. Su Chen. Good guy, we have to smash it. If we smash it directly, will it hurt the dragon inside, or the items left by the dragon? Su Chen asked. Chu Muxue didn't say that there is really a dragon here. It may also be like a lake, with only dragon teeth and dragon scales left. No, if it is a dragon or something related to a dragon, your power can't hurt it at all. Chu Muxue explained very seriously. Su Chen. Although it is very real, it is still very hurtful to say it so directly. Try it. Su Chen thought about it. Directly condense spiritual power. Wait a minute. Chu Muxue stopped him. Then the spiritual power surged, and the ice element covered the surrounding walls. Freeze the upper layer of ice directly. After doing all this, Chu Muxue nodded slightly to Su Chen. Now it's okay. Okay. Su Chen said, and punched the top of the cave. The fist condensed by spiritual power hit the top of the cave directly. Bang! A loud noise. Countless stones fell from the top of the cave. But when those stones fell, they were directly frozen. Before they hit the ground, they were directly broken into dust. Can the ice element be used like this? Chen didn't expect it. This ice element can be controlled to this extent. In this way, no sound will be transmitted. Go deeper. Chu Muxue said to Chen. Okay. Chen nodded slightly. Concentrate another fist and hit the top of the cave. Bang! Countless stones still fell. Frozen into slag by Chu Muxue, turned into countless dust. When the dust dispersed, Chen and Chu Muxue saw that there was an entrance on the top of the cave, and it was pitch black inside. Chapter 167 Dragon Ball? Do dragons really have dragon balls? There is a deep cave on the top of the cave. There's a dragon's breath in it. Chu Muxue said to Chen. Is there a dragon in here? Chen looked inside the cave curiously. Could it be that there is a dragon hidden inside? If that's the case, it's no wonder the Xiaolong people can't find it. This is the real hidden dragon. No, it's just the breath of a dragon. There's no dragon, but there must be something about the dragon. Chu Muxue said to Chen. There is no dragon. Chen shook his head helplessly. But there is no god-level contract scroll now. Chen had no way to directly contract with the dragon. Even if there is, they can only be friends for a while at most. Contract is impossible. But now there is no dragon in it, so we don't even have to be friends anymore. Then let's go in and have a look. Chen looked at the hole on his head. I wanted to go in, but I was worried about something going wrong. I'll go in and take a look. You wait for me here. If there's any danger, you can summon me back. Chu Muxue thought for a while and said. Like this? That's okay, then be careful. Chen hesitated for a moment. Still nodded. After all, this is the only way to ensure true safety. Well, if there's no danger, come up again. Chu Muxue said, transformed into a dragon and got into the cave entrance. This is the safest way. If Chen dies, Chu Muxue will also die. But when Chu Muxue was in danger, Chen could directly summon her to leave. You can escape from the danger zone in an instant. This was also the reason why Chen agreed with Chu Muxue's method. Soon after Chu Muxue entered the cave entrance, Chen's cell phone rang. Hello. Opposite is Chu Muxue. There is another passage here, but it is relatively narrow, and it can be seen that it is man-made and not naturally formed. Chu Muxue's voice came over. Man-made? Is it Xiaolong? The first thing Chen thought of was Xiaolong. After all, this is their territory. I should be looking for it carefully. Probably not. The traces here are very old. I didn't find any danger. Do you want to come up and have a look? Chu Muxue said. Chen did not hesitate, okay. As he spoke, he pushed his feet hard and his whole body bounced up. With his current strength, he has no problem jumping to the top. Then support the channel with both hands and feet. With a little effort, you can climb straight up. Chen's body quickly climbed up by constantly borrowing force. After a while, they came to the cave entrance that Chu Muxue mentioned. Is this right here? Chen looked at the passage in front of him. But it is very short and narrow. Only one person can move forward. There is no passage behind. In other words, this passage starts from this place. No wonder Xiaolong's people didn't find this place. Should we go in and take a look? The dragon's breath is right here. Chu Muxue said. Chen nodded slightly. Now that I'm here, I must go and see it. There are no cameras or anything like that here anyway. Chen can definitely take a look first. If there is any danger, leave it to Xiaolong. There was no danger, so he explored it first. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Walk towards the front. The road is long. This passage seems to be going up. Su Chen said suddenly. I felt it too, but the dragon's aura was always there, and there was no danger along the way. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. She also noticed this. Along the way, he was also quite cautious. But there is no danger. There seems to be a light ahead. Su Chen saw a glimmer of light not far away. Although very weak. But in this dark cave, it is still eye-catching. Let's go take a look. Chu Muxue walked quickly towards the place where the light appeared. Su Chen followed behind. Soon, the two came to a place. The passage suddenly became wider. A small stone chamber was dug out here. Su Chen looked around. This is considered a small stone room. But although it was empty, there was nothing there. Not only was there no dragon seen, there was nothing left behind by the dragon. There was clearly light just now, but why is it gone when you come in? Su Chen searched around but couldn't find the source of the light just now. It was as if the light just attracted them. Then he just disappeared on the spot. That should be just some powder. Chu Muxue said suddenly. Powder. Su Chen was stunned. What kind of powder? Well, it's from the dragon clan. The nails are ground into powder, which will emit a faint light in the dark. It can't be seen clearly when you are close, but you can only see it when you are far away. I think the dragon's breath is also from these powders. Chu Muxue explained. Su Chen. Can your dragon nails still shine? It's really a rat biting a cow's ass. Yeah, but it seems like there's really nothing in here. Chu Muxue took out her mobile phone. I turned on the flashlight and looked around. Nothing was found. Wait, look up there. Just when Chu Muxue was about to turn off the flashlight, Su Chen suddenly said. After all, this is a small stone room, which is spacious and high. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Then she raised her phone. This. Chu Muxue and Su Chen were both stunned. There were heads hanging upside down above their heads. But after a closer look, they were not human. Monster beast. Su Chen recognized it. The heads of these monster beasts were well preserved. There were no signs of decay. Su Chen recognized several of them. What's going on? Why are these monster beast heads placed here? Chu Muxue was a little confused. Decoration. Su Chen didn't know either. Could it be that Chu Muxue's mother asked her to find these heads? I don't know either, but you can see that there seems to be a sunken place in the middle. There is also a sunken place on the top of the head. There are no monster beast heads there. Let me see. Su Chen looked at it. There is no head on it, but there seems to be something. I can't see it clearly. Chu Muxue also looked at it. I didn't see it clearly. Su Chen thought for a while. I'll take it down. He said and jumped up, then climbed up. The hole was not very big, and Su Chen felt a little crowded when crawling inside. Luckily, he was not fat or strong. Otherwise, he might get stuck. Soon, Su Chen touched the thing. As soon as his hand loosened, he fell directly down. Then he slightly released the force. Falling on the ground. Look, this is it. Su Chen held a bead in his hand and handed it to Chu Muxue. Is this a dragon ball? Chu Muxue was surprised. What? There really is a dragon ball? Su Chen looked at the bead in his hand in surprise. Do dragons really have dragon balls? I'm kidding you, this is a kind of ore found by the dragon clan in a secret realm. After being forged, it became like this. Chu Muxue said with a smile. Su Chen. What's the use of this thing? Su Chen looked at the beads in his hand with some curiosity. It was crystal clear, moist, and smooth, and it was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. Chapter 168, Head of Level 7 Monster. The beads in my hand were cold when I started to hold them. Su Chen was very curious, what is the use of this? After all, this place may have something to do with the dragon clan. It's definitely not simple for this thing to appear here. The water dripping from those stalactites probably overflowed from this stone. Chu Muxue explained. Su Chen was stunned and looked at the stone in his hand. He said with some curiosity, "This thing will overflow water." Su Chen thought this was somewhat magical. Although it is cold and crystal clear when you start it. But this stone is just a stone. Why is there still water? Well, no wonder that water has the effect of strengthening the body. If it is said to be this thing, it does. Chu Muxue explained, this thing is usually used by us dragons to take a bath. It can make our bodies stronger, but, this thing is of no use to me now, why does my mother still let me come? Chu Muxue was a little strange. They have used this stone to bathe since they were children. This also causes the dragon's body to become more powerful. After using it for a few years, it no longer works. Chu Muxue's mother didn't ask her to come here just to get this thing, right? Then there should be something else here. Su Chen looked around. There seemed to be nothing left. Except for the heads of those monster beasts. Could it be that Chu Muxue's mother asked her to come here to get these heads? It shouldn't be. I'll take a look again. Chu Muxue said and began to search carefully. Even check out those heads. These heads seem to have been forcibly cut off, and the fractures are very sharp. Chu Muxue carefully looked at the incisions on these heads. Very flat. It was cut off instantly by a sharp blade or something else. Is it possible that it was frozen? Su Chen also looked at it. Then asked. Freeze. Chu Muxue was stunned. Her talent is the ice element. The ice element is powerful enough to kill these monsters instantly. However, there are level 1 monsters here, there are level 2 monsters, but there are also level 7 monsters. Kill the level 7 monster instantly? How strong is this? Of course, Chu Muxue still closed her eyes and felt it. After a moment, he opened his eyes in surprise. The ice really froze their bodies in an instant, and shattered them into pieces in an instant, leaving only these heads. Chu Muxue could feel some remnants of ice elements from these heads. If it's a head, it's a coincidence. But all the heads here have ice elements. This can only mean one thing, the heads of these monster beasts are all left over after their bodies were instantly frozen. Then it was placed here. With so many monsters and neat incisions, the person who did this kind of thing must be very strong and control the ice element quite well. Su Chen can also control the ice element. Although only one spiritual skill can be used. But this is enough. He also knew that it was very difficult to do this. Who did this? Well, this strength is indeed very strong. Chu Muxue also nodded slightly. But here, there is really nothing else to discover. It's strange. Did my mother really ask me to come here just for this bead that I had no use for when I was a child? Chu Muxue looked at the beads in Su Chen's hand. He said with some confusion. Su Chen didn't answer. He didn't know what was going on. No. It seems your mother just asked you to come to Lanyuan Cave, and didn't ask you to get anything, right? Su Chen suddenly recalled. Chu Muxue's mother didn't seem to say she was bringing anything. But there is a place over there called Lanyuan Cave. You can go in and have a look. These are the exact words of Chu Muxue's mother. Just let Chu Muxue come to Lanyuan Cave. It didn't say you have to take anything with you. Or maybe, just coming in? It seems, yes. Chu Muxue also reacted. After a moment, he spoke again, I think I know whose handiwork this is. Su Chen was slightly startled. Look at Chu Muxue. Then she saw Chu Muxue taking out her phone. Then he dialed a number and pressed speakerphone. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the phone was finally connected. Muxue, why do you have time to call Mom? It was the voice of Chu Muxue's mother. Mom, Did you ask me to come to Lanyuan Cave to show me the heads of monsters? Chu Muxue asked. Hey, you found it so quickly? My Xiaoxue is still so smart. Chu Muxue's mother seemed a little surprised. These heads were all hunted by you, right? Chu Muxue asked again. Chen was stunned for a moment, and then came to his senses. No, these were all killed by Chu Muxue's mother? You can guess this? It's really boring. Chu Muxue's mother seemed a little surprised, but she quickly admitted directly, yes, I hunted them all, and when I hunted these monsters, I was only a few years older than you are now. You want to tell me to work hard and strive to be as strong as you? Chu Muxue asked. Was Mom so strong back then? No, I just want to say, is Mom very strong? Chu Muxue's mother asked. Chu Muxue. Hang up, goodbye. Chu Muxue didn't expect that this was just to show off her strength. No, it also has some educational significance, but it's not too big. Chu Muxue's mother said. Then there are dragon teeth and dragon scales in the lake here. Are they yours? Chu Muxue asked curiously. No, I don't know whose it belongs to, maybe it's yours. Chu Muxue's mother said. Ah! Chu Muxue was stunned. I took you there when I was a kid, have you forgotten? Chu Muxue's mother asked back. Chu Muxue thought about it for a moment, it seems so, but it's definitely not my teeth. My teeth haven't fallen out, and the scales don't have my breath at all. I'm just kidding you. Chu Muxue's mother said, that's it, I have a meeting here, you have fun. With that said, he hung up the phone. Chu Muxue. Meeting? Chen asked curiously. My mother also likes to show off in the human world. Chu Muxue said helplessly. Chen nodded slightly to express his understanding, I just didn't expect that these heads are all your mother's masterpieces, as well as those of level 7 monsters, and you have actually been to the Dragon Mark secret realm. I'm not too impressed. Chu Muxue shook her head helplessly, but what mother said should be true. She is the strongest ice dragon in the dragon clan. She did it, so there is nothing impossible. Suddenly, the truth became clear. Chu Muxue's mother asked her to come, either to find something or just to show off in front of Chu Muxue. But Chen didn't want to waste this place. Chapter 169 Two Major Discoveries. Although I'm not sure who the dragon's teeth and scales belong to, but at least I know what this so-called Lanyuan Cave is all about. This bead should have some effect if I use it. Chen looked at the crystal clear bead in his hand. He didn't want to leave it to Xiaolong at all. Well, if you want to hand it in, you can. I have a lot of them at home. It's okay to bring you two when the time comes. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Chen hesitated for a moment, okay, you bring me two, and I'll ask Xiaolong to exchange this thing for something more valuable. After all, for Chu Muxue and the Dragon Clan, this thing is not particularly expensive. It's just something I used to take a bath when I was a child. If this thing is handed over to Xiaolong, it will definitely be a great discovery. Chen also wants to exchange for something good. Chu Muxue also thinks so, it's better to exchange for some spiritual beads. The Dragon Clan has many things that can be used at will. But the spiritual beads are obtained according to strength and contribution. And you can't hunt monsters casually. This greatly limits the strength improvement of the Dragon Clan. Everyone has to rely on their own abilities. Of course, this also makes the dragons of the Dragon Clan more and more capable. For example, Chu Muxue's mother has mixed into human society. And Mogu, who met before. Of course, Chu Muxue can also be regarded as mixing into human society. All of this proves that the decision of the Dragon Clan is correct. Of course, this is also related to the fact that dragons are monsters. Hunting monsters and seizing spirit beads. That is similar to humans hunting dragons and seizing spirit beads. It is not easy to get over it. Dragons are not low-level monsters without wisdom. They kill each other, drink blood and eat meat. Okay, I will definitely make a lot of money when the time comes. Su Chen nodded slightly. Since Chu Muxue needs spirit beads, let's change them. For absorption, it doesn't need to be too high. The main thing is to have a large amount to satisfy your hunger. There is no need to bring spiritual skills. After all, that type of spirit beads are too rare. Now Su Chen doesn't even look at spirit beads with spiritual skills below level 5. Then there is nothing here, let's leave here. Su Chen searched carefully again. He didn't see anything valuable. He even looked at the heads. There was no spirit bead. I don't know if Chu Muxue's mother was unlucky and there was no spirit bead when she killed it. Or she took the spirit bead away in other ways. Anyway, the head was empty. Su Chen was more inclined to the latter. It is impossible to hunt so many monsters without spirit bead. How bad is the luck? Well, let's go. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Since she knew that she came here just to see her mother's masterpiece, Chu Muxue was too lazy to stay any longer. The two came out of the passage. Go directly on the way back. Chu Muxue can be sure that the breath of the dragon she felt. It's just here. There's nothing more if you go in. And Su Chen has now found the source of Lan Yuan cave that can make people strong and healthy. The purpose of the two coming here has been achieved. There is no point in staying any longer. Not long after, Su Chen and the other two saw Peng Siyuan and the other four. Su Chen, why did you come out so quickly? Peng Siyuan and the other four saw Su Chen and asked hurriedly, did you find anything? There are quite a lot of discoveries. Su Chen was not talking nonsense. There are still many discoveries here. Not only the dragon scales in the lake. This special stone also has some uses. And the heads of those monsters are also a kind of discovery. What is it? Peng Siyuan and the other four asked hurriedly. Su Chen shook his head, it's not the time to tell you now, it depends on what price is offered. Price? Peng Siyuan and the other four didn't understand. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Didn't Su Chen want to join Xiaolong? Dare to negotiate the price with the above? But if it is really related to the Dragon Clan, then it seems that there is nothing to talk about it. It's just, isn't that a reward? Let's go, we can leave here. Su Chen didn't say anything more. He has already joined the Night Bureau, so he will not join Xiaolong. However, Su Chen will not give up the reward he deserves. Okay. Peng Siyuan and the others nodded slightly. Then they left Lan Yuan cave together. Originally, Peng Siyuan needed to continue to stand guard. But the people who were changing guards outside had already arrived. It was also arranged by Yan Fei. After all, Peng Siyuan's mission was to protect Su Chen. Not to stand guard here. When leaving, Su Chen and the others still took the shortcut. Although it was dangerous, they had already walked through it when they came. Peng Siyuan and the others also knew Su Chen's strength. Naturally, they would not refuse. However, they did not encounter any monsters on the way back. Peng Siyuan and the others sighed, what good luck. Su Chen just smiled and said nothing. With Chu Muxue's pressure, the monsters here dare not approach easily. Soon, they left the Dragon Mark secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Yan Fei was already waiting here. When he saw Su Chen, he was excited. After all, he had heard Su Chen's report on the phone. There were two important things. The first one is related to dragons. The second thing is related to the fact that Lan Yuan cave can strengthen the body. Xiaolong has always attached great importance to these two things. But apparently there was little development. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was here for only one day, no, not even one day. There was a new breakthrough. It seemed that it was right to bring Su Chen here this time. Su Chen, what did you find? Seeing Su Chen coming, Yan Fei immediately ran over. The speed shocked Peng Siyuan and others. Vice Captain. Peng Siyuan and others saw Yan Fei and saluted quickly. However, Yan Fei obviously didn't pay attention, and his focus was entirely on Su Chen. I found a lot, which is pretty good, but I don't know what price you would give me. Su Chen said directly. He still likes this kind of transaction. The price, it depends on the superiors, but if your discovery is very useful, I think the superiors will definitely not be stingy. Yan Fei said with some embarrassment. Well, anyway, this is your Xiaolong matter. Just discuss it and I can tell you what I discovered first. Su Chen nodded slightly. This discovery can also be stated first. Let Xiaolong or someone higher up consider what benefits you can give me. This is Su Chen's bargaining chip. And everything is included in the system inventory by him. No one else can find it or get it. Good. Yan Fei did not refuse. Peng Siyuan and others were a little curious about Su Chen's remarks, but they didn't ask any more questions. They wanted to know even more what Su Chen had discovered. You know, they have been following Su Chen. They didn't know what Su Chen discovered. When I asked Su Chen just now, he didn't say anything. Now we finally know. As a result, the first words Su Chen said immediately shocked them to the spot. How is that possible? Almost shouted in unison. Chapter 170 The person in charge of Xiaolong. Yan Fei and others wanted to know what Su Chen had discovered. This has always intrigued their minds. First thing, about dragons. Su Chen smiled and said, I found dragon scales in the lake where you found dragon teeth. This is enough to prove that the teeth are from dragons. What? How is this possible? Sure enough. After saying the first sentence, Yan Fei and others were stunned. Su Chen actually found dragon scales in the lake. How is this possible? Our people have entered the lake countless times without finding it. How did you find it? Yan Fei asked in surprise. The Xiaolong people have entered the lake countless times. Almost the entire bottom of the lake was explored. Nothing to be found. Only the dragon tooth from before. After that, I tried to find enough proof that the dragon tooth belonged to the dragon, but I couldn't find it. But Su Chen found it all at once? I am a dragon master, and I have a sense of dragons. When I was around the lake before, I felt a little bit of the dragon. Feel it, just search according to the feeling, and I found it. There are 2 pieces in total. Can you ask what the price is? Su Chen said directly. Anyway, you have to negotiate the price. Behind him is the Night Bureau chief. Even if it wasn't given to Xiaolong, the opponent wouldn't dare to grab it directly. Su Chen believed that she could give a good price to Lu Menjiu. Of course, this thing belongs to Xiaolong. What Lu Menjiu wants to exchange with Xiaolong when the time comes is up to her. This, okay, what else? Yan Fei was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. What Su Chen said was certainly correct. If the dragon scale thing is true, then it can be confirmed that dragons really existed in the previous Dragon Mark secret realm. As for whether the dragon is still there is no way to know. But at least we know that dragons are not legends. At that time, more manpower will be added to find the dragon in this secret realm of dragon marks. The second discovery is that I have found the source of the water dripping from the stalactites. If I guessed correctly, it should be related to dragons. As for what it is, you will know by then. Su Chen didn't directly say that he was related to Long, he just speculated. After all, no one can guarantee that it is really related to dragons. Su Chen had never seen a dragon again. How can we say for sure? Is it related to dragons again? Okay, I'll notify the superiors right away. Yan Fei nodded. I took out my cell phone and contacted him. Peng Siyuan and others beside him were stunned. After a long time, he asked weakly, Su Chen, did you really discover the dragon scale? Of course, how could I joke about something like this? Su Chen nodded slightly. These things can all be handed in. Of course, the premise is to give Su Chen enough benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't even mind selling items about dragons, as well as wonderful ores that make people strong and healthy. I believe many people will like it. Not long after, Yan Fei came back. There was a solemn look on his face. How? Have we discussed it? Su Chen asked. Yan Fei shook his head. They need to hold a meeting about this matter. They won't let me take you to Xiaolong and have another meeting. Well, that's okay too. Su Chen nodded slightly. This kind of thing is not so easy to decide. They needed to discuss, and Su Chen had plenty of time. Of course there won't be any problems. Just give a good price. Then get in the car. Yan Fei said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly, then took Chu Muxue and got into the car together. Vice Captain, isn't Su Chen from Xiaolong? Can't you just ask him to hand it over? Peng Siyuan asked curiously. After all the spirit beads they obtained must be handed over. Why can Su Chen make an offer? This made him feel a little strange. Who told you that Su Chen is from Xiaolong? Yan Fei asked back. It would be great if Su Chen was from Xiaolong. Just ask him to hand it over. Unfortunately not. People are just here to help. And it promised benefits. Ah! People who are not hidden dragons can also enter the Dragon Mark secret realm. Peng Siyuan said in surprise. Yan Fei nodded slightly. Su Chen is the person in charge of the Night Bureau and is here to help. You should know that he is the Dragon Control Master. If there is a dragon, he will be the first to be eligible to contact it. This is quite serious. It doesn't matter whether Su Chen is in charge of the night game or Xiaolong. As long as it belongs to the official. When a dragon is discovered, the Dragon Master is the most qualified to be the first to contact it. After all, this is the only one who can control the dragon. If a powerful dragon is controlled by someone, it will only increase human strength to a higher level. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Su Chen's heart is with the government, it is certain that Su Chen is harmless to human society. After truly controlling a dragon, it will only be well cultivated. But now Su Chen is not sure whether Chu Muxue will be arrested and studied after being discovered to be controlling a dragon. Su Chen would not let anyone do this. So it was hidden. In charge of the Night Bureau. Peng Siyuan and others did not expect it. Su Chen was not from Xiaolong, but from the Night Bureau. They still have many doubts. But Yan Fei obviously didn't plan to tell them. Just get in the car and go. At this time, it was already dark. Along the way, Yan Fei was trying to get Su Chen to say something. But Su Chen didn't reveal anything. This made Yan Fei very helpless. He could only wait until he got to the place and then talk about it. Soon, Su Chen and his group came directly to the base camp of Xiaolong. There were many cars parked here. It was something Su Chen didn't see when he came today. After getting off the car, under the leadership of Yan Fei, Su Chen and his group came to Qianlong's meeting room. At this time, there were quite a few people inside. They were all unfamiliar faces. There were two people sitting in the first seat, one man and one woman. The woman was dressed very formally, while the man was more casual. The woman's name is Gao Minjian. She is not from Qianlong, but she has a lot of say in Qianlong. This time, the reward was also brought by her on orders, but it is more difficult to entangle, and she may lower the price. After all, you are not from Qianlong. Yan Fei whispered in Su Chen's ear. That man is the person in charge of Qianlong and our captain, Shi Yu, who is very strong. For these two people. Su Chen also took a look. Gao Minjian has a neat short hair, and she doesn't seem to be easy to get along with. She is a middle-aged woman. And Yu sat with a serious face, as if waiting for him. Chen took a look, and the other party seemed to notice and looked over, and then nodded slightly to Chen. This is a bit kind. Chen also nodded slightly in return. Captain, Secretary Gao, Chen is here. Yan Fei said directly. Chen was a little curious, who is Gao Mingjian's secretary? Yan Fei didn't say. It is estimated that there is something behind it. Well, sit down. Yu spoke first. Chen hasn't sat down yet. Gao Mingjian then spoke up, I heard that you found a dragon scale. Logically, you should hand it in. After all, it is within Xiaolong's responsibility. However, considering the value of the dragon scale, I can give you some compensation. When Chen heard this, his face darkened. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone! Chapter 171 Do you think you can stop me? Gao Mingjian's words made Chen feel uncomfortable. Should it be handed over? Give some compensation? If you really think so, then we don't need to talk. Chen said lightly. If it's just some compensation, then there's nothing to talk about. What Chen wants is not compensation, but a deal. Young man, stop when you are ahead. We will meet again in the future. Gao Mingjian looked at Chen and said lightly. Hearing this, Chen smiled, then there is no room for negotiation? It's not impossible to hand it over, but I will hand it over to the Night Bureau. Then you can go and talk to Lu Menjiu. As he said, Chen stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. At this time, Gao Mingjian spoke again. Chen had no intention of stopping. Who allowed you to leave? Gao Mingjian roared, stop him. Yu frowned slightly. Yan Fei on the side was also speechless. It's fine that Gao Mingjian is arrogant in Xiaolong. Why is she pretending to be so arrogant with the people of Zai Bureau? If it weren't for that person, you, an ordinary person, would dare to talk to the awakened person so arrogantly. You would be beaten to death. At this moment, two people appeared directly in front of Chen. Both of them are at the peak of Xin level. They are only one step away from gang level. Humph! Chu Muxue snorted coldly. Spiritual power surged. Ice elements instantly swept towards the two people. The two saw that Chu Muxue, a Ren-level person, dared to attack directly. Instead of retreating, they advanced. Crack! But at this moment, a subtle sound appeared. Then a chill surged from under their feet. The two had no time to react. They were instantly frozen. This. The people around them didn't expect it at all. Two people at the peak of Xin level took action. They were actually frozen instantly. The people here are also of similar strength. Only Yan Fei and Yu are stronger. How is it possible? Gao Mingjian was also shocked. These two people were brought by her. They are not Xiaolong's people. That's why she surrounded Chen and the others the moment she gave the order. But she didn't expect that they would turn into ice sculptures after just one encounter. Didn't the information say that these two people are both Renja strength? What's going on? At this time, Gao Mingjian secretly cursed the person who gave the information. Originally, she thought that they were just two Renja students. Just a little scare. It would be done. But she didn't expect that the other party would freeze her two people directly as soon as he made a move. Such a strong strength, such a terrifying talent. Yu and Yan Fei looked at each other. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Just a face-to-face encounter. He had already subdued two people who had reached the peak of Shinja. With such strength, even if they took action, it would be no more than this. But the girl in front of him was only at the Ren level. There was a big gap between her and the peak of the Xin level. There was even a big gap between her and them. It was incredible that she could do this. Does anyone want to stop them? Chen said calmly. No one took action. Their strength was similar to the two who had just taken action. Taking action now would only add 2 more ice sculptures to the conference hall. Chen, I was just joking with you just now. You are from the Night Bureau, so you don't have to hand it in. At this time, Gao Mingjian spoke again. She was a little scared. The people in front of her were all awakened. She was just an ordinary person. If she was frozen, she would definitely die. Oh? Don't have to hand it in. Chen said calmly. He didn't really want to leave. But if the other party was too bullying, he would consider leaving directly. At that time, the things would naturally not be given to the Night Bureau. There were probably many people outside who bought it at a high price. After all, it was a dragon scale. And there are beads that can strengthen the body. These two together are enough to make many people excited. Well, no need to hand it over, we are willing to exchange it with something useful to you. Gao Mingjian said with a smile, come, let's sit down and have a good talk. I said, there is nothing to talk about, name a price. Chen did not sit down. Said directly. If it was just now, he was willing to sit down and have a good talk. But now, there is no need. You. Gao Mingjian was about to get angry again, but she got angry when she thought of Chen saying that he would get angry. What if he froze her directly later? That would be the end. We have actually discussed it just now. We are willing to exchange each of your 2 dragon scales with 1000 level 4 ordinary spirit beads, and the treasure that can strengthen the body, is going to be exchanged with 1000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. What do you think? Gao Mingjian could only suppress the anger in her heart. Said directly. Chen smiled faintly. With just this little stuff, are you going to give it to beggars? Is this the only strength you have in Xiaolong? Although the amount seems to be quite a lot. But it's just a level 4 spirit bead, and Chen really doesn't like it. And they actually want to exchange it for dragon scales? This thing is of no use to Chen, but it is very important to Xiaolong. But only for this little thing? Isn't that too stingy? Then, for each dragon scale, I will give you 1500 level 4 ordinary spirit beads. What do you think? Gao Mingjian was actually prepared when she came. She wants to buy this dragon scale at the lowest price. Chen shook his head and said, 5,000. No, 5,000 level 4 ordinary spirit beads are too many. Gao Mingjian interrupted him directly and said. Chen smiled faintly, I'm talking about 5,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads. Why don't you go and grab it? Gao Mingjian was stunned immediately. Their previous plan was to buy it from Chen for the price of 2,500 level 4 ordinary spirit beads each. As a result, Chen now directly wants 3,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads? I haven't finished talking yet. The price of each piece of 5,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads. Chen smiled and quoted. I wouldn't have asked for such a high price. However, due to Gao Mingjian's saucy operation, Chen wanted to make more money. Impossible. A maximum of 3,000 level 4 ordinary spirit beads. Gao Mingjian said directly. This price has exceeded their previous expectations. If you go by the price Chen said, it's absolutely impossible. Okay, then I'll ask the Night Enforcement Bureau. If it doesn't work, you can sell it to the black market. Anyway, someone will definitely be willing to take it. Chen said calmly. Yan Fei said this when he asked him to come. If there are dragons, they are all his. Although there is no dragon now, there are only dragon scales. But it also belongs to Chen. How dare you? Gao Mingjian said angrily. Well, if it doesn't work, I can just find a place to throw it away, maybe return it to the dragon clan, maybe I can get better compensation. Su Chen said casually. No dragon cares about scales. If you really care, Chu Muxue would not give it to Su Chen. But at this time, for example, it's pretty good. Chapter 172 The transaction between dragon scales and spirit beads is completed. Sure enough, when Su Chen said he wanted to return it to the dragon clan, Gao Mingjian was speechless. If Su Chen said to sell to the black market, they wouldn't be too worried. But if Su Chen wanted to return the dragon scales to the dragon clan, they would never get it again. Although I don't know where the dragon is. But if Su Chen has dragon scales on his body, and he is a dragon master, maybe he can actually find them. Su Chen, if you have anything to discuss, we should discuss it carefully. 5,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads are unlikely, but if you return them to the dragon clan, you will really have nothing. Gao Mingjian didn't dare to say much at this time. She had already seen Su Chen's strength. But now that the dragon scales are on his body, there is no way to snatch them away directly. After all, Su Chen is the only professional dragon master currently. No dragons have been found yet though. But as mentioned above, Su Chen takes the lead in everything. Gao Mingjian just wanted to use the lowest price in exchange for the dragon scales in Su Chen's hands. In this way, she can also get a lot of rewards. You can even deduct some spirit beads. If you sell it, you can get a lot of money. I won't say much more about this. But the price Su Chen wants now is really too high. She couldn't possibly give it. Otherwise, even if she does get dragon scales, the higher UPS will blame her. 5,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads are not a small amount. There's nothing to say. Originally, I could give you 2 dragon scales for the 5,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads, but I'm afraid I'll be asked to hand them over in the future. I think it's better to sell them a little more. Su Chen was talking about Gao Mingjian. If it weren't for what she did just now, there simply won't be so many things. When she heard this, Gao Mingjian's face didn't look very good. Shi Yu and Yan Fei on the side did not speak. Just watch quietly. After all, Gao Mingjian's behavior also made them feel uncomfortable. Although Su Chen is not from Xiaolong. But before, Gao Mingjian thought Su Chen belonged to Xiaolong, so she treated him like this. But Shi Yu and Yan Fei are the real Xiaolong people. If you can treat Su Chen like this now, you can treat them like this in the future. This made both Shi Yu and Yan Fei feel a little uncomfortable. Now I am a theater goer. Let's see how Gao Mingjian steps down. Su Chen, don't go too far. Gao Mingjian growled. Su Chen smiled faintly. Who went too far? Who just came up and said that I have to hand it in and give me a reward? Is this Xiaolong? This is Secretary Gao's decision alone. She does not represent our Xiaolong. At this time, Shi Yu suddenly spoke. Qianlong's people were startled when they heard this. Nothing more was said after that. Since the captain said so, then they will follow the captain. Gao Mingjian's coquettish operation just now not only made Shi Yu feel uncomfortable, but also none of these Qianlong people felt comfortable. If it weren't for the High Secretary's status, it wouldn't be simple. They had long wanted to beat up Gao Mingjian. Gao Ming didn't expect it. Now Shi Yu actually said these words. But she had no choice. Facing Su Chen now, she really couldn't do it without Qianlong. It seems Captain Shi has a different idea. Why don't I sell the dragon scales to you? Su Chen looked at Shi Yu and said. This Gao Mingjian should be sent from above. Very arrogant. But these Shiyu are the real hidden dragons. It would also be good if you sell the dragon scales to them. We think there just aren't that many spirit beads. Shi Yu shook his head helplessly. If he could buy dragon scales from Su Chen, that is naturally good. It's a pity that they can't get the spirit beads Su Chen mentioned. Secretary Gao, what are your thoughts? Su Chen looked at Gao Mingjian and asked. I'll call and ask. Gao Mingjian thought for a while and prepared to make a call. After all, she couldn't make the decision about 5,000 level 5 spirit beads. All I can do is call and ask for instructions. Okay, I'll call you. Su Chen nodded slightly. After Gao Mingjian said this, she took out her mobile phone and made a call. Then explained the situation clearly to the other party. The result should be that he was scolded by the opponent. A submissive look on his face. Su Chen didn't eavesdrop. After all, this kind of thing should be traded if it can be done. If it doesn't work, he will just leave. Anyway, I'm not afraid that no one will want it. Moreover, Su Chen was in charge of the night bureau, not Xiaolong. There is no need to talk to them more, and there is no need to give them face. Even if Zai Bureau wanted to do it, Su Chen would leave Zai Bureau directly. He has a dragon anyway, as long as he grows up. What can't be crushed? It is precisely because of such a confidence. Su Chen is so stable. After a while, Gao Mingjian's call finally ended. Walk to Su Chen's side. His face is not very pretty. How's it going? Secretary Gao, my price should be pretty good, right? Su Chen said. The tone before was a bit casual. Gao Mingjian thought for a while and spoke again, the price is a bit high. The boss thinks that each dragon scale will give you 3,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads. Forget it, I'm leaving. Su Chen shook his head. I thought the talks had been successful. The result is still nothing. It seems that we can only find another buyer. No, each dragon scale will give you 3,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads, and then give you 3 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. What do you think? This is the highest price Gao Mingjian can give. If it was any higher, she wouldn't be able to give it. 3 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills? 6, maybe. Su Chen thought for a while and said. If there are only 3 pieces, it's a bit small. Although these level 6 spiritual beads with spiritual skills are difficult to obtain. But the price is not particularly outrageous. If there were only 3, compared to 4,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads, Su Chen still liked the latter. 6 is too many. I can only give you 4 at most. Gao Mingjian shook his head. If you give more, it will be over the limit. Then these 4 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills, I want to choose my own spiritual skills. Su Chen said calmly. If he had a choice, he would still do it. If it doesn't work, forget it. This is good. Anyway, it's all given. It's just that the one you choose may be more suitable. If he still didn't agree to this, then Su Chen would definitely leave directly. So Gao Mingjian just hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's it, you can give me the spirit beads anytime. Su Chen asked. Since the price has been negotiated, he can leave directly when the time comes. Now I don't have the slightest good impression of this Xiaolong. Tomorrow morning, if you don't mind waiting. Gao Mingjian thought for a while and said. Su Chen shook his head, 1 hour later, I want to see the spirit bead, otherwise, the transaction will be cancelled. Chapter 173 Time is up, it seems the deal has failed. Su Chen didn't want to wait here. What if these people regret it again? Although Su Chen can summon Chu Muxue when the time comes. Chu Muxue is only a gang-level person. But according to what Chu Muxue said, Chu Muxue can also handle people with level V strength. But Su Chen obviously didn't want to expose too much. So only give me an hour. If the other party couldn't come up with what Su Chen wanted within an hour, Su Chen would take the dragon scale and leave without hesitation. Anyway, it is impossible for them to snatch it from the system inventory. 1 hour is a bit too fast, isn't it? Gao Mingjian said. An hour is indeed a bit rushed. If you can't do this within an hour, then I really don't want the dragon scale to be handed over to an incompetent being. Su Chen shook his head. 1 hour is enough, It might be difficult for a being like Xiaolong to come up with what Chen needs within an hour. But this person represents the higher UPS. Just look at her status as an ordinary person in Xiaolong. The above is definitely not simple. 1 hour is definitely enough. If this is not possible, either he was not strong enough and Chen was too lazy to trade, or they just don't want to trade and deliberately delay time. Chen didn't want to trade anymore. So within an hour, if Chen didn't get what he wanted, Chen planned to leave directly. Who says we don't have the ability? Gao Mingjian was stunned and didn't allow others to say that. He spoke again, okay, just an hour. 6,000 ordinary level 5 spirit beads and 4 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. It's really not easy to prepare for this. But there is no way. Chen can't be looked down upon. They have to prove that they have this strength. Otherwise, he would not only lose the dragon scale in Chen's hand. It may also make others, such as Xiaolong, doubt their abilities. How will we manage them in the future? So this thing, no matter whether it is difficult or not, must be obtained within an hour. My requirements for level 6 spirit beads are not high. I want 2 ice elemental ones and 2 fire elemental ones. Chen said calmly. Okay. Gao Mingjian agreed directly. The reason why Chen didn't want anything without attributes. The main thing is that he himself is a dragon master, as long as the dragon's strength improves. It doesn't matter whether his own strength is improved or not. Moreover, it is a bit difficult to obtain spirit beads with no attributes and spiritual skills. Chen didn't want to waste time. 2 dragons, each with 2 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. You should be able to get good spiritual skills. After all, it is level 6. For an hour, Chen didn't speak again. Chu Muxue was also waiting aside. But let the 2 frozen people come out. It's just that the freezing time is a bit long. Both of them were carried out. Chu Muxue did not kill anyone. She knew that Chen still wanted to negotiate with these people. If he really killed 2 strong men at the peak of Xin level, it's definitely not that easy to talk about. Of course, if the talks really break down, Chu Muxue doesn't mind letting these 2 people become 2 corpses. It's just that the conversation seems to be okay now. There are still 10 minutes left. Your people's efficiency is really slow. Chen looked at the time. There are still 10 minutes left in an hour. He couldn't help but speak to Gao Mingjian calmly. It's been 50 minutes and it's not ready yet. It will definitely be done within an hour. Gao Mingjian said with a cold face. She knows how strong she relies on. Not just financial resources. Otherwise, even Xiaolong would not obey. She represents the official. This was enough to give her confidence. I hope so. Chen nodded slightly. Didn't say much. After all, the time has not come yet. As long as the time is up, even if he is 1 second late, Chen will leave directly. The last 10 minutes seemed a bit long. Chen was not in a hurry, he just waited quietly. And Gao Mingjian was a little restless. 5 minutes left. When another 5 minutes passed, Chen reminded him again. No. Gao Mingjian just answered. No more words were said. It seems that he no longer has the confidence he had before. Chen just smiled faintly. Time passed by minute. The last 2 minutes. Chen looked at the time and saw that it was almost up. It seems that the person behind Gao Mingjian is not that good. Surely we can. Gao Mingjian hasn't finished speaking yet. Someone shouted from outside, Secretary Gao, we've brought the things. Immediately afterwards, a figure ran in from outside. 2 more people came in behind him, carrying a large box. Secretary Gao, 6,000 ordinary level 5 spirit beads and 4 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills are all here. As he spoke, he took out a box. Opened inside, there are 4 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. I just said, we can definitely do it. Gao Mingjian looked at Su Chen, very confident. Well, not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly. I only arrived in the last few minutes, so I don't know what Gao Mingjian is so proud of. It took so long because I wasted a little time counting 6,000 ordinary level 5 spirit beads. The people who came now knew what was going on. Explain quickly. Did you hear that? It's mainly because the quantity is huge, it's not that we can't get it out. After Gao Mingjian heard this, looking at Su Chen, he said calmly. 6,000 ordinary level 5 spirit beads, as long as 3,000 people each take 2, won't it count? Su Chen said calmly, it's not possible that you don't even have 3,000 people, is it? It's not possible, is it? You. Gao Mingjian was almost furious. How could they not have 3,000 people? There just wasn't time for everyone to count together, everyone had a job. How could we just ask them to count the spirit beads? Now that the spirit beads are here, it's time for you to give me the dragon scales, right? Gao Mingjian didn't want to argue with Su Chen at this time. He just said viciously. Wait a minute, there are still 1,000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. Are you ready? Su Chen asked calmly. This is the price of buying the fitness stone. Su Chen didn't forget it. You. Gao Mingjian felt like she was really almost gone this time. Why is this Su Chen so irritating? There's only 1 minute left, I believe you can make it. Su Chen looked at his phone. I didn't want to do this at first. Who made Gao Mingjian so arrogant? Did you bring it? Gao Mingjian ignored Su Chen and looked at the people who brought the spirit beads. Asked. Gao, Secretary Gao, you only asked us to bring 6,000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads and 4 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. You didn't mention 1,000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. The man said weakly. Waste. Gao Mingjian cursed angrily, a bunch of trash. Okay, the time is up, it seems the transaction failed. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Get up and get ready to leave. Chapter 174 Why are 5 spirit beads missing? Su Chen stood up and was about to leave. Wait! Gao Mingjian shouted. Now that it has reached this point, she definitely can't let Su Chen leave like this. Things haven't arrived yet. How could she explain it to her superiors? Secretary Gao, I gave you time. Su Chen smiled lightly. Originally, Su Chen didn't care about this little spiritual pearl. But Gao Mingjian was so arrogant. Only then would Su Chen come up with it. In this case, if you give me another 10 minutes, I will definitely be able to take it out. At this time, Gao Mingjian also spoke again. In 10 minutes, she had something to come up with. As long as Su Chen is willing to trade. 10 minutes? My time is precious. 10 minutes is more than 10 minutes for me to hunt monsters, right? And I've already given you an hour. Su Chen shook his head. No intention of staying. Then what do you want? Gao Mingjian shouted. At this time, Su Chen stopped and said, 10 minutes is enough, but 1 minute will cost me 100 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. Why don't you go and grab it? Gao Mingjian shouted. 1 minute is 100 coins, 10 minutes is exactly 1,000 coins. Including the previous 1,000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads, the total is 2,000. This directly doubled. Why didn't Su Chen grab it? What do you think I'm doing now? Su Chen asked back. Gao Mingjian. This means, are you robbing now? Do you want me to leave? Su Chen added. Want. Gao Mingjian agreed directly. She had to get this dragon scale and that thing. After finishing speaking, Gao Mingjian looked at Shi Yu and said, Captain Shi, borrow Xiaolong's 2,000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads and return them tomorrow. This, Shi Yu was still watching the show. But there is no way. Secretary Gao represents the higher authorities and works for the higher authorities. No other Xiaolong can take it out. But there are still 2000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. You can only send someone to get it. Su Chen smiled faintly, sat on the chair and waited. This time, I received another 1000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. He is not afraid of offending people. There are spiritual beads that enhance his own strength. There are also 2 dragons with strength. Even if someone wants to do something to him, and his strength has improved, do he still need to worry about this? Soon, 2000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads were ready. These are the spirit beads you want. Can you give me something? Gao Mingjian looked very unhappy. Just because of this, she spent an extra 1000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. Not a huge loss though. But it's also her responsibility. If someone blames someone from above, she will also be scolded. There may also be penalties. For Gao Mingjian, this is the biggest loss. Let me see first, is this the right amount? Su Chen said calmly. This is not to make things difficult. After all, there are 6000 level 5 ordinary spirit beads. He couldn't guarantee that there were no missing or other levels of spirit beads in it. We will never make a mistake. Gao Mingjian said directly, you don't want us to wait until you finish counting these 8000 spirit beads, do you? The total number of level 5 ordinary spirit beads and level 3 ordinary spirit beads is exactly 8000. How long does it take to count? Su Chen said calmly, I don't need to be as useless as your people. As he said that, he pressed his hand directly on the box of 2000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. Into the system inventory. Space storage. Gao Mingjian didn't expect it. Su Chen actually has such a high-level thing. This is something she can't even afford. But thinking about it, it seems normal for Su Chen to grab things like this if he can afford them. 2000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads, no problem. Su Chen didn't care about everyone's surprised looks. Just took a look. In the system inventory, you can see that under the treasure box, the name displayed is treasure box containing level 3 ordinary spirit orbs X2000. This can also be seen. This treasure box contains 2000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. There is nothing wrong with that. Of course the number of spirit beads Xiaolong took out is correct. Yan Fei said on the side. This was taken out by Xiaolong. Not a single one is wrong. Su Chen didn't speak. Walk directly towards the other box. Then use the same method to put it into the system inventory. Soon, the quantity was displayed inside. 5 spirit beads are missing. Su Chen said calmly. Because it shows above. Treasure box containing level 5 ordinary spirit beads X5995. In other words, there are 5 spirit beads missing here. Although the levels are all correct. But the quantity is wrong. Impossible. Gao Mingjian said. It's impossible to miss 5. Su Chen took out the box directly. Is it missing? Count it yourself. Su Chen said calmly. Gao Mingjian. This special meow costs 6000 pieces. How could she count? But she felt that there must be nothing wrong, unless... Tell me, what's going on? At this time, Gao Mingjian looked at the 3 people who brought the spirit beads. Ah? What are you talking about? Secretary Gao. The leader looked panicked at this time. Then he looked at Su Chen, the quantity here is absolutely correct. Then count them. I haven't opened them anyway. If there aren't any less, the number must be correct. Su Chen said calmly. This. The man looked panicked. I don't know how to speak. If you steal this spirit bead, do you know the consequences? If you confess, you will be lenient, but if you resist, you will be stern. Do you understand? Gao Mingjian at this time. I also know that there must be a problem. If there were no problems, these three people wouldn't have this expression. We didn't. The man said quickly. Okay, then let people investigate. If there is really any, then wait for the heaviest punishment. Gao Mingjian said fiercely. Su Chen watched from the side. That is to say, watching the fun. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this system. The last 5 spirit beads were probably taken away by these 3 people, right? But it has nothing to do with him. He just wants the spirit beads. No, Secretary Gao, I say, I confess. At this time, a man carrying a box behind him quickly shouted. Seems like he can't stand the pressure. He quickly said, it's him. He said it would be okay if there were 5 coins missing. I only took 1, not more. As the man spoke, he took out the spirit bead. I also confess, I only took 1, and the remaining 3 are all in his hands. Another person came in carrying a box. He also quickly took out another spirit bead. Humph, you are the one who keeps guarding and stealing, you are really yours. Gao Mingjian snorted coldly. Then he looked at the leader, where are the 3 spirit beads? Exist. The man swallowed. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran away. But what is this place? This is a hidden dragon. How could he be allowed to run away? Not long after he ran away, he was caught by Yan Fei. 3 spirit beads were also found on him. Chapter 175 Ordinary people in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Su Chen was just watching on the side. He didn't make a move. Anyway, it was his stuff, so naturally someone would help get it back. Sure enough, there are 3 more spirit beads. Yan Fei handed the 3 spirit beads to Gao Mingjian. This made Gao Mingjian look unhappy. Originally, the matter this time was very complicated. Now someone is stealing from the company. Are 5 ordinary level 5 spirit beads a lot? Not much. Although they are valuable, they are not a lot. But if Su Chen doesn't want to trade because of these 5 spirit beads, then even killing them would be too light. Mr. Su Chen, these 5 spirit beads are here. At this time, Gao Mingjian handed the remaining 5 spirit beads to Su Chen. This time, she didn't dare to be arrogant. Even the name changed. She was afraid that Su Chen would not trade if he was unhappy. Watching Gao Mingjian hand over the remaining 5 spirit beads, Su Chen was not in a hurry to take them. Instead, she asked, are these your people? They don't look that good. They are just temporary workers, temporary workers. Gao Mingjian thought for a while before she spoke slowly. Su Chen smiled, temporary workers? That's really bold, how do you plan to deal with them? These 3 people will naturally not be let go easily. Gao Mingjian answered quickly. Su Chen was still very comfortable with her attitude. Wasn't he just high and mighty? Why did he change all of a sudden? But Su Chen didn't know that Gao Mingjian was already in trouble for paying an extra 1000 level 3 ordinary spirit beads just now. If something happened again because of these 5 spirit beads, I'm afraid she really couldn't keep her position. That's why she behaved like this. Won't let them go easily. Then how to deal with them? Su Chen asked lightly. What they stole was Su Chen's spirit beads. Although they were found, Su Chen would not let them go easily. We have to take it back to decide. Gao Mingjian answered. Is that so? Su Chen nodded slightly, and then said, then I hope Secretary Gao will tell me the results of the disposal. These 5 spirit beads will be left with you first. After the disposal, come and trade with me. Su Chen said, and he was ready to leave. Wait! Gao Mingjian shouted hurriedly. Su Chen's dragon scales have not been given yet. If he just leaves like this, then this matter will be difficult to handle. Gao Mingjian will naturally not let Su Chen leave directly. What? Su Chen asked lightly. I will deal with this matter now. Gao Mingjian said directly. No need to wait for the top. Su Chen asked back. No need. Gao Mingjian said decisively. Then he looked at the three people, for stealing spirit beads, pull these three people down, and remove both hands for those who steal 3, and remove 5 fingers for the remaining 2. Yes. The 2 people brought by Gao Mingjian just recovered. Hearing this, they pulled the 3 people away directly. Secretary Gao, please forgive me. Secretary Gao, I know I was wrong. The 3 were taken away directly. Soon, a pair of hands and 10 fingers were brought to Su Chen. Su Chen frowned slightly. Is this the difference between ordinary people and awakened people? This world has become different from before. The strong prey on the weak. There is still a gap between ordinary people and awakened people. 5 level 5 spirit beads without spiritual skills are worth 50 million in total. Is it a lot? Not much. Not to the extent of cutting off both hands. But it is only because they stole things from awakened people. They were treated like this. No matter who it is, they will not have any objections. Ordinary people dare not have any objections. The awakened people think it is normal. After all, these ordinary people can survive under the protection of awakened people. Otherwise, they would have been killed by monsters long ago. Mr. Su Chen, what do you think now? Gao Mingjian looked at Su Chen after handling it. This time, Su Chen did not say much. Collect all the spirit beads. Then take out 2 pieces of dragon scales and a bead. Hand them to Gao Mingjian. Is this the dragon scale? Gao Mingjian took the dragon scale. At this time, her hands were shaking. Finally, I got the dragon scale. And this may lead to a major breakthrough in the study of the dragon race. Okay, the transaction is completed, I'm leaving. Su Chen said lightly. Then he suddenly stopped and looked at Yan Fei and the others, saying, by the way, after I took that thing out, the stalactite no longer has that effect, but there are other discoveries in that passage, you can go in and check it out. Su Chen didn't plan to take the heads of those monsters. After all, there are no spirit beads. There is not much use. Even if you want to exchange for spirit beads, it is unlikely. Just give it to Xiaolong as a favor. This. Okay. Shi Yu and Yan Fei nodded helplessly. The stalactite liquid that strengthens the body is still very helpful for Xiaolong's improvement. Now it is gone. It seems that it will be difficult to improve in the future. But fortunately there are other new discoveries. Although I don't know what it is. Su Chen, you were really cruel just now. After leaving Xiaolong, Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen and said. Hearing this, Su Chen asked back, how am I cruel? I didn't do anything just now. Their hands were chopped off because of you. Chu Muxue said. Su Chen. They were chopped off because they stole the awakened one's things. Su Chen explained. The awakened one is you. Chu Muxue said again. This, okay, then do you think I am too cruel? Shouldn't I do this? Su Chen asked. Chu Muxue shook her head, no, I think it's good. People should be cruel. Otherwise, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, you can only be used as a stepping stone. Even if you are a dragon tamer, you can't get rid of it. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue in surprise. He thought that Chu Muxue would think he was wrong because of this matter. Who would have thought? Chu Muxue actually praised him. Don't look at me in surprise. People don't offend me, but if they really touch my interests or bottom line, I must not be soft-handed. Chu Muxue clenched her fist. Then she added, this is what my grandfather told me. Yes, Grandpa is right. Su Chen nodded slightly. That's right. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, being too kind is just seeking death. Gao Mingjian is an ordinary person, and she can remove the arms and fingers of ordinary people at will. As an awakener, Su Chen has a higher status than her. There is no need for any psychological pressure. Seeing Su Chen like this, Chu Muxue was relieved. She was a little worried just now that Su Chen made her depressed because of this matter. It delayed the improvement of strength. That's why she said these words to enlighten him. Now it seems very useful. At least Su Chen has no psychological pressure. Thinking of this, Chu Muxue's mouth corners slightly lifted, revealing a beautiful smile. Chapter 176 The collision between the Ice Elemental Spirit Bead and the Fire Elemental Spirit Bead. It was already early morning when he returned home. Su Chen gave Chu Muxue 2 level 6 Ice Attribute Spirit Beads with spiritual skills. Thank you very much. Chu Muxue did not refuse. After Su Chen chose the spirit beads, she knew that it was prepared for her. At this time, it would be meaningless to refuse. You are my dragon tamer. Your strength improvement is my strength improvement, right? What is there to thank? Su Chen shook his head. His awakening talent is a dragon tamer. There is no way, he is born to rely on women. Who makes women dragons? Of course, Su Chen can also choose to contract a male dragon. But anyway, cute girls don't contract, go to contract men. Su Chen doesn't have that kind of special hobby. Summon, Chu Muxue. Su Chen shouted. Summon Chu Muxue directly. Although there is no need to say so much. When Su Chen's voice just fell, the air around him seemed to evaporate. The fire element spirit power surged wildly. Then a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Then, a punch was thrown in the direction of Su Chen. Bang! Su Chen blocked with both hands. Still, he was thrown away for a distance. Sister Muxue, what are you doing? Chu Muxue didn't expect it either. Chu Muxue actually took action directly. Chu Muxue was stunned. She looked around and saw that it was Su Chen. Su Chen? What's going on? Chu Muxue only realized it at this time. She was summoned by Su Chen. What else can I do if I summon you? Su Chen said helplessly. He shook his hands. The impact of the blow just now was not ordinary. Su Chen felt his arms numb. Fighting! Chu Muxue became alert. But there seemed to be no monsters or enemies around. No. Su Chen shook his head, I'm calling you to eat. Eat? Chu Muxue was stunned. Then he shook his head, no, I was just hunting a level 4 demon beast. If I succeed, there might be a spiritual bead. I need a spiritual bead now. Then I'll give you 2. Su Chen said. Chu Muxue spoke again, no, that's a level 4 demon beast, which is rarely encountered. It's okay, I can deal with it. Do you want it? If not, I'll put it away. Su Chen asked lightly. He was holding 2 level 6 fire attribute spiritual beads with spiritual skills in his hand. I don't, this is... Chu Muxue wanted to say that she didn't want a low-level spiritual bead. Suddenly felt the spiritual power emanating from the 2 spiritual beads in Su Chen's hand. I was shocked. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. Is this a level 6 fire attribute spiritual bead with spiritual skills? Chu Muxue could recognize this thing at once. The fire attribute spiritual power emanating from it made the fire attribute spiritual power in her body a little eager to move. This is definitely a good thing. Well, it's for you. Let's have a meal. Su Chen nodded slightly. He handed the 2 spirit beads to Chu Muxue. Give it to me. Chu Muxue still felt incredible. You gave it to her right now? Well, don't you want it? Su Chen asked back. Yes, why not? Chu Muxue quickly put it away. Spirit beads. Level 6 spirit beads. And it has spirit skills. It has fire attribute. This is so suitable for her. Thank you, I will definitely absorb it well and improve it well. In the future, if you have something to do, you can summon it directly. If you have nothing to do, you can summon it directly. It's best to have spirit beads. Chu Muxue was excited. Where can I find such a good master? I thought I was contracted, which was very embarrassing. Now Chu Muxue wants to advertise it everywhere, okay? This level 6 fire attribute spirit bead with spirit skills, I will give it to you as soon as I say it. Well, you absorb it well. Seeing how excited you are, Muxue is much calmer. Chen smiled slightly. Anyway, their strength improvement is Chen's strength improvement. Why would he be reluctant to give it up? Does Muxue have some too? Chu Muxue looked at Chu Muxue curiously. The latter nodded slightly. Oh my god, Chen, why do you have so many spirit beads? Chu Muxue didn't expect that. I thought that giving her 2 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills was already very strong. But Chu Muxue still has some? How did Chen get them? I robbed them. Chen said casually. Chu Muxue was stunned. Why didn't you call me when you robbed them? This is so exciting. Chu Muxue looked excited. Chen. Chu Muxue. Good guy, are you so excited? It's okay, I'll call you next time. Chen nodded. The 6,000 level 5 spirit beads were not taken out. It would take some time for Chu Muxue and the others to stabilize their realm after absorbing these 2 spirit beads. There is no need to absorb more. Chen plans to keep them for now. Anyway, there will definitely be opportunities to use it in the future. After that, the 3 of them had a meal. Chu Muxue and Chu Muxue returned to their rooms. Chen also returned to his room. Now I should also improve my strength. Chen's strength is at the 5th level of Ren level, which is 3 levels lower than Chu Muxue. But if Chu Muxue absorbs the level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills, there will definitely be a certain level of improvement in strength by then. Chen couldn't let go. Thinking of this, Chen took out the spirit beads and began to absorb them. The 5th level spirit bead is also very suitable for Chen now. It won't escalate to an uncontrollable level. Ah! Early the next morning, Chen stretched his waist. He has successfully absorbed the spirit beads. There has also been a slight improvement in strength. Ren level 6, it's not bad. Chen felt his own strength. There is a little progress. A 5th level spirit bead can raise him to 1 level. This is already good. However, subsequent improvements will only become more and more difficult. Because the spiritual power of the spirit bead cannot be completely absorbed. Chen felt that at least half of his spiritual power was wasted. No. It's not a waste either. That's all used to wash the body. Let the meridians in the body become more adaptable to spiritual power. I wonder what happened to Muxue and Muxue. Chen was a little curious. It shouldn't be difficult for the 2 of them to absorb the 6th level spirit beads. Thinking of this, Chen directly opened the door and walked out. At this moment, Chen suddenly felt that 2 powerful spiritual powers were gathering here. A surge of spiritual power, chilling to the bone. A spiritual power that is extremely hot. These 2 kinds of spiritual power came out from Chu Muxue's room together. Ice element or fire element. Chen felt the world inside the door. Somewhat curious. But he didn't rush in recklessly. Because he knew that with the strength of Chu Muxue and Chu Muxue, they would be able to completely absorb the spirit beads. Chen didn't need to worry about this at all. Let's see when they can finish absorbing it. Chen sat on the sofa. I ignored the worry. I was just looking forward to it, after these 2 people absorbed the spirit beads. What kind of spiritual skills will you get? Ding! Treasure chests have been scattered all over the world. Host, please open the system map and go look for them. Window_tabola equals window_tabola, _tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 177 3 Treasure Chests. The treasure chest system has landed again. 3 treasure chests. Chen looked at the system map. There were 3 treasure chests nearby. Maybe there's nothing good about it. But it is still a treasure chest after all. Whatever the system provides, whether it is high level or low level, will be useful. There should be no problem between the two of them. Chen quietly opened the door and took a look. Inside, Chu Muxue and Chu Qir are still practicing. Absorbing the level 6 spirit beads and comprehending the spiritual skills. Chen then left with peace of mind. Go with the nearest one. Chen looked at the map. I went directly on my bicycle. It's sunny and sunny today, so I guess we won't encounter anything else this time, right? The treasure chests every time are in Baidu City. But every time, we encountered some problems. This made Chen a little helpless. Fortunately, it was successfully resolved in the end. X384, Y763, that's not very far. Chen looked around. Went directly in the direction of positioning. This is a community. Chen has never been here before. As soon as I arrived at the door, I was stopped by the security guard. Hello, you can't go in here. The security guard saw Chen riding a bicycle and stopped him directly. I'm looking for someone. Chen thought for a while and said. Who are you looking for? The security guard looked at Chen suspiciously. The people who live here are either rich or noble. How can a person like Chen, who looks like a poor person, know the people inside? I'm looking for. Chen thought for a while. He doesn't know who lives in this community. Did he? At this moment, a car drove over. The security guard shouted directly, "Get out of the way." Chen reluctantly stepped aside. But at this moment, he saw Chu Guang sitting in the car. Fat man! Chen shouted. Chu Guang, who was driving, was frightened. I opened the window and took a look. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Brother Chen! Why are you here? Chu Guang felt helpless when he saw that Chen was still riding that broken bicycle. They had said before that they wanted to change a car for Chen, but he refused. Chen also made money, but he still didn't change his car. I want to enter this community. Are you going to stop me? Chen smiled. He didn't mind too much. The security guard is just fulfilling his responsibilities. After all, rich people live here. It's impossible for everyone to fit in. Did you stop me, Brother Chen? Fat people are not allowed. The security guard actually stopped Chen. I don't know, he didn't say he was looking for you. The security guard didn't expect it either. Chen actually knew Chu Guang. Chu Guang is one of the richest people in this community. You know, there are rich people in this community. If you are a rich man among rich people, how rich will you be? The security guard really didn't expect that Chen would know him. This is my brother Chen. Remember this from now on. If he wants to enter this community, you can't stop him. Do you understand? Chu Guang said to the security guard. I know. The security guard nodded quickly. Call Chen brother. Fatty added. Yes, brother Chen. The security guard quickly shouted to Chen. Chen also smiled helplessly, waved his hand, opened the door directly, and got into the fat man's car. The two entered the community together. Fat man, why do you have a house in this community? Chen looked around. The environment here is good. He even wants to buy a house here. Isn't this the Lingzhu from last time? You gave me a lot of it. I gave some to my dad, and then, my family became richer. After all, there are not many people who can sell Lingzhu. When my dad is happy, he will give it to me. Bought a house here. Fatty explained. Last time with Su Chen, they got a lot of spirit beads. A fat man's ability is to eat. The spirit beads cannot absorb much, and the improvement is slow. On the contrary, eating can improve you. He simply sold the spirit beads to his father. Not only can you have extra money to eat meat and improve your strength, it can also make the family richer. In this world, there are not many people who can do Lingzhou business. After all, purchasing channels are difficult. Some awakened people took a long time to get out 1 or 2 spirit beads. There simply wasn't enough to sell. But Chu Guang has the spirit bead given by Su Chen. Definitely enough to sell. In this way, Chu Guang's father became acquainted with many more awakened beings. The status has been improved even higher. As soon as I was happy, I bought a house for the fat man. I see. Su Chen nodded slightly. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. But brother Chen, what are you doing here? Chu Guang was a little curious. Su Chen obviously didn't come to see him. I have something to do. I have to come to this community. It has something to do with the night bureau. Just put me down later. Su Chen said to Chu Guang. Hearing this, Chu Guang nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Since it has something to do with the night bureau, then it would be better for him not to know. If you know too much, you will be ruined. Just right here. Su Chen looked at the map. It's nearby. Chu Guang nodded, then brother Chen, come to my house when you have time. Okay. Su Chen said, and got out of the car directly. Brother Chen, you don't know my house number yet, right? Chu Guang shouted. Su Chen waved his hand, it's okay, I want to know, I can know. After that, walk towards the bright light on the system map. It should be in this building. Su Chen looked at it and found that there were about 30 floors in this building. He could only look for it floor by floor. Su Chen took the stairs directly. After all, it might be in the stairs. Of course, the elevator is also possible. If you can't find it, take the elevator. With Su Chen's current physical strength, even if he runs back and forth on these 30 floors several times, it will be no problem. Going floor by floor, taking the elevator is even more troublesome. It's not on the first floor. It's not on the second floor. It's still not on the third floor. Su Chen walked up floor by floor. The speed was not fast, nor was it slow. There are only 4 families on this floor. It's not the kind with many rooms on one floor. After all, it's a rich family's house. Hey, it's the 10th floor, and still not there. If it's in the room, it's troublesome. Su Chen walked floor by floor. But he didn't see the light. If it's in these rooms, then Su Chen didn't know how to find it. Most of these rich people don't live in the house after they buy it. After all, like Chu Guang's family, they all have many houses. It's not certain when they will live here. No on the 11th floor. No on the 12th floor. 13th floor. Just when Su Chen climbed to the 13th floor, he saw a golden light appear. Golden treasure chest. Su Chen looked at it and saw that the golden treasure chest was on the 13th floor. Number 1301. The door of this family. The golden treasure chest was just stuck on the door. Su Chen walked over and took a look. It seems that it can't be opened. Su Chen could only see the golden light on the door. But he didn't see the treasure chest. Even if he wanted to open it, he couldn't do it. It seems that I can only see if this family is at home. Su Chen was helpless. He could only press the doorbell. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 178 Another Dragon Tamer and Number 039, S exclusive spiritual skill. Ding dong. Su Chen tried to ring the doorbell. After all, the treasure chest is only at the door. If someone clicks the shutter then, Chen can just find a random reason to fool him. As long as you have quick eyes and quick hands, you can get a treasure chest without any problem. No one. Chen pressed the doorbell. Still no one. It seems we have to find a way to get in. Chen felt that no one might live in this house. In this case, just break through the door and get in. Bite. At this moment, there was a sudden sound in the elevator. Then Chen saw a familiar figure walking out. Fat man. Chen never thought of it. The fat man is actually on this floor. Is this such a coincidence? Brother Chen? Aren't you on business? Chu Guang was also a little surprised when he saw Chen. It never occurred to him. Chen would actually appear here. Ah! It's done. Chen really didn't expect it. Then he saw the fat man walking to the door of his room, reaching out and pressing his fingerprints. Is this so? Brother Chen is really awesome. I didn't even have time to tell you the door number just now, but I didn't expect you to find it. The fat man said with admiration. Chen nodded slightly. It's easy to find. I found this from the treasure chest. Brother Chen, come in and sit down. Chu Guang said and opened the door. Chen saw a treasure box placed at the door. Golden treasure chest. Because there is a shoe cabinet at the entrance. The treasure box is placed on top of the shoe cabinet. This was something Chen didn't expect. The gold treasure chest was opened conveniently. Ding! Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining the special skill of the Dragon Master, teleportation. What the hell, teleportation? Chen didn't expect that he could actually obtain such a spiritual skill. This is very Dragon Master. Teleport, can move without any obstacles within 100 meters, absolutely necessary for escape. This. Chen was a little helpless. Is this actually used to escape? This is obviously used to open treasure chests. When encountering the same situation just now, Chen teleported in and opened the treasure box. If you teleport out again, wouldn't it be over? But if the distance is only 100 meters, it's a bit short. Chen shook his head helplessly. The teleportation distance is only 100 meters. But it says barrier-free teleportation. In other words, Chen can pass through walls and objects. You don't need to worry about opening treasure chests in the future. A distance of 100 meters was definitely enough for Chen, who only used it to open treasure chests. Try it. Chen hasn't tried teleportation yet. After thinking about it, he looked at the door behind him. Use spiritual skills directly. A lot of spiritual power was extracted in an instant. But Chen also successfully teleported out. It's really good. Chen was a little excited. This kind of teleportation consumes a lot of spiritual energy. But for such a spiritual skill, the consumption is actually very worthwhile. And it seems good if it can be used to escape. Chen knew that there were many powerful monsters in this world. If you encounter it accidentally, it will be difficult to escape. But now that we have such magical skills, even if we encounter someone, we can still escape. Chen walked directly towards the elevator. After all, there are still 2 treasure chests that have not yet been opened. Brother Chen, what do you want to drink? At this time, Chu Guang's voice came from the kitchen. Then I shouted a few words, but no one was there. When I came out, I saw that Chen had left at some point. Strange, why did you leave? Could it be that there were unfinished tasks just now? The night office is really busy. Chu Guang said helplessly. Then I took a can of Coke and went back to the room to play games. After leaving Chu Guang's home, Chen directly checked the location of the second treasure box. X9332, Y322, this direction. After Chen identified the direction. Just left the community. Brother Chen. When I just walked out of the community. The security guard shouted quickly. Chen nodded slightly and didn't say much. He left directly on his bicycle, headed towards the location of the second treasure chest. At this time, in Chen's house, a force of cold ice element and a force of hot fire element are entangled with each other. The two beautiful figures are constantly absorbing spiritual skills. After a moment, they opened their eyes at the same time. Suddenly, two powerful spiritual powers began to burst out. Boom! Powerful spiritual powers are entangled with each other and cancel each other out. Hey, Sister K'er, you are indeed too strong. After the collision, Chu Muxue also let out a breath of cold air. Then he looked at Chu K'er, smiled slightly, and said, "You're not bad either. You're already at level 1. I didn't expect that this level 6 spirit bead could actually improve you so much." Chu K'er nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect it either, but your strength doesn't seem to have improved much." Chu Muxue looked at Chu K'er. The latter's strength didn't seem to have improved much. Well, it's much more difficult to improve the dragon clan than the human clan, but it has reached the 8th gang level. Chu K'er nodded slightly. The reason why the dragon clan is able to fight across levels is because the power behind their spiritual power is very strong. Although it doesn't seem to be very powerful, it's not easy to fight. This time, thanks to Chen. Chu Muxue said. Chu K'er nodded slightly. They just absorbed a spiritual bead. I still have one in my hand. After all, Chen had given them 2 spirit beads each before. Continue to absorb? Chu Muxue asked. Chu K'er nodded slightly. Then, the two of them absorbed the spirit beads again. Have they all been improved? Chen, who was looking for the treasure chest, suddenly felt that the strength of Chu Muxue and Chu K'er had improved somewhat. This is definitely a good thing for him. After all, as a dragon master, the most important thing is that the dragon you control is stronger, more powerful. Suddenly, Chen came to some realization. He knew what type of spiritual skills he needed. The second treasure chest is nearby, right? Chen looked around. This is just an ordinary open space. On top of that, there is a lone black iron treasure chest. Yes, this is a black iron treasure chest. Chen opened it twice before and got good luck jelly. I don't know what it will be this time. Chen walked over directly. Without any hesitation, he opened the black iron treasure box in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the black iron treasure chest and getting the boosting jelly X1. Hey? It's not good luck jelly this time. Chen was stunned. I thought it was good luck jelly. The result was no, what appeared this time was called amplification jelly. Let's see what effect it has. Chen opened the system inventory. Find amplification jelly and start checking its uses. Chapter 179 There is one last treasure chest, on the other side of the city. What appears this time is called amplification jelly. Chen was a little curious. What is this thing? Open the system inventory directly and check what this thing does. Amplification jelly, after use, the power of spiritual skills will be increased by 3 times, lasting for half an hour. Triple the power. Chen did not expect that the amplifying effect of this amplifying jelly was still very high. Directly triple the power of spiritual skills. It was just like the teleportation skill that Chen had just acquired. Able to teleport a distance of 100 meters. But if you use this amplifying jelly, you can reach a distance of 300 meters. Of course, if it is used for teleportation, it would be a bit too wasteful. If it is used by Chu Muxue or Chu K'er. With their strength, after using spiritual skills, their strength increased 3-fold. Absolutely crushed. This is the best use of amplifying jelly. Chen didn't use it. Because only one was opened. Not enough to eat either. Save it for when you need it. Next, there is the last treasure chest. There are 3 treasure chests that appear this time. Now there is only one last one left. X938, Y4383, this one is farther away. Su Chen looked at the system map. This time, the distance is a bit far. But they are all within Baihu City, and Su Chen can get there with his bicycle. There was no hesitation. Su Chen went directly in the direction of the last treasure box. Well, this seems to be the suburbs, right? At this time, Su Chen suddenly reacted. This last treasure chest is in the suburbs. Not in the city. It's just that this suburb has to go around in a big circle. The exit out of the city is on the east side, but this treasure chest is on the west side of the city, outside the city. The city today is different from the one before. Not every direction can go out. Although there is a door here, under normal circumstances, it will not be opened. Let's take a look. Just because you don't open it sometimes doesn't mean you will never open it. Su Chen planned to go directly and take a look. What's more, with Su Chen's current status, it is not difficult to open it. This is why Su Chen chose to join the Zai Bureau. Sometimes, it is easier to do certain things if you have an identity. Being in charge of the night game can give Su Chen a good identity. And Su Chen also needs this identity. That's why he chose to join the night bureau. Soon, Su Chen came to another gate in the city. Sure enough, it's closed here. I don't know who is standing guard. Let's go and take a look. If you can, just open the door and go out. Su Chen looked around. Since it is not an entrance or exit and the door is closed, there is no need for many people to stand guard. The monsters outside are difficult to enter. Hey, you can't go out here. Just when Su Chen was approaching, a voice came over. Then a young man came out. Su Chen glanced at it, didn't recognize it. I have something going on and I need to get out of here. Su Chen said directly. After all, he is a member of the Night Bureau, so if he wants to go there, there is no problem. This place is closed, take the east door. The young man glanced at Su Chen and shook his head. I am Su Chen, who is in charge of the Night Bureau. I have something to go out now. Su Chen directly reported his identity. Members of the Night Bureau have special privileges. In charge of the Night Bureau? I'm still a Xiaolong, kid, don't make trouble, you probably haven't even graduated yet. The young man clearly didn't believe it. After looking at Su Chen, he shook his head and said, these days, are there still people pretending to be in charge of the Night Bureau? If I report it, you will be arrested. Brother, I'm really in charge of the night game. If you don't believe me, check it out. Su Chen was helpless. Didn't this guy even check it? No need to check, the Zai Bureau is very strong, and he can't be so young. Go back and study hard. If you have a chance in the future, you can actually join the Zai Bureau. I will be your little brother. The young man shook his head. There was no malice. He just graduated not long ago. I also tried to get into the night game or Xiaolong before. However, since the talent level is only D, there is no way to enter. Look at this. Su Chen directly took out his mobile phone and opened the app of Zai Bureau. It has his information on it. An app for Night Bureau. The young man was stunned. Although he did not successfully join the Night Enforcement Bureau, he was trained when he took up the role of City Guardian. Of course it can be distinguished. Well, can you open the door now? Su Chen nodded slightly. After all, he just wanted to go out and open a treasure chest, and Su Chen was just too lazy to walk a long way. It's not easy to urge. Wait. The young man said quickly. Then he opened his app and directly entered Su Chen's name. Soon, a lot of information appeared. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18 years old. Department, Night Enforcement Bureau. Abilities, not enough power to view. There are also photos. Compare this to the Su Chen in front of you. This, 18 years old, the Night Bureau. The young man was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He had never thought of it. Su Chen was actually from the Night Bureau. And he didn't just look young, he was really young, only 18 years old. That means he graduated from high school. Is it okay now? Su Chen looked at his expression and knew that he must have found out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be surprised. Yes, yes. The young man said hurriedly. Then he turned on the camera and checked. There were no monsters outside the door. He looked around again and there was no problem. Then he entered the password. The door opened instantly. Because there are monsters wandering around, and there are a lot more in the past few days, so you have to be careful. The young man explained that Su Chen was afraid that he would wait too long. Well, I'm here to deal with these monsters, don't worry. Su Chen nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't know. But since he was going out of the city, he might as well deal with it. After all, he said he came here because of a mission from the Night Bureau. That's great. The young man said hurriedly. These days, those monsters have been giving him a headache. By the way, there seem to be level 3 monsters among those monsters, you have to be careful. The young man suddenly remembered and said hurriedly. Su Chen nodded slightly, it's okay, what's your name? My name is Cheng Zishi. Hearing Su Chen's question, Cheng Zishi hurriedly bowed and said respectfully. Well, you are very serious, work hard, and you are still young, you still have a chance to enter the Night Bureau. Su Chen said casually. After all, he is guarding the city gate, and he may have something to go out in the future. It can also be more convenient. Yes. Cheng Zishi responded loudly. Su Chen nodded slightly. Without saying anything more, he walked out of the door directly. Roar. At this moment, a roar came. Chapter 180 Mutated Monster. Just stepped out of the city gate. Su Chen heard a beast roar. Be careful! Cheng Zishi shouted. Then the spiritual power surged. Su Chen looked. Cheng Zishi took out a spear from somewhere and rushed out directly. Su Chen. Good guy, is this trained? This reaction is too fast. Bang! At this moment, a figure flew out. Su Chen looked closely and found that it was Cheng Zishi. Cough cough. Cheng Zishi got up from the ground and coughed twice. Are you okay? Su Chen asked. This guy seems to be quite strong. At least he has reached the Xin level, which is 1 level higher than himself. How could he be beaten directly? Level 4. There is a level 4 monster. Cheng Zishi did not answer Su Chen's question. His face was full of fear. The monster he just encountered was definitely not a level 3 monster, it must have reached level 4. His strength is already level 5 of Xin level. Very good. As a result, he was knocked away as soon as he met. The opponent's strength is definitely more than level 3, it must have reached level 4. Level 4 monster. Su Chen looked at the distance. The voice just now came from there. At this time, there was also a figure coming over there. Hibiscus stone sheep? Level 3 monster. Su Chen saw the monster appear. He recognized it at once. This guy is a relatively strong level 3 monster. Hibiscus stone sheep? How is it possible? How can it have such strong power? Cheng Zishi was stunned. When he just came into contact with this monster, he felt a strong spiritual power, and then he was knocked away directly. He didn't see it clearly. Now that he saw it clearly, Cheng Zishi couldn't believe it. When he was training before, he also encountered hibiscus stone sheep. But he successfully hunted it. The strength is not so strong. Because this is a mutated hibiscus stone royal sheep. Su Chen looked at the hibiscus stone royal sheep in front of him. It only had one horn on its head, and it was a unicorn. General hibiscus stone royal sheep all have horns. This is obviously a mutated hibiscus stone royal sheep. Mutated? This. Cheng Zishi didn't expect it. A mutated monster appeared here? Well, a level 3 monster mutated, its strength reached the level of level 4, so it's okay. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then he walked to Cheng Zishi's side and picked up the spear he dropped. Just a moment ago, Cheng Zishi rushed out and took out a spear. This should be made of special materials. It was hit by the hibiscus stone royal sheep, but it didn't break, although it was a little bent. Do you use a spear too? Su Chen asked suddenly. Ah! Cheng Zishi was stunned, but nodded slightly, yes. Then watch carefully, the spear is not used like that. Su Chen said, picked up Cheng Zishi's spear, and walked directly towards the hibiscus stone sheep. Roar! Originally, the sound of a sheep is definitely not like this. Even the hibiscus stone sheep is not like this. But the cry of this mutated hibiscus stone sheep is no longer like that of a sheep, but a roar like that of a beast. Be careful, it has reached level 4. Cheng Zishi reminded him quickly. But Su Chen rushed out directly. The spiritual power surged and poured directly into the spear in his hand. Good spear. Su Chen could feel that with the influx of spiritual power, the spear seemed to have some different changes. It should be because this spear is made of special materials. That's why it has such an effect. Su Chen held the spear in one hand and drew a long scratch directly behind him. The spiritual power on his body surged, and the strength of the 6th level of Ren class burst out. Ren level 6? So young, he has reached Ren level 6, no wonder he can join the Night Bureau, but the opponent is comparable to the 4th level monster, can he do it? Cheng Zishi was a little worried. Although Su Chen can join the Night Bureau, he must have something extraordinary. And his current strength is also very strong. But the Fu Rongshi Yang on the opposite side is not an ordinary monster, not even a 3rd level monster, but has reached the 4th level. This kind of monster is no longer something they can deal with. Watch out! Su Chen shouted in a low voice. Then he went straight to the Fu Rongshi Yang, but the monster on the opposite side was also very powerful. He dodged Su Chen's stab directly. Su Chen had been prepared for a long time, and then he picked and chopped. The movements were smooth and flowing. Not only powerful, but also beautiful. It's just a few simple moves, why do they feel so strong? Cheng Zishi also uses a spear. These moves, he also knows them. But he used them in Su Chen's hands. It seemed to have a different kind of beauty, and it was strong. Bang! At this moment, Su Chen's spear collided with the hibiscus stone goat. With a slight flick of his wrist, he directly repelled the hibiscus stone goat. So strong! Cheng Zishi was stunned at this moment. It's obviously a very simple move, why can it be so powerful in Su Chen's hands? Su Chen's strength is obviously not as high as Cheng Zishi. But Cheng Zishi was knocked away in one encounter. Now Su Chen not only stabilized his body, but also pushed the monster back many steps. Comparing the two, you can see how big the gap is. Bang! Another collision. Su Chen pushed the hibiscus stone sheep back again, this time, he did not stop. Instead, he attacked the hibiscus stone sheep again. Is it the way spiritual power works? At this time, Cheng Zishi finally felt it. Although Su Chen also used a spear. But the actual use is not as simple as it seems. Su Chen still used spiritual power to bless. As an awakener, it is very normal to use spiritual power. And it is even more difficult to use spiritual power in weapons. But Su Chen was not bound by the weapon, but really integrated the spiritual power into the weapon. I've never seen this kind of spiritual power running method before. Cheng Zishi had also learned it. But because the spiritual power flowed into the spear, some parts of the spear changed. Such changes made the spear stronger, but also made some parts powerless. But Chen was not affected at all. Because his way of running spiritual power was different. Lan Naza, piercing spear, cloud spear, twisting spear, pointing spear. Cheng Zishi was completely immersed in Chen's spear skills at this time. The Furong Shiyuyang was defeated in Chen's hands. This is an existence comparable to a level 4 monster. As a result, in the hands of Chen, a level 6 Ren rank, it could not exert its power at all. And it couldn't get close to Chen at all. It was always within the diameter of Chen's spear. Can't run away, can't get close. At this time, Cheng Zishi has completely become Chen's little fanboy. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 181 The Mutated Spiritual Pearl in the Mutated Monster. Cheng Zishi watched Chen fight with Furong Shiyuyang. While writing down the marksmanship in his mind. Isn't this too strong? Cheng Zishi saw Chen's strength, the 6th level of Ren level. But fighting against this hibiscus stone royal sheep, which was comparable to the 4th level, there was no pressure at all. Although this monster's attack is very strong and it also has spiritual skills. However, that spiritual skill is collision, which is a relatively close-range spiritual skill. Under the shadow of Chen's gun, it couldn't exert its power at all. If you can't get close to Chen's body, how can you possibly hit him? Is this the reason why Chen can join the Zai Bureau? When I was at the 6th level of Ren, I couldn't even beat the 3rd level monsters, let alone the 4th level monsters. Cheng Zishi was also aware of the gap between himself and Chen at this time. It was obvious that Chen was not as strong as him, but after really fighting, he understood that he was definitely no match for Chen. This can be seen from the fact that Chen fought with Furong Shiyang for so long. Cheng Zishi himself was knocked away in an instant. Boom! At this moment, the hibiscus stone royal sheep was directly shot away by Chen. It hit a tree not far away. It directly broke the tree in the middle. So strong! Cheng Zishi looked at it not far away, feeling very surprised. Snort! Chen snorted coldly. The figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the hibiscus stone royal sheep. Teleport? Space Awakener! Seeing Chen's teleportation, Cheng Zishi shouted in surprise. He never thought that Chen was actually a very rare space powerhouse. There are many different abilities in this world. But there are very few experts in the space and time systems. No wonder it was chosen by Zai Bureau, this is a rare space system. Cheng Zishi was very surprised. But there are some things that are clear. Since it is in the space department, all departments must be rushing to get it. Joining the Night Bureau seems to be a natural progression. Ice. At this time, the surrounding ice elements surged. Cheng Zishi was stunned. Then he looked at Chen with surprise. Ice element? How is that possible? Isn't he a space element? At this time, Cheng Zishi was stunned. If Chen is an awakened person in the space system, it is very rare. Cheng Zishi can still accept this. But now, Chen directly uses the ice element. Cheng Zishi couldn't understand this. Why? But at this moment, the ice element surged. The hibiscus stone royal sheep was directly frozen. At this moment, even if Cheng Zishi didn't want to believe it, he had to believe it. Because the hibiscus stone royal sheep in front of me has been frozen, only the awakener of the ice element can do this. In other words, Chen is an ice element awakener? So what happened to the teleportation just now? Wrong. Suddenly, Cheng Zishi reacted. Then he looked shocked. Chen is not only a rare space awakener, but also an ice awakener, a dual awakener. Dual element awakening, as the name suggests, is the awakener of two elements. Originally, awakened people in the space system were very rare. If you are an ice-type awakener, it will be even more rare. There are not more than 2 hands of awakened persons with dual elements in this world. This made it even more certain that Chen could join the Night Control Bureau. The dual system awakeners are going crazy. Chen. Cheng Zishi saw that the hibiscus stone royal sheep was directly frozen. Run over quickly. The strength of this monster is quite good. Did you see the shooting skills just now? Chen showed off his strength. It's because he doesn't feel the need to hide. This is different from riding a dragon. Chen can completely explain that teleportation and freezing were obtained from spirit beads. After all, some awakened people can also obtain spiritual skills that are different from their own from the spiritual beads. However, most of them are awakened ones without attributes, and they are still very lucky to get them. The power of using it is greatly reduced. Only other awakened ones, mostly ice awakened ones, have obtained water spiritual skills, and the two are somewhat related. As for Chen, I'm just lucky. I just gained the abilities of ice and space. You bite me. See clearly. Cheng Zishi nodded slightly. He was very grateful to Chen. He knew that Chen really wanted to teach him. Although he hasn't fully learned it yet. But it's been written down. Presumably, with constant practice, it should be possible to improve. Well, not bad, study hard. Chen said and threw the spear in his hand directly to Cheng Zishi. The reason why he thought of teaching this marksmanship to Cheng Zishi was because it was his first time using marksmanship and Chen wanted to try it. Another point is that Cheng Zishi is one of the people who protects this city. As his strength increases, the chance of dealing with monsters will be greater, and the people in this city will be safer. Chen had not awakened before and was just a relatively ordinary person in this city. If there were no guardians of these cities, Chen would not have waited until the awakening. He would have been killed by the monsters that attacked. Besides, Chen had lived in this city for a long time. He also had feelings for it. The stronger Cheng Zishi and his men were, the better they could protect this city, and the happier Chen would be. The last and most important point is, when the monsters came just now, Cheng Zishi rushed out without any hesitation. If Chen was weak, Cheng Zishi would have rushed out to save Chen, and even Cheng Zishi would have died. Chen still liked this desperate spirit. That's why he had the idea of teaching Cheng Zishi the gun technique. After all, this gun technique was given by the system, and Chen knew that it would definitely not be bad. Very good, practice more in the future, I believe it will be of some use to you. Chen nodded slightly. Cheng Zishi's talent is still good. When he was fighting just now, he could actually remember everything. Even the way to control spiritual power and the role of spiritual power in the spear can all be remembered. Chen also felt relieved. Yes. Cheng Zishi responded quickly. Originally, Chen's status was higher than his. Now he has taught him spear skills, which Cheng Zishi will never forget for the rest of his life. I don't know if this monster has a spiritual bead. Chen walked towards the corpse of the hibiscus stone sheep with curiosity. With a knock, the ice cracked, and the head of the hibiscus stone sheep also broke directly at this time. Pa! A spiritual bead just fell from the head of the hibiscus stone sheep. It rolled directly to Chen's feet. Is this a mutant spiritual bead? Chen picked it up and looked at it, and said with some surprise. The mutant hibiscus stone sheep actually had a mutant spiritual bead. This time, Chen made a profit. Chapter 182 A strange transparent wall appears over the suburbs. Mutated spiritual pearl. As the name implies, it is a spiritual pearl obtained from the body of a mutated monster. This kind of spiritual pearl will not appear as an ordinary spiritual pearl. The probability of its appearance is too low. The probability of a mutated monster appearing is very low, and now it is a mutated spiritual pearl in the body of a mutated monster. Then the probability can be said to be almost zero. But once it appears, it is definitely a spiritual pearl with spiritual skills. And it is a mutated spiritual skill. I don't know what the spiritual skill of this spiritual pearl is, let's identify it when the time comes. This hibiscus stone royal sheep is a monster without attributes. Its spiritual pearl and spiritual skills should also be attributeless. If Chen uses it, he may be able to obtain a good spiritual skill. However, Chen still plans to identify it. After all, the spiritual skills that may appear are not what Chen likes. If it is not very suitable for him, it will be a waste. The price of direct sale will not be low. Do you know where there is an institution that identifies spiritual pearls? Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Cheng Zishi and asked. He hadn't identified the spirit beads yet. No. I don't know. Cheng Zishi hadn't identified the spirit beads either. And after graduation, he joined the training and had never been exposed to these things. Chen nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. He thought of a person. If others didn't know, that person would definitely know. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Keep an eye on the city gate. Of course, Chen didn't forget that he still had to find the last treasure chest. There were 3 treasure chests today. But only 2 have been opened so far. The last one, Chen will also open. Okay, okay. Cheng Zishi nodded quickly. Chen didn't pay much attention. He just rode his bicycle and set off. Headed towards the destination. It seemed that with the hibiscus stone royal sheep being killed by Chen, other monsters disappeared. Along the way, Chen didn't encounter any monsters. He went to the suburbs of the town unimpeded. This made Chen very comfortable. After all, if he encountered a monster, it would be very troublesome to fight. Soon, Chen left Baihu City. It should be nearby. Chen looked around. The treasure chest should be not far from here. Not long after, he finally arrived at the specific location of the treasure chest. Why can't I see it? Chen looked around. The treasure chest should be here, but I didn't see it. Is it in some strange place again? Chen was a little helpless. Why do these treasure chests like to get stuck in bugs? If you are not careful, they will appear in some strange places. Some are stuck in the door, and some are directly stuck in the stone. These places are very troublesome to find. Of course, there are always some unexpected gains. But there is nothing strange around here that can get stuck in the treasure chest. Chen looked around carefully. It was just a piece of grass, no stones, no trees, and even no rivers or lakes. But there was no trace of the treasure chest. Is it underground? Last time, because the treasure chest appeared underground. Chen found the things left by his parents. He got a lot of spirit beads. There are also weapons. This time, it won't be underground too, right? Thinking of this, Chen began to carefully look for any mechanism on the ground under his feet. There is nothing here, it's soil. Chen looked around, but couldn't find it. The area around here is all soil, there is no mechanism at all, and there is no secret passage. But the treasure chest just disappeared. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the system? Chen looked around again. But he couldn't find the treasure chest. Then he looked at the system map. That's right, the light point is here. Chen confirmed that it was correct. The light point was where Chen was standing. In other words, Chen didn't find the wrong place at all. It's not on the ground, nor underground, could it be? Chen suddenly thought. If it's not underground, nor in the ground, then it should be in the sky, right? Although this is unlikely. After all, if there is nothing stuck, it is basically impossible to appear in the sky. And now, Chen didn't see anything extending to the sky around him. It seems, it's really in the sky. Chen saw that there was a glowing spot high up in the sky. It was just a black light, which meant a black iron-level treasure chest. What on earth is on it? Why is it stuck there? Chen was very curious. Before, his treasure chest would not appear on it. But now it's different, the treasure chest appeared directly in the sky. It seems, there is something invisible in the sky that intercepted the treasure chest. Try it. Chen looked around. There was a stone on the ground, and Chen picked it up. Throw it hard in the direction where the treasure chest appeared. Bang! The stone that could have flown farther actually flew backwards at this time. In other words, there was really something invisible in the midair that blocked the stone. This. Chen hesitated for a moment. He took out his mobile phone and made a video call to Lu Menjiu. The other side picked up quickly. Lu Menjiu lowered her head, seeming to be writing something. Sister, are there any transparent buildings to the north of Baidu City? I mean in the suburbs. Chen knew that Lu Menjiu must be very busy. Just asked directly. Transparent building? No, what happened to you over there? Lu Menjiu knew immediately that something must have happened to Chen. Look at this. Chen said and directly turned on the rear camera. Then pick up the stone that bounced back. Throw it hard into the sky. Bang! Once it hit the transparent thing and bounced back directly. Do you see clearly? Sister. Chen turned on the front camera again and asked. Lu Menjiu on the opposite side frowned slightly at this time, obviously having discovered the problem. The falling of the stones is very abnormal. It is indeed a transparent thing, but I don't know what it is exactly. Where are you now? Lu Menjiu asked quickly. Chen directly told his location. Okay, just wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lu Menjiu said, stood up directly, and then turned off her phone. Obviously, someone was called. Chen put the phone away with satisfaction and looked at the black iron treasure box in the sky. Chen had no interest in this transparent thing. He just wants to get the black iron treasure box that belongs to him. Originally, it was just a matter of letting Chu Muxue or Chu Kir come over and take him flying up. But they are still absorbing the spirit beads. Chen chose to tell Zai Bureau about this matter. When the night bureau arrives, no matter it's a plane or something else, as long as Chen can get on it, it will be fine. He has decided to leave immediately after opening the treasure chest. Never mind the transparent wall. P.S. Thank you Zhu, for sending me Xiu'er. I haven't received such a big reward for a long time. I'll follow up with another chapter later. Thank you all for your gifts, comments, 5-star reviews, and reminders for updates. Chapter 183 Why is your teleportation different from others? Updated. 10 minutes passed quickly. Not long after, Lu Menjiu led a group of people to Chen's side. Sister, didn't you come in a helicopter? Chen saw Lu Menjiu and several others coming directly by car. At this time, it would be great to fly a helicopter over. I heard that you killed a mutated monster at the gate of the city. Lu Menjiu did not directly answer Chen's question. Asked instead. Probably so. Chen touched his nose. Wouldn't Cheng Zishi tell Lu Menjiu everything? Not bad, my strength has improved a lot. Lu Menjiu nodded slightly. Then he continued, if the helicopter comes out, it will easily attract the attention of others. There are many eyes in Baidu City. Do you think you won't attract attention if you come out like this? Lu Menjiu is the top leader of the Night Bureau. If there were a lot of eyes on Baidu City, wouldn't she be exposed as soon as she left the city? Those people are staring, but not at me, but at Baihu City. This is a normal task for me, there will be no problem. Besides, I often come out. Lu Menjiahu said, is the place you mentioned over here? Well, I just tried it, and the range is huge. Su Chen just tried using that stone within these 10 minutes, and the range was very large. But I only tried the distance of a few hundred meters nearby. After all, Su Chen only had a bicycle, and he had tried a few hundred meters around, which was already pretty good. Besides, there's only 10 minutes. Let other people in charge of the night bureau decide the specific scope. Well, I'll go take a look. Lu Menjiahu said, her spiritual power surged, and then her body began to fly slowly, heading towards the place Su Chen mentioned. Not very fast. It can be seen that she is very cautious at this time. Is this so? Su Chen didn't expect that Lu Menjiahu would directly use his awakening ability to fly up. What to do? I can't say that my sister flew up on my back. Maybe Lu Menjiahu would slap him. Su Chen had no doubt at all. Soon, Lu Menjiahu flew to the highest point. Su Chen watched from below. At this time, he really wanted to go up and have a look, but there seemed to be no way. I saw Lu Menjiahu banging on it and attacking hard. But obviously, it didn't work, so I could only look around. Not long after, Lu Menjiahu came down from above. Sister, how are you? Su Chen asked. Lu Menjiahu shook her head, I can't tell what material it is made of, but the area is very large, so come up. Ah! Su Chen was stunned. What's going on? Where to go? I'll carry you up, and you can try to see how thick this thing is. Lu Menjiahu said. Su Chen frowned slightly, how to try this? Stop hiding it. Have you gained the ability to teleport? Lu Menjiahu asked back. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, luckily. Then I'll fly up with you on my back, and then you can try to see if you can teleport to the wall. Lu Menjiahu said directly. Obviously, Cheng Zishi told Lu Menjiahu about Su Chen's teleportation. But Su Chen had no intention of hiding it, he just knew it. Is it convenient? Su Chen asked. Cut the nonsense. Lu Menjiahu said directly. Su Chen didn't hesitate and lay directly on Lu Menjiahu's back. A scent emanated from Lu Menjiahu's body. It's very light and smells good. Let's go. Lu Menjiahu said and flew up directly. Because Su Chen had ridden Chu Muxue before, he was already very familiar with this kind of flying. You did great. Lu Menjiahu said suddenly. Ah! Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, it's nothing. If you find something, please report it to the organization. I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about the fact that you didn't directly summon the dragon. Lu Menjiahu said, if you summon a dragon here at will, it will be easily discovered. Wait until your strength improves before you summon it. Hey? Hey? Su Chen nodded slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon him, it was because Chu Muxue was practicing that he didn't summon him. Otherwise, he would directly summon Chu Muxue, take the treasure box, and leave directly. It won't be so troublesome. How far is your teleportation distance? Lu Menjiahu didn't say much directly on this topic. Just changed the topic. Su Chen thought for a while and said, 100 meters. That should be enough. Lu Menjiahu said. At this time, it was already in mid-air. Su Chen naturally knew enough. Because his last treasure chest is on that transparent wall. The transparent wall should only be about 1 meter thick. But it's already very thick. Then I'll go straight up. Su Chen said to Lu Menjiahu. Lu Menjiahu nodded slightly. Then Su Chen disappeared directly on Lu Menjiahu's back, and appeared again on the transparent wall. About 95 centimeters. Lu Menjiahu estimated it at this time. It's about 95 centimeters away. But it's already very thick. Because Lu Menjiu used her spiritual power to bombard it just now, but it didn't blow it open. It's even useless. So Lu Menjiu can only think of another way. I can hear your voice, this thing is not soundproof. Su Chen said to Lu Menjiu. Well, look, how big is this range? Lu Menjiu said to Su Chen. No need to be so troublesome. Su Chen said, and he teleported directly and appeared next to Lu Menjiu again. Then he teleported again and appeared on the transparent wall again, and both of them appeared. Can you bring people with you? Lu Menjiu didn't expect it. Su Chen can actually teleport with people. This is different from the known space teleportation. Well, I just tried it, but I didn't expect it to work. Su Chen said casually. He knew that ordinary space teleportation can't bring people with it. Unless it is the use of space wormholes, it can be done. Of course, if you have reached a very high level of strength, it is also possible. But for the space system of Ren level, it is very difficult to teleport by yourself, and you can't bring anyone with you. But Su Chen knew that this was a teleportation skill given by the system. It is different from ordinary space system teleportation. This thing, let me take a look. Lu Menjiu didn't say much. Everyone's abilities are different, even the spiritual skills of the same system have subtle differences. Su Chen's teleportation can bring people with him, no problem. What she is more concerned about now is how large the range of this transparent wall is, which is not available in the city. If the range is large, it will be troublesome. And Su Chen watched Lu Menjiu leave, and opened the nearby black iron treasure chest directly. P.S. This is an extra update. If there are many gifts, continue to add more. Window_tabula equals window_tabula, _tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target_type, mix. Chapter 184 Su Chen, Food, Hungry. Su Chen's goal has always been the black iron treasure box. However, the appearance of this strange place was still very interesting to Su Chen. What on earth is this place? Su Chen looked at it curiously. Ding! Congratulations on opening the black iron treasure chest and getting a violent tea egg. Just when Su Chen was curious about what was under his feet, system sounds appear. What the hell? Violent tea eggs? Su Chen was a little curious. This is something that has never been developed before. Then I checked to see what this item does. Violent tea egg, after eating, it can increase its own strength by 100,000 times. Duration, 1 punch. Hiss. After reading the introduction, Su Chen took a deep breath. This thing can actually increase its power 100,000 times. In other words, if the current strength is 1, then after eating it, there will be a strength value of 100,000. Isn't this too scary? Besides, Su Chen's power now is definitely not 1. How strong is that? But how can this duration be 1 punch? Su Chen was a little helpless. This lasted too short a time. What time unit is this punch in? Is it possible to keep it permanently without using this punch? That's not so good. Who eats a tea egg while fighting? Did you find anything? Just when Su Chen sighed, a voice came over. It was Lu Menjiu's voice. No, where is sister? Su Chen asked back. He was also somewhat curious about this strange transparent substance. If only you could know what this is. That's pretty good too. I don't know what it is. It's very far away. It covers a distance of several thousand meters. Lu Menjiu explained. Su Chen was stunned. How many kilometers away? This thing is actually so far away? What on earth is this? Su Chen had no idea what this was. I don't know either. I tried to break this thing just now, but, with my strength, I couldn't do it. Lu Menjiu shook her head. The defense of this thing is too strong. I don't know what substance it is. If it could be made into something like a defensive shield, it must be very suitable and its defense power can be reached to the extreme. That means there is no solution? You should be the strongest in Zai Bureau. If you can't defeat him, then there is nothing we can do. Su Chen said casually. Although he didn't know what Lu Menjiu's specific strength was. But she is definitely the strongest in the night game. If there is nothing she can do, there should be no one left. It's not unsolvable. I'll knock off a small piece and hand it over to the researchers. After they determine what it is, we can solve it. Lu Menjiu said and shook her hand, but Su Chen didn't see anything. But it should be a piece that was really knocked off. This fell to the ground, can't you see clearly? Take me there. Lu Menjiu said and turned around. Su Chen was not polite and let Lu Menjiu carry him on his back. A teleport and came out again. Your spiritual skills are really good. Lu Menjiu said as she flew downwards. Good. Su Chen nodded slightly. This magical skill of his is simply amazing. After all, this is a teleport given by the system. As Su Chen's strength increases, the teleportation distance will be further. Soon, the two landed directly on the ground. Take this thing back and study it carefully. Lu Menjiu handed a piece of transparent wall that she had smashed down to a staff member. Yes. The man was stunned for a moment, then took the thing in Lu Menjiu's hand with a surprised look on his face. But then he put a label on it so that if it accidentally dropped, it could be found easily. Then I have nothing to do here, so I'm leaving. Anyway, the treasure chest that should be opened has already been opened. Su Chen had nothing to stop it. Well, I will tell you the results when the results come in. If there is no need to keep them secret. Lu Menjiu seemed to know what Su Chen wanted to say. Before Su Chen opened her mouth, she said directly. Well, thank you. Su Chen nodded slightly. He is very interested in this thing. It would be good if he could know what substance it is. Then he rode his bicycle and left. Teleport? And freeze? What kind of secret does this guy hide? Is he really just a dragon master? Looking at Su Chen's leaving figure, Lu Menjiu was also curious. Is Su Chen really just a dragon master? But Su Chen didn't know this. 3 treasure chests opened perfectly. Su Chen hummed a song and headed towards the vegetable market. Chu Muxue and Chu Kir are both here today, so they should buy some more things and go back. Bought groceries and returned home. Su Chen quietly took a look at Chu Muxue and Chu Kir's room. The two are still practicing. Did you absorb the second spirit bead? Su Chen understood that according to the speed of the two of them, it would be impossible for a level 6 spirit bead to be absorbed for such a long time. In other words, the two of them are still absorbing the second spirit bead. Is it so curly? Su Chen was helpless. He still wanted to give up. It seemed that there was no way. After putting the purchased vegetables into the refrigerator, Su Chen returned to his room, took out the spirit beads and began to absorb them. Since you want to roll, then I will roll them too. Su Chen. I'm so hungry. I don't know how long it took, when Su Chen finished absorbing the spirit beads. Just heard a voice. Why haven't you finished absorbing it yet? I'm almost starving to death. It was Chu Muxue's voice. You can order takeout if you're hungry. Chu Kir said. No, I want to eat the food made by Su Chen, which is many times better than takeout. Chu Muxue said stubbornly. Chu Kir didn't speak. Su Chen. Good guy, what time is it? Are you still waiting for dinner? I looked at the time, but I didn't expect that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen stood up, and suddenly there was a crackling sound from his body. Comfortable. Now Su Chen's strength has reached the 8th level of Ren rank. Although this strength is not particularly strong. But for Su Chen, it was enough. He still had a lot of spirit beads that he hadn't used yet. However, this kind of improvement, without battles to consume and polish, it would only make the foundation worse. When I go to school, I should be arranged to go hunting in the secret realm, and I should be able to improve by then. School is about to start. After entering the secret realm to hunt, Su Chen will have the opportunity to fight against monsters, which is enough to stabilize his current realm. There is no need to worry about this. Besides, even if there is a problem with the foundation, I believe the system will not sit idly by. Creaky. Su Chen pushed the door open. He walked out. Su Chen, you finally came out. Chu Muxue ran over quickly. She almost threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen nodded helplessly. He saw Chu Muxue's pitiful face. Su Chen, food, hungry. Chapter 185 The Secret, you will know it later. Finished dinner for 3 people. Chu Muxue couldn't wait to eat it. While eating, he shouted, Sister Kair, eat quickly. Yeah. Okay. Chu Kair was also hungry. Seeing that Chu Muxue was eating deliciously, she also tried to take a bite. Yummy. After chewing only a few times, Chu Kair's eyes widened. I don't know how much better it tastes than the ones bought from outside. When Su Chen heard this, he knew that this was another child who couldn't cook. His cooking skills are only average. At first glance, it seems that I have eaten too much takeout, and it is still different from what I cook at home. If it's delicious, eat more of it. Su Chen didn't say much. Just let the two eat more. Chu Muxue and Chu Kair nodded at the same time, and then Su Chen saw how fast the two of them were eating. He had just picked up a piece of meat, and Chu Muxue and Chu Kair had already eaten 5 or 6 pieces. Is this the speed of a dragon? Fortunately, there were enough preparations. You absorbed 2 level 6 spirit beads. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue and asked. Well, yes. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Still eating. How high has your strength been? Su Chen was curious. Chu Muxue and Chu Kair were already very strong before. Now that I have absorbed the 6th level spirit bead, I should be stronger, right? I barely reached the 3rd level of Xin level, but Sister Kair is amazing and has reached the peak of Gang level. Chu Muxue said. Su Chen. Xin level 3? Reluctantly. This is already very powerful, okay? Now Chu Muxue should be able to fight against strong men of his own level. Chu Kair is even more powerful. There will definitely be no problem in fighting against the 5th level. It is even possible to fight against the Ding level. Looking at it this way, Su Chen is the most useless. That is to say, with the strength of the 8th level of the Ren class, if you fight beyond the level, you can only fight with the Xin class, but you may not be able to defeat it. Why is this gap so big? Su Chen was a little doubtful about life. Then you have all obtained spiritual skills? Is it suitable? Su Chen asked another question. The 4 level 6 spirit beads obtained before were all equipped with spiritual skills. After absorbing it, you should get spiritual skills. Yes, yes, but I'll keep it secret for now. You'll know it when you need it later. Chu Muxue smiled and said. Su Chen nodded slightly and stopped asking any more questions. Anyway, Chu Muxue is his summoned pet, and he will definitely be able to see how powerful the opponent is when the time comes. You keep it a secret too. Su Chen looked at Chu Kair who was immersed in eating and asked. Chu Kair nodded. Obviously, he also planned to surprise Su Chen when the time came. Then I'll keep it a secret. Su Chen thought for a while. Still haven't taken out the teleportation yet. Anyway, keep it a secret, everyone should keep it a secret. By the way, Su Chen, which school did you apply for? Chu Muxue asked curiously. Chen smiled, the best. Chu Muxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, then me too. Okay, let's eat. Chen said. Early the next morning, Chen was woken up by his cell phone. What's going on? Chen looked at his phone. It showed that the call was from Lu Menjiu. Chen hesitated for a moment and then accepted it. Hey, sister, what's going on? Do you have a mission? Chen asked. Yes, you can come directly to the night game. Lu Menjiu's words are very simple. That was all he said, and he hung up the phone directly after saying that. Chen was confused. What is going on? It's only 7 o'clock, which is earlier than school. It's not even time to go to work. But listening to the tone of Lu Menjiu's words, it seemed to be very serious. Better go. Chen hesitated for a moment, then got up directly. When they opened the door, Chu Muxue and the others didn't seem to be awake yet. Chen didn't bother them and left directly. I got on my bicycle and headed towards the direction of the night office. It should be that there was some new progress in the research on the transparent wall yesterday, right? But looking at Lu Menjiu's nervous look, she might have made a big discovery. Chen could just tell that Lu Menjiu's voice was full of nervousness. This was the first time Chen saw it. I don't know what that thing is. It actually made Lu Menjiu nervous. Forget it, I didn't make that thing anyway, I just found it when I was looking for a treasure chest. Chen was thinking while writing. By the way, where is today's treasure chest? Chen discovered that when he first got up, there was no treasure chest. According to the system's habits, the treasure chest will not appear in advance only when entering the secret realm. If that's the case, are we going to the secret realm later? Ding! Treasure chests have landed all over the world, host please open the system map and go look for them. Chen. Okay, overthinking that. It's just that the system is delayed a bit. Chen opened the system map while writing. Because this map is semi-transparent, Chen can see the road ahead clearly. Why is there no treasure chest near me again? Today's treasure chest system is not near Chen. The nearest one is also 700 kilometers away. This makes it difficult for Chen to get there. Unless he has the space ability like Mogu. That is not considered teleportation, it is just opening a space wormhole directly. You can go there. But obviously, not now. Chen's teleportation is only 100 meters. 700 kilometers, when will he teleport? If it is still a black iron treasure chest in the past, Chen will vomit blood. But now there are still some things to do. Chen gave up directly. Riding a bicycle, he arrived at the night bureau not very fast. There are many people at the door, walking into the night bureau one after another. They should all be people from the night bureau. Chen walked over, wearing the badge of the night bureau, and was directly released. A lot of people looked at him along the way. Is there such a young person in the night bureau? I don't know. Yes, a dragon tamer who was just recruited. Dragon tamer? Yeah. Many people started to discuss. However, Chen ignored them and went directly into the night bureau. He didn't go anywhere else, but came to Lu Menjiu's office. Sister, is the result out? Chen asked when he saw Lu Menjiu still in the office. Yeah, you are here, let's talk about it in the conference room. Lu Menjiu saw Chen coming. She picked up some information on the table and walked towards the door. Chen nodded slightly. It seems that this thing is of great significance. Or, it is very important. Otherwise, Lu Menjiu would not have held a meeting directly. And judging from the people who came, there should be many people from the night bureau. They were rarely seen before, but now there are so many at once. It is estimated that this thing is very unusual. Chen wanted to know more about what it was. Chapter 186, Eggs from the Universe. Executive Night Bureau Conference Room. Chen sat not far from Lu Menjiu. This was arranged by Lu Menjiu. Some eyes around him also looked at Chen. This is the unknown transparent wall discovered over the suburbs of Baihu City yesterday. Everyone should know about it. Lu Menjiu posted a picture. Chen took a look and saw that it was a transparent thing, but it was surrounded by labels. So you can see the specific shape. The Xi Bureau did research on this thing overnight. The main component of this thing is calcium carbonate. Lu Menjiu looked at everyone and said, this thing contains 83 to 85% calcium carbonate, 15 to 17% protein, and contains various trace elements such as zinc, copper, manganese, iron, and selenium. What's the meaning? An older man asked. Chen also looked over curiously. Don't you understand what this is? Lu Menjiu asked back. Chen frowned slightly. Is it an eggshell? According to this composition and this proportion, it should be eggshell, right? Yes, it's an eggshell. Lu Menjiu said affirmatively. Eggshell. Is this transparent thing an eggshell? I heard that the area is very large, and the distance of several kilometers is actually an eggshell. What laid the eggs? At this time, many people finally understood what Lu Menjiu said. This thing is actually an eggshell? Chen didn't expect it either. That thing turned out to be an eggshell. What the hell is going on? You must be surprised, right? There are actually creatures with such big, transparent eggshells. Lu Menjiu said. Chen and others nodded slightly. What kind of creature's egg is that? Have you investigated it? Someone else asked curiously. Could it be a dragon egg? At this time, a man looked at Lu Menjiu and asked. Not a dragon egg. Chen said directly. He had seen dragon eggs before, and they were nothing like this. It's not that big, and it's not transparent. How do you know? The person who suggested it was a dragon egg asked Chen directly. I said no, it's not. Chen said calmly. He had seen it but didn't want to say more. Lu Menjiu just glanced at Chen and nodded slightly. Actually, in addition to the various elements mentioned above, there is also another element found on this eggshell. This element is not found on Blue Star. Lu Menjiu said directly. Everyone was stunned. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Elements that are not found on Blue Star. Some people looked curiously at the information released by Lu Menjiu. Yes, and we have discovered this element in the universe before. Lu Menjiu said again. You mean, this eggshell comes from outer space? At this time, if you don't understand it, you will be a bit stupid. An element that is not found on Blue Star but has been found in the universe exists in that transparent eggshell. In other words, does the eggshell come from the universe? It should be. Lu Menjiu nodded slightly. Everyone in the conference room frowned. It actually comes from the universe? Then where is the thing that was born here? Someone asked curiously. I don't know. If it's really here, then Blue Star is probably in danger. According to estimates, this eggshell is only 1% of an entire eggshell. Lu Menjiu said seriously. Now that the eggshell has landed in the sky above Baihu City, it is in a suspended state. In other words, there is a force inside the eggshell that supports its suspension. Lu Menjiu continued, just a newly born being can contain a little energy in the eggshell and levitate it. How scary do you think that thing will be? Hiss. At this time, someone took a deep breath. Lu Menjiu's words let them know that the eggshell was definitely not simple. Then what should we do now? Let the eggshell float in mid-air. Someone asked again. If it were just eggshells, there wouldn't be much of a problem. At worst, it's just this patch of sky that won't allow planes to land. Maybe you can land directly on the transparent eggshell, and then build a city on it, which would also be good. Are you thinking about building a city or an airport on an eggshell? Lu Menjiu seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He asked directly to everyone. Many people nodded. Lu Chu, I think this is a good idea. Some people think this is the best approach. Anyway, according to the data, even Lu Menjiu, who was so powerful, could only break it into a small piece. It must be very hard, and it is basically impossible to break it. It can only be used as waste. Yes, even if it doesn't work, it should be okay to keep it for research, right? Someone else said. This is the eggshell of some kind of creature from space. It also contains elements that Blue Star does not have. If some good breakthroughs can be developed, maybe it will also help eliminate the monsters on Blue Star. Even the strength of human beings far exceeds that of monsters and dragons. This is all possible. Please watch this video again. Lu Menjiu said and played another video. Su Chen also looked over curiously. The thing in the video is still the transparent eggshell. It seems to be in a laboratory. Someone threw a worm in, and it just landed on the eggshell. At first, the insect was still squirming on the eggshell, but after a while, it stopped moving, as if it was stuck. After a while, the insect began to slowly become smaller. The entire process is played in fast forward, and the time displayed is 1 hour. This eggshell is alive. Someone reacted. Very shocked. Even Su Chen was a little surprised. He knew that this eggshell would not be simple, otherwise, Lu Menjiu would not have found everyone here. But Su Chen didn't expect that this eggshell could actually eat. Is this actually a living thing? Yes, according to the test results, this eggshell has no vital characteristics, but it can eat. It first fixes the prey and then slowly begins to absorb it. Lu Menjiu was talking about absorption, not devouring. Just like the bug in the video just now, it slowly began to get smaller, shriveled, and finally disappeared. That is, they have all been absorbed by the eggshell. Such a small piece of eggshell absorbs bugs. What about an eggshell that's several kilometers long? Lu Menjiu suddenly asked. After hearing this question, everyone was stunned. Then when they reacted, they were all a little frightened. That huge eggshell may absorb not only small insects, but also monsters, or even, cannibals? A person is on that huge eggshell, just like a bug is on this small eggshell. As long as it is fixed, it will be absorbed sooner or later. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 187 Su Chen, you stay. Su Chen didn't even think of it. This eggshell actually has such a function. Is this really an eggshell? This living thing is a living thing. Su Chen suddenly felt a little scared when he remembered that he and Lu Menjiu were still standing on the eggshell. If the two of them were stuck by the eggshell at that time, would they be absorbed directly like this little bug? This is also very possible. However, according to Su Chen's strength, they would not be able to detect any abnormal movement in the eggshell. It's just not sure whether I can escape at that time. Then what should we do with this thing? Isolate it and keep people away from it. Someone asked. If this thing cannot be used, it can also absorb living things, so if it is isolated, it will be fine. Well, that's the theory. After all, this thing is too hard. If you want to break it, no one in the night bureau should be able to do it. Lu Menjiu nodded slightly. This kind of thing can only be kept away from people. Otherwise, once it is contaminated, it will be fatal. Ordinary people generally won't get close to it, after all, it is in the suburbs, but if it is an awakened person and is absorbed, the losses will be even more severe. Lu Chu, there is a new discovery. At this moment, a woman ran in a panic and said to Lu Menjiu. What happened? This woman is one of the staff responsible for studying the eggshell. If anything is discovered now, it may be related to eggshells. We discovered that the eggshell can grow. The woman took a deep breath before speaking. What? Before Lu Menjiu responded, the others were shocked. Su Chen also frowned slightly and looked at the eggshells on the screen. That thing can actually grow? Yes, if you can absorb things, how can you not grow? But what is this thing? Eggshell? Incomplete eggs? Cool brother? Are you sure? Lu Menjiu asked again. In fact, she knew that the researchers would make no mistakes. But it still needs to be confirmed again. Well, I'm sure that by comparing it with yesterday's data, the eggshell has grown 5 millimeters. The researcher quickly replied. So fast? Lu Menjiu frowned slightly. This thing actually grows so fast? You know, what she got back was just a small piece. In less than a day, he grew 5 millimeters. That huge piece is going to grow even more. Does this growth have something to do with absorbing bugs or something? Su Chen asked. If this eggshell grows by absorbing biological energy, then it will not grow as long as it is not exposed to other living things. Well, it has something to do with absorbing bugs, but, according to research, it can absorb spiritual energy to grow. The female researcher took out a piece of information and answered. What? Absorb spiritual energy? Can it still be practiced? Someone was completely shocked. If this thing can really absorb spiritual energy and grow, does that mean it can be cultivated? It is possible, but it has not been discovered so far. It cannot be ruled out that it is just absorbing spiritual energy and devouring spiritual energy to grow. The researcher answered word for word. Very detailed. Then the research information was introduced. Su Chen didn't listen, but was just a little curious. Was that eggshell the space monster that appeared, or was it really just an eggshell and the thing inside escaped? If that were the case, it would be even scarier. A broken eggshell fragment is so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if other creatures were born inside? Devouring spiritual power and devouring living things can lead to growth. It seems that this thing can only be destroyed. After listening to the report, Lu Menjiu shook her head helplessly. If this is the case, then the eggshell can only be destroyed. How to destroy it? Even you, Lu Chu, can't do it. Can you pull it away? A middle-aged woman asked with some fear. She is also an awakened person, but her strength is rather special and does not belong to the combat type. This kind of thing is too terrifying for her, more terrifying than monsters. No, that thing is suspended and cannot move at all. It can only be destroyed or crushed and transported away in small pieces. Lu Menjiu shook her head. It's simply unrealistic to just pull them away together. What should we use to pull something within a few kilometers? Pulled to where? It can absorb spiritual energy and grow, so even if it is thrown into the ocean, it will grow on land. Besides, if you leave it alone, it will catch and absorb the monster beasts, and it may grow faster. So this thing can only be destroyed. But how can such a big thing be destroyed? The woman shook her head. For her, this kind of thing simply cannot be destroyed. Isn't it possible to use a more scientific method? Isn't it calcium carbonate? For example, use hydrochloric acid or something. Su Chen asked. This is still an eggshell. As for the approximately 80% calcium carbonate, can it be dissolved if hydrochloric acid is used? I have tried, even using something more suitable than hydrochloric acid, but there is no way to decompose it. There is no damage to this thing. The female researcher answered helplessly. There are many ways to dissolve eggshells. They have tried several times, but there is no effect at all. Okay, I know, you go down first. Lu Menjiao waved her hand at this time. This is obviously not an ordinary eggshell. What do you think now? Lu Menjiao looked at the people around and asked. This. No one answered. This thing is too tricky and has strong defense. Even Lu Menjiao can't do anything about it. What can they do? Their abilities are not as good as Lu Menjiao's. If we find those people, it should be possible, right? At this time, someone said weakly. When he heard this, Chen was stunned. Who? So strong? Yes. We should be able to find them. If we find them, we might be able to break it. But if we find them, won't everyone know about it? It's better to know than to let the eggshell grow. If it grows to the city, it will put many people in danger. But it's very expensive to find them. This, Many people started to talk about it. This made Chen very curious. Who is that person? Is there such a person? How expensive? Chen asked curiously. Everyone looked at him, but no one answered. How expensive? It's very expensive. As for how expensive it is, no one really knows, but they just heard that it's very expensive. Finding those people is a last resort. Now the eggshell is not growing very fast. You go back first and think about whether there are other ways. Lu Menjiao said directly. Everyone nodded slightly and got up to leave. Although Chen was curious, he had to get up. But at this time, Lu Menjiao said again, Chen, you stay. Chapter 188 The Powerful Strength of the Mysterious Organization, the Realm Above the A-Level, at it. Chen looked at the people around him and left one after another. I don't know why Lu Menjiao left him here. What happened? Chen saw that everyone was gone and asked directly. Don't you just want to know who the people they are talking about are? Lu Menjiao asked back. Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, he was curious about what kind of people those people spoke of. Stronger than Lu Menjiao? Since you are already an awakened person and have joined the Night Control Bureau, you can also get in touch with them. Those people are just a group of idle civilian awakened people. Lu Menjiao said to Chen. Idle folk awakener. Chen was a little curious. This idle folk awakener? Is it that strong? Don't underestimate the awakened folk. Some of them are very powerful, but they just don't want to join any organization. Lu Menjiao seemed to know what Chen was thinking. To explain, they established an organization, or alliance, that belongs to them, and its name is Xianyu. Salted fish. Chen was speechless. What the hell is this organization? Is the name of this organization serious? Don't underestimate the Salted Fish organization. Their founder is also the current leader of the alliance. His strength ranks second in the country, and he is ranked among the top 10 in the world. So strong. Chen didn't expect it. How could this little Salted Fish organization be so powerful? And this is a non-governmental organization. But think about it, if their founders were not strong enough and would have been incorporated by now, how could they still be retained? Of course, this also shows the power of the Salted Fish organization. Yes, and there are 8 strong men in the Xianyu organization, and they are not weak. Anyway, I can't beat any of them. Lu Menjiao said again. Chen. Isn't this special meow much better than holding the night game? Is it still too late to leave the Night Bureau and join the Salted Fish organization? Of course, Chen was just thinking about it. After all, the Night Bureau was one of the departments of the country. At least in terms of power, the Salted Fish organization is definitely not comparable. So they are capable of breaking the eggshell. Lu Menjiao said. Chen nodded slightly. Is it just that the price is very high? Well, it's very high. According to my calculations, if you want to completely crush this eggshell, you must be at least 2 realms higher than me. Asking them to take action requires at least 3 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills, or equivalent value. Items. Lu Menjiu said. Hiss. Su Chen thought it would be expensive, but never thought it would be so expensive. A level 7 spirit bead with spiritual skills is worth at least 200 million. In other words, asking them to take action would cost 600 million? This price is already very high. This is because this mission is not dangerous, and it counts as a cost. Lu Menjiu knew what Su Chen was thinking and said. Good guy, the appearance fee is so high? You asked me to stay just to tell me this. Su Chen was a little suspicious. Lu Menjiu would not let everyone leave for no reason and then tell him this. After all, everyone else seems to know the existence of this salted fish organization. Even know the price? Of course not. The salted fish organization itself is very strong. If we trade with them, we won't be willing to give it to them, whether it's 3 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills or other items of equal value. Lu Menjiu said to Su Chen. What should we do? Let people from other organizations help. Su Chen thought for a moment, isn't the founder of the organization ranked second in the country? Let the first come. And not all the powerful people are in the salted fish organization, right? In addition to running the night bureau, there should also be strong people in other departments, such as Xiaolong, right? They're all on other missions. Lu Menjiu said, some are not in the country, and some are in the secret realm. Su Chen. So that means no one can break that eggshell? Can your dragon break through an eggshell? Lu Menjiu suddenly asked. Su Chen was stunned. Then it dawned on me. Lu Menjiu asked him to stay, not to think of a solution, nor to tell him about that salted fish organization. Lu Menjiu wanted Su Chen's dragon to help. Su Chen shook his head, there is no way, my dragon is not as powerful as you think. Although the dragon clan is powerful, my dragon still needs to grow. Joke. Regardless of whether Chu Muxue and Chu Ke could do anything, Su Chen would always say that there was nothing they could do. The two of them must not be exposed casually. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if someone is watching. After all, these two dragons are relatively weak. Then we can only contact the people from the Salted Fish Organization. Lu Menjiu shook her head helplessly, if your dragon can do it, I wouldn't mind spending 600 million on you. After all, you are one of our own. Hey? 600 million? Su Chen was stunned. Good guy, give me 600 million? After all, you belong to the Night Control Bureau. Your improvement in strength will only be beneficial to the Night Control Bureau, but it's a pity that it's not enough. Lu Menjiu said casually. Then he picked up the phone and prepared to have someone contact the Salted Fish Organization. Etc. Su Chen shouted quickly. Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen, a little confused. I want these 600 million. Su Chen said straightforwardly. Didn't you say that your dragon is not strong enough? Lu Menjiu asked back. Su Chen smiled faintly, my dragon is just powerful, but that doesn't mean I have no other options. What can I do? Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen and asked. She knew that Su Chen's character was not one to talk big or brag. If he says there is a way, then there must be a way. Before that, can you tell me your true strength? Su Chen looked at Lu Menjiu and asked. His expression was serious. Although he had felt that Lu Menjiu's strength was unfathomable before. But he still doesn't know the specific strength and how strong it is. Lu Menjiu didn't answer directly, just stared at Su Chen. After a moment, he slowly said, Peak B level. Peak B level. Su Chen didn't expect it. Lu Menjiu's strength has actually reached level B, isn't this too strong? Then you said that the people in that organization are stronger than you, aren't they all Class A? Su Chen remembered what Lu Menjiu had just said, that there were 8 beings in the Xianyu organization who were stronger than her. Wouldn't they all be of A-level strength? Those 8 people are indeed Class A existences, but their founder is stronger. Lu Menjiu nodded slightly. Those 8 are all powerful beings in the A level. Isn't this, level A, the strongest? Su Chen realized that A was not the strongest in the realm. Of course not, there are many realms above, but you can't access them yet, so I won't say more about them. Lu Menjiu nodded slightly and asked again, what is the method you just mentioned? Can you really break that mysterious eggshell? P.S. This is the 3rd update, an additional update. I hope you can send more gifts and remind me of updates. It's still early, so I'll write again, write it out, and continue to update. Chapter 189 Lu Menjiu and number 039, S True Strength, Update. Within the conference room, only Su Chen and Lu Menjiu were there. At this time, Su Chen was staring at Lu Menjiu, and Lu Menjiu was also staring at Su Chen. After a while, Su Chen said, there is a way. What can I do? Lu Menjiu asked lightly. If Su Chen's method didn't work, then he would have to let others take action. You promised, 3 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills. Su Chen said directly, you won't fail to honor it, right? I never said that. Lu Menjiu shook her head. Su Chen frowned, wouldn't he just want to renege on the debt? Then there's really nothing more to say. I'm just saying, it may be 3 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills, or it may be other items of equal value. You will never suffer a loss. Lu Menjiu continued. Su Chen felt relieved. No matter what it is, as long as the value is 600 million, Su Chen doesn't mind paying it directly. Okay, if I can increase your strength 100,000 times, I should be able to break it, right? Su Chen asked directly. In his hand was a violent tea egg that had just been opened. After eating it, your strength can be increased 100,000 times. Although there is only time for 1 punch. According to Su Chen's idea, he was only at the 8th level of the Ren level, which was increased by 100,000 times. It sounded like a lot, but if it really improved, it might not reach the peak of the B level. But if Lu Menjiu uses it, it will be different. She is a peak B level being, and if it is increased by 100,000 times, she can even surpass an A level being. Although it's only 1 punch, it shouldn't be a problem to crush the eggshell. And this violent tea egg was opened from the black iron treasure chest. Compared with 3 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills, their value is far inferior. After all, Su Chen could only open the bronze treasure chest to get the level 4 spirit beads with spiritual skills. No matter what, you need a gold treasure chest to open it at level 7. Black iron level treasure chests can only yield level 2 spiritual beads with spiritual skills at most. This deal is a very good deal. 100,000 times. Lu Menjiu frowned slightly. If her strength were increased by another 100,000 times, she would indeed be able to break eggshells. But how is it possible to increase it by 100,000 times? Well, 100,000 times, but... Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Lu Menjiu said directly, are there any side effects? No problem. If it can really increase my strength by 100,000 times, break the eggshell, and save the ordinary people in Baihu City, it doesn't matter. Su Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Menjiu could do this for ordinary people. It doesn't matter even if your future strength cannot be improved or even regressed. Su Chen asked back. Are there any such side effects? Lu Menjiu looked helpless, but she still nodded, as long as I can break the eggshell. Well, there are no side effects. Su Chen said. If there are any side effects, he really won't take it out. Of course, if the side effects are smaller, it might be acceptable. However, if the system is produced, how could it have side effects? Then what did you say just now? Lu Menjiu asked. Su Chen smiled, although the power has been increased tenfold, there is a time limit. Well, I have also thought about this. There is no power in the world that can be obtained for no reason. If a power increase of 100,000 times can always exist, then why should I practice? Lu Menjiu knew this. 100,000 times the power with no side effects is already very good, but if you want to have no time limit, that is absolutely impossible. It's just that the time is a bit short. Su Chen said helplessly. This time is hard to calculate. How short? 1 minute. Lu Menjiu asked. If it takes 1 minute, it's still enough. But Su Chen shook his head. 10 seconds. Lu Menjiu thought for a while, if it was 10 seconds, it would be too late to hurry up. Su Chen still shook his head. Just stick out a finger. If it takes 1 second, it will be too late. Lu Menjiu still needs to get close to the eggshell, and flying will take time. If it takes 1 second, after accumulating power, it will be gone. It's a bit troublesome to break the eggshell. 1 punch. Su Chen said directly. Ah! This time, it was Lu Menjiu's turn to be confused. When did the time unit change to fists? Why didn't she receive the notification? Literally, you can only use the power of 1 fist. After 1 punch passes, no matter whether the eggshell is completely broken or not, you can't use it a second time. Su Chen explained. This is what he understood. Once 1 punch passes, there will be no second punch. 1 punch? There is such a thing. Lu Menjiu was curious. A punch, seems like. Can. After thinking for a while, Lu Menjiu said, 1 punch is enough time. I will find a way to make the power of 1 punch enough to break the space eggshell. Then it's settled. Su Chen said. Well, I'm curious about what you can do. Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen, her eyes full of curiosity. You will know then, when do you want to take action? Su Chen asked. Right away. Lu Menjiu didn't wait. She was about to start. After all, the eggshell not only hunts and absorbs prey, but also grows. If you are too slow and think too much, you don't know what will happen. She can't let this happen. Okay, but there is another problem. After the eggshell is broken, it is difficult to find the fallen fragments. After all, it is transparent. If it is not cleaned up at that time, there may be trouble. Su Chen is still quite thoughtful in considering things. This space eggshell can grow. If even a small piece falls, it is very likely to grow again. You don't need to worry about this. Lu Menjiu said, and made a phone call directly. According to last night's plan, take your things and set off in 5 minutes. After that, she hung up. It seems that it is not against Su Chen. Lu Menjiu is such a character. There will be no excessive nonsense and she will act vigorously. After that, she looked at Su Chen, you come with me. Yeah. Su Chen nodded slightly. Of course he had to follow. Then the two of them left the meeting room of the night bureau one after the other. Lu Menjiu did not ask anything else, and she completely believed that Su Chen could increase her strength by 100,000 times. This kind of thing sounds ridiculous and unbelievable, but Lu Menjiu believed it. After all, no one can contract a dragon, but Su Chen has. And whether it is his performance in the college entrance examination or the killing of several prisoners on the night bureau's wanted list, these things all prove that Su Chen is not simple. Moreover, according to Lu Menjiu's understanding of Su Chen, he could not lie at this time. So Lu Menjiu chose to believe. After the two left the meeting room, they headed directly to the outskirts of the town. The reason why Su Chen wanted to follow was that he had a little idea in mind. P.S. Chapter 4 was updated today. I hope everyone will urge more updates. Send a small gift. Thank you. Window_Tabola equals window_Tabola. _Tabula. Mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 190. After increasing the power by 100,000 times. The outskirts of Baihu City. Su Chen and Lu Menjiu were standing where they found the space eggshell before. According to measurements, the eggshell grew to about 1 meter in one night. Lu Menjiu held a simple report. That was the data measured by the staff just now. Did it grow by 1 meter in less than a day? If this continues, it won't take long before it covers the entire Baihu City. Su Chen looked at Baihu City not far away. He wouldn't let that happen. But as you said, there is a way to increase my strength 100,000 times. Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen seriously and said. Don't worry, I will do what I say. Su Chen nodded slightly. 100,000 times increase in strength sounds difficult. But for Su Chen, who had a system, it was very simple. Of course, a little luck is also required. If you're lucky, you can open the treasure chest and it will come out. Okay, then I'll get ready. Lu Menjiu said. Su Chen nodded slightly. Watching from the side, he didn't need help. At this time, you can see that Lu Menjiu directly asked people to spread a layer of paper-like stuff on the ground, pure white. After all, this is suburbia and there are no buildings. Wherever there are trees, they are cut down directly. As for the monsters, there are so many awakened people here, and when the monsters come over, they are all killed directly. And monsters are not everywhere. Then Su Chen saw a helicopter flying directly above the egg shell. Su Chen looked at it curiously. Then I saw that the helicopter directly dropped a layer of black powder, which then adhered to the huge suspended eggshell. Now, you can see the eggshell clearly. I see. In this way, as long as it falls on the white paper, it can be completely collected. Su Chen understood instantly. As long as you paint this thing with color, you can find it even if it is scattered. Looking at Lu Menjiu, it seems that it is almost done. Su Chen took out a tea egg directly from the system inventory. There is also a packaging bag on the outside of this tea egg, with a few simple words written on it, Violent Tea Egg. After all, the opponent is a B-level expert. Su Chen was worried about what Lu Menjiu would see. Get ready first. I'm almost done here, how are you preparing? After a while, Lu Menjiu's side had made arrangements. Come directly to Su Chen. 100,000 times increase in strength sounds very fantasy. Lu Menjiu still believed in Su Chen. Give. Without saying anything, Su Chen directly handed the tea egg in his hand to Lu Menjiu. Now is not the time to eat eggs. Lu Menjiu shook her head. He didn't take Su Chen's tea eggs, also, I don't eat tea eggs. The way to increase your strength is to eat these tea eggs. Su Chen said. Lu Menjiu, degree. Do you know that I don't eat tea eggs, on purpose? Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen suspiciously. How can anyone improve their strength by eating tea eggs? I'm not lying to you. If you don't improve after eating it, you can beat me to death. Su Chen didn't expect that Lu Menjiu wouldn't eat tea eggs. But there is no way around it. If she wants to become stronger, she can only eat this tea egg. Real. Lu Menjiu hesitated for a moment, then took the tea eggs handed over by Su Chen. However, there was still some disbelief in his tone. After all, eating a tea egg can give you 100,000 times the power. Is this really possible? Eat it. Su Chen nodded slightly. Didn't say much. After all, this kind of thing cannot be explained clearly. Only when you try it yourself will you know that the effect is really very good. Su Chen believed in the system. After all, the system could figure out even such an elusive thing as luck. It's just a 100,000 times increase in power. I believe it can be done easily. As expected of my host, I'm so touched. Just when Su Chen was thinking about it, system sound suddenly appeared. Su Chen. Boy, has this guy been eavesdropping? I'm so moved that I don't know how many more good treasure boxes to give. Is there any other way? Lu Menjiao looked at the tea eggs in her hand and still couldn't stop talking. This is just like people who don't like coriander, they can't eat it at all. Didn't you say that for the sake of the people in the city, you don't care about the side effects? Su Chen looked at Lu Menjiao and said helplessly. But, eating tea eggs is more uncomfortable than the side effects. Lu Menjiao refused with a face. She has not liked eating this food since she was a child. Everyone has something they don't like, and there's nothing strange about not eating tea eggs. Eat it, you will be 100,000 times stronger. Su Chen reminded. But only one punch. Lu Menjiao was still very resistant. Then give it back to me. Su Chen gave up directly. If you don't eat it, you won't have 100,000 times the power. Then there is no other way. This. Lu Menjiao hesitated for a moment. Then he looked up at the transparent eggshell in the air that was almost stained with black. There was a hint of determination in his eyes. I'll eat it. Well, that's right. Su Chen nodded slightly. At this time, the helicopter's work has come to an end. The sky within a few kilometers turned black. The sun cannot penetrate. The surroundings became very dark. There is always a trace of depression inside. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Eat it. Su Chen looked at Lu Menjiao, who had already peeled the tea egg in her hand. Only the tea eggs are left inside. Lu Menjiao looked at the tea eggs and then at the sky. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, closed his eyes, and ate the tea eggs in a few mouthfuls. Hey, it doesn't seem that bad. Lu Menjiao felt that the taste of this tea egg was different from others. There's actually something delicious about it. How does it feel? Su Chen asked. He has never eaten this violent tea egg. I just prescribed this one, originally keeping it for myself. But since he could exchange for 3 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills, Su Chen might as well choose to exchange them. Anyway, he has a dragon, so there is not much danger. As long as you don't do it yourself, it's basically fine. No, are you lying to me? Lu Menjiao felt it, but there was no improvement. It shouldn't be. Su Chen frowned slightly, and then said, try to accumulate power near the eggshell, and then punch. After all, what it says here is to increase the power of a punch. Maybe you need to punch? Let me try. Lu Menjiao looked at her fist. Then he nodded slightly. Now that he has eaten the tea eggs, he can only believe Su Chen. Lu Chu, everything is ready. At this moment, a staff member ran towards Lu Menjiao. Make a report. Okay, I get it. Lu Menjiao nodded slightly. Then he looked at the blackened eggshell not far away. This looks like the shell of a tea egg, damn it. With that said, he flew directly into the sky. Stay in front of the space eggshell. Window underscore tabola equals window underscore tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 191 The system actually knows the creature inside the eggshell. Outside the city, somewhere, the sky was covered by a huge blackened eggshell. There were many people surrounding it, not letting any unrelated people get close. They also intercepted the monster outside. Su Chen was also waiting outside. He didn't want to be involved in any accidents. Should it be okay? Su Chen looked at the eggshell in the sky. It was originally transparent, but now it was stained black. It formed a sharp contrast with the white paper on the ground. And in the middle of the eggshell, there was a figure. Flying in the air, staring at the black eggshell. That person was Lu Menjiu. Just ate Su Chen's tea eggs. Lu Menjiu had already flown in the air, ready to try the effect. Su Chen's words should be believed. Lu Menjiu looked at the black eggshell in front of her. There was a hint of excitement in her heart. 100,000 times the power. She is now at the peak of the B level. If the power really increased by 100,000 times, it would definitely exceed the A level and reach the realm she dared not think of. Ordinary awakeners only know that the levels are divided into 10 levels, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, R, and G. But they don't know that there are even more powerful beings above this A level. It can be said that the A level is just the threshold to enter the awakening. But there are not many people who can reach the A level. Not to mention the existence that is stronger than the A level. There are even fewer in this world. Even if she can only experience one punch, Lu Menjiu also wants to try it. This is the realm she has always dreamed of. Let me try it. Lu Menjiu shouted in a low voice. Then she clenched her fists. Suddenly, a force condensed in her body. This. Lu Menjiu's eyes widened instantly. Because she could feel that terrifying power brewing in her body. She knew that this punch would definitely reach an unprecedented terrifying realm. Is this the power of that realm? Close your eyes and feel the power flowing in your body. Lu Menjiu didn't dare to let go because she was afraid that this power would disappear. At the same time, she was also obsessed with this power. After a moment, Lu Menjiu opened her eyes. It's so strong. At this moment, a spiritual power, centered on her, burst out directly. Lu Menjiu clenched her fist tighter. Only one chance. She only had one chance to attack this strange eggshell floating in the air. If this punch failed to break the eggshell, there would be no way at all. But, the power of that realm is not something your little eggshell can resist. Lu Menjiu growled, and then punched the eggshell. Bang! A sound came from the sky. Su Chen stared at Lu Menjiu closely. Or rather, stared at the place where her fist touched the eggshell. There was a green spiritual power that burst out in an instant and touched the eggshell. Crack! A sound came from mid-air. Then everyone saw that the surface of the eggshell in mid-air actually cracked. Crack! 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 More and more frequent cracking sounds, continuously resounding in the sky. After a while, the eggshell finally couldn't withstand Lu Menjiu's punch. It exploded. It turned into some small pieces and fell from the sky. It fell on the white paper on the ground. After breaking and turning into small pieces, can't it float in space? Su Chen looked at the falling eggshell fragments. It was originally a whole piece, appearing in mid-air, floating. As a result, after breaking, it fell directly. After saying that, Su Chen disappeared from the spot, and appeared again a second later. Everyone was looking at the broken eggshell in the sky. There were bursts of sighs. No one noticed that there was an extra black eggshell in Su Chen's hand. This is what Su Chen just took back using a 1-second teleportation. No one noticed. The people around him were not strong enough. Lu Menjiu was still immersed in the power of the punch just now. Su Chen smiled faintly and put the thing into the system's inventory. Purple Flame Ice Bonluan Eggshell Fragment X1. Does the system know what this is? At this time, Su Chen suddenly saw that the system actually displayed the name of this thing. Originally, Su Chen just wanted to collect a piece and study it. It is safest to temporarily store it in the system's inventory. Not only will it not be lost or robbed, even if there is a problem, the system will suppress it and it will not hurt him. But I didn't expect that after storing it, the name would be displayed. Purple Flame Ice Bonluan. Su Chen muttered the name. There is no name for this kind of monster on this blue planet. Go back and ask Chu Muxue and the others if there is such a monster in the secret realm. After all, the secret realms discovered by humans are limited. Many monsters have not actually been discovered by humans. Maybe this purple flame ice Bonluan is a demon beast that lives in a secret place? But the probability is not very high. Chen did not choose to ask the system. Because he knew that even if he asked, it would be useless, the system would not answer such a question. Chen. Just when Chen was in a daze, a voice came over. He looked up and saw Lu Menjiu who had landed in front of him. At this time, the latter's face was full of excitement. Hey! Chen was stunned. He had never seen Lu Menjiu with such an expression. Thank you. Lu Menjiu said to Chen very seriously. Ah! You're welcome. Chen was stunned, but still reacted. Probably talking about the punch just now. This kind of power is what I want to experience most in my life, but according to my talent, I don't know if I can reach such a realm. You let me experience it once today. Lu Menjiu said, this kind of power is really strong. Yes, you will achieve it. Now Lu Menjiu is not old, she is only in her 20s. But her strength is already B level. It is estimated that her talent is at least A level if not S level. There is still a lot of time in the future. There will definitely be a chance to reach that mysterious realm. Yet, Lu Menjiu didn't say much, just nodded slightly. After a moment, she added, if the source of this power is not T-eggs, I would like it more. After that, she left directly. She didn't ask Chen too much about the T-eggs. She didn't want Chen to take out more. Everyone has his own secrets, Chen's secrets. Lu Menjiu knows a kind of T-eggs that can increase power by 100,000 times, which is a lot. She won't dig into the details. Chen looked at Lu Menjiu's back as she left and smiled faintly. At this time, Lu Menjiu said again, the reward I promised you will not be less than a penny. P.S. Why update at more than 4 o'clock? Because I couldn't sleep, and got up to write again. Hee. Chapter 192 Not admitted to university? Chen nodded slightly but did not answer. Chen knew the value of 3 level 7 spiritual beads with spiritual skills. At least 600 million. No matter what it is, Chen can accept it. Of course, as long as it's not replaced by 600 million fruits and vegetables. It's time to go back. The rest is all a matter of night. As for the matter of Xianbingguan, Chen would not tell Lu Menjiu. After all, this is not only about the existence of the system, but also about the future. But you can ask Chu Muxue and the others. The bicycle was left at the Zai Bureau, and Chen could only find someone to take him back. Then I went to the night office to get my bicycle. Back home, Chu Muxue and the two had already woken up. Good morning. Chen said hello. Good morning, what are you doing here? Chu Muxue was a little curious about what Chen was doing so early. I'll buy you breakfast, small packets of soy milk and fried dough sticks. As Chen said, he put all the things he bought on the road on the table. Hey, soy milk and fried dough sticks. Hee. Chu Muxue picked it up and ate it directly. Chen also sat down and started eating together. Do you Dragon Clan know many monsters? Chen was eating and suddenly asked. Well, yes, basically all the monsters on Blue Star have been recorded by the Dragon Clan. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Then do you know the purple flame ice Bonluan? Chen asked. He was very curious, what kind of creature was the name given by this system? Xianbingguan? No, I remember not. Sister Kaer, do you remember? Chu Muxue answered while eating steamed buns. No. Chu Kaer shook his head. She has never heard the name of this monster beast. Sure. Chen confirmed again. Yeah, sure, but if you don't worry, I can call home and ask. Chu Muxue nodded. She remembered that she had never heard of the existence of such a monster. But if it's important to Su Chen, Chu Muxue can also ask her parents or call her grandfather directly, and she should be able to find out. No need, it's not an important name. Maybe the person who told me remembered it wrong. Su Chen shook his head. As long as Chu Muxue and Chu Kier know about this matter. If too many people know about it, even if the other party is just a dragon, unnecessary trouble may arise. Besides, Su Chen also thought about it, the name that neither Chu Muxue nor Chu Kier had heard of definitely did not exist. At least not on Blue Star. In that case, the purple flame ice Bonluan is really a monster from the universe? It seems that there really are monsters in the universe. No one in this world can be sure whether there are monsters or monsters in the universe. Just like the blue star where humans live, are there really no people on other planets? Even now an eggshell containing elements of the universe has appeared. I believe there are still many people who don't want to believe that there are monsters in the universe. Of course, it's their business if they don't believe it. Su Chen believed that he didn't just see the eggshell, and it wasn't just because the eggshell contained cosmic elements. It was even more because of the name given by the system, Ziyan Bing Guluan. This is not a systematic name, but a real thing. It is different from the magical creatures encountered in the volcanic lava before. The system knows what it is. Doesn't that mean that the humanoid monsters in the volcanic lava are even more mysterious? Su Chen suddenly reacted. This Xian Ice Bonluan system can give names. But the system did not give out the humanoid monster. Is it because the humanoid monster is more mysterious? Or are there other reasons? Su Chen didn't know this either. By the way, Su Chen, the admission notice will be here in 2 days, and we should be ready to report. Chu Muxue remembered it and said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded slightly, okay. Su Chen still had some expectations for college life. After eating, Su Chen received a call. It was Lu Yunxiao who called. Teacher. Su Chen answered the phone. Lu Yunxiao, who was opposite, said to Su Chen, there is something I need to tell you. Su Chen was stunned by these words. What's going on? What's going on? Teacher. Su Chen was a little curious. At this time, the school was already on vacation, so they basically wouldn't be looking for them. Unless, like last time, it was Xiaolong who was looking for him. The university you signed up for as your first choice may not admit you. Lu Yunxiao hesitated and said. You won't admit me? Why? My grades should be enough to get into their school, right? The university Su Chen applied for is called Fengtang University, which is one of the top awakened universities in the country. It is the first university created for the awakened. Su Chen applied for this school as his first choice. I heard that this school has the largest number of secret realms among universities in the country. Su Chen just planned to go. Result, can't get admitted? Some of them suspect that your grades are due to teaming up with Chu Muxue. They don't want to admit a dragon master who doesn't have a dragon. When Lu Yunxiao said this, he was also a little angry. Even if Su Chen is a dragon tamer without a dragon, he is also an S-level talent. Fengtang University actually doesn't want to admit him. What about Xiaolong University, the second choice? This is also a university for awakeners that can compete with Fengtang University. It can be said that it is on par with Fengtang University. The reason why Su Chen was chosen as the second choice is because it is far away from home. There is no problem with Xiaolong, and he should be admitted normally. Lu Yunxiao said. The reason why she found Su Chen and told him all this was that Su Chen would know it sooner or later. Even if he didn't get the news from her, the Zai Bureau would know it as soon as he investigated. Second, based on the first reason, Lu Yunxiao felt that it was time to get along well with Su Chen. An awakener favored by Xiaolong and Zai Bureau. Even if he is a dragon tamer without a dragon, it is worth Lu Yunxiao to get along well with him. This is also the reason why Lu Yunxiao told Su Chen so much. Thank you teacher for telling me this. Su Chen thanked him. He is not stupid. As a teacher, Lu Yunxiao told him that it was definitely against the rules. But Lu Yunxiao still said it. Isn't it because he values his strength? Teacher, you can find me if you need help in the future. Although Su Chen is still a student, he is a formal member of the Night Bureau. Some things are relatively simple to do. Okay, the teacher will not be polite if you need it. It is the honor of the teacher to teach a student who can be favored by both the Night Bureau and the Qianlong organizations. Lu Yunxiao was not polite. Didn't she say this to Su Chen just to get Su Chen's favor? In this world, the weak are the prey of the strong. Su Chen's status and strength in the future will be stronger than hers. There is nothing wrong with hugging the thigh first. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue who was curious on the side. Chu Muxue stared at Su Chen with two big eyes, with a curious look on her face. Chapter 193 Find someone to identify this mutant spirit bead. Su Chen told Chu Muxue what Lu Yunxiao said. Then Fengtang University actually looks down on you. Chu Muxue frowned slightly. She is Su Chen's summoned dragon, and she has a good relationship with Su Chen. Now that Su Chen is looked down upon by Fengtang University, she will naturally not be happy. It's okay, it will be the same when I go to Shoryu University. Su Chen said indifferently. But I have already remembered Fengtang University. If he had time, Su Chen would like to see who made such a stupid decision. Of course, there is no rush in this matter. After all, Fengtang University is also a top university in the country. There must be many strong people in the school. Su Chen's current strength is only at the 8th level of Ren level. It is impossible to confront others. Of course, it might still be possible if Chu Muxue and Chu Qir were brought along. But Su Chen didn't want to expose the matter about the two dragons. It wasn't worth what Su Chen did. Then I'll go to Shoryu University too. Chu Muxue said directly. Admissions in this world are different. If you are admitted to both your first and second choices, you can choose to attend one of the universities. Of course, generally the first choice will not go to the second choice unless special circumstances occur. Just like now. For Chu Muxue, it is very special. Su Chen was looked down upon by Fengtang University. As Su Chen's Xiaolong, it was naturally impossible for him to go to Fengtang University. What's more, after we go, who will cook? Then Fengtang University has suffered a heavy loss. Su Chen smiled lightly. Chu Muxue is also an S-level talent, and is also an awakener of the ice element. He will definitely become a strong person in the future. If you join Fengtang University, it is definitely very important to Fengtang University. Because she is different from Su Chen. Su Chen still felt uncertain. Moreover, an A-level student with relatively good talent may surpass Su Chen, who has no dragon-level S-level talent. Fengtang University has no shortage of such students, so naturally it doesn't matter. Hey, let them don't want you and regret it. Chu Muxue snorted coldly. Although she knew it was nothing, she was still very angry. This matter has come to an end for the time being. Su Chen did not ask about Fengtang University. Because it doesn't make any sense. In the afternoon, Su Chen lay on the sofa and opened the Night Bureau app. He is going to find someone. The familiar interface of Xiaolong Studio opened. Su Chen, are you there? Osamu? Xiaolong Customer Service, Mr. Su Chen, please wait a moment, I will transfer you to Xiaolong's father immediately. Xiaolong Customer Service, boss, there was a typo. Su Chen. But soon, someone came in. Xiaolong, Mr. Su, long time no see. Are there any other goods this time? Su Chen, does your studio have an appraisal agency? I want to identify the spirit beads. Xiaolong, Appraisal of spirit beads? Of course. Please come to our Xiaolong studio when you are free, or we can bring the spirit beads back for appraisal and send them back to you. Chen, don't bother me. I'll go over now. Give me your address. Xiaolong, okay, this is our address. Xiaolong, location message. Chen looked at the location and found that it was not very far away. I just responded with a message, so go directly now. What he wanted to identify was the third-level mutated spirit bead he had obtained before. The value of this spirit bead is several times higher than that of ordinary spirit beads. Moreover, the spiritual skills obtained from the mutated spirit beads may be mutated. This is very important to Chen. If you can really get a mutant spiritual skill, no matter what it is, the speed will not be compromised. I have to go out for something. Chen said to Chu Muxue and Chu Muxue. Remember to bring a gift back. Chu Muxue reminded. Chen. I'm not going on a trip, what gift should I bring? Chen said casually. Then he added, it's okay to bring some food back. Thanks. Chu Muxue said quickly. Chen. It feels like being tricked. But he went out directly. The mutated spirit bead was in his system inventory. Chen didn't know any appraisal agency. Don't worry either. We have collaborated with Xiaolong Studio last time. It would be nice to work together again. Otherwise, you will have to look for it again. The Night Bureau does have an appraisal agency, but Chen obviously doesn't want the people in the Night Bureau to know. After all, this is a mutated spirit bead. This place is a bit far. Chen looked at the address on his phone helplessly. This is not in Baihu City, but another big city. Chen had never been there before. Because it needs to pass through the suburbs of the city, Chen couldn't do it with his previous strength. It's a bit far, let's go by bike. Chen got on the bicycle directly. Went toward the outside of the city. Chen, are you leaving the city again? When he arrived at the city gate and saw Chen, Xiaolong smiled and shouted. Uncle Xiao, it's your turn to guard the door today. Chen saw Xiaolong and replied happily. What do you mean by guarding the gate? How unpleasant it sounds. I call it guarding the city. Xiaolong said helplessly. Why does the doorman sound so awkward? Yes, defend the city, but I'm in a hurry now, so I won't tell you more and will leave the city first. Chen smiled and nodded. He also has to go to the next city. So anxious? Where are you going to hunt monsters? Xiaolong asked curiously. Chen shook his head, if you don't want to hunt monsters, go to Qingcheng. This name is a bit strange, but it is indeed called that. After saying that, Chen headed directly out of the city. Qingcheng. Xiaolong was stunned. This place is 100 kilometers away from Qingcheng. Did you go there on a bicycle? There are many monsters along the way. Although he knew that Chen was already very powerful now. But is there really no problem riding a bicycle for a distance of 100 kilometers? Xiaolong was a little worried. But Chen had already left the city at this time. Hehe, it's a good thing that the system gave me the skill before. Otherwise, riding a bicycle for 100 kilometers would be exhausting. Chen said while riding the bike. Although not really exhausted. But the monsters in the middle are enough to stifle. But at this time, Chen disappeared directly from the spot. Appeared again, already riding a bicycle 100 meters away. This is Chen's teleportation. Although it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. But now Chen needed to go to Qingcheng quickly, so he didn't care so much. After all, based on his spiritual power at the 8th level of Ren level, he can still afford it. After several flashes, Chen had disappeared outside the suburbs of the town. Went in the direction of that city, Qingcheng. It's not fast, but it's not slow at all. Su Chen was looking forward to seeing what magical skills this mutated spirit bead could identify. Chapter 194 Identification of a Mutated Spiritual Pearl. Among the suburbs of towns. Hu-ho! Su Chen rested on a big rock. Is 100 kilometers a long distance? Not really close. But Su Chen's teleportation could reach 100 meters in 1 second. That speed is very fast. However, the consumption of spiritual power is also very fast. Su Chen had just teleported more than 30 kilometers, and he was already feeling tired. I found a place where there were no monsters, took out a spirit bead from a first-level monster I killed on the road, and absorbed it. This kind of spiritual bead is very simple for Su Chen to absorb. After a while, the consumed spiritual energy was replenished. Okay, let's go on. It didn't take long to get there. But it took Su Chen half an hour to absorb this spirit bead. After 3 consecutive breaks, Su Chen just arrived in Qingcheng. This city is the largest city nearby. Ohan's studio is right here. Su Chen came near the city. The city gate here is also open, and similarly, there are people guarding it. Su Chen entered the city easily. Then I opened the map and found the location of Xiaolong's studio. Get up! Su Chen, who had just entered the city, disappeared instantly. The guard guarding the city gate was suddenly stunned. What? Looking around, I was a little confused. Someone showed up just now? Dazzled? Left. After Su Chen stopped, he headed to the left again. Not long after, we came to the door of a building. This building is very tall, at least 30 floors. And it says, Xiaolong Studio. That studio belongs to all this building. Su Chen was a little surprised. In this world where every inch of land is precious, you can actually own a building directly. Your company is several times more powerful than other companies, and you call it a studio? You are so kind. Su Chen thought in his heart. Walk directly towards the building. Stop. As soon as I reached the front of the building, I was stopped by the security guard. I'm looking for Xiaolong. Su Chen said. Both security guards were stunned. Xiaolong? Mr. Han? Do you have an appointment? I don't need an appointment. Su Chen said calmly. Does he still need to make an appointment? It would be nice not to let Xiaolong make an appointment. That means there is no appointment, go back quickly. One of the security guards waved his hand disdainfully. There are so many scammers these days. But in the past, all the liars called Mr. Han, but this one called Xiaolong was really the first one. They were almost fooled. I thought it was some relative or friend of Mr. Han. Fortunately, I asked too much. Tell Xiaolong that Su Chen is here, of course he knows. Su Chen said. I didn't mean to blame the security guard. After all, their mission is security and protection. Forget it, I'll go in by myself. Su Chen said and walked directly towards the door. What do you want to do? The 2 security guards were already alert, quickly blocking Su Chen's path. But just when Su Chen was about to collide with the 2 of them, Su Chen disappeared directly from the spot. What? The 2 security guards were stunned. The young man who had been in front of them just now actually disappeared. Su Chen didn't embarrass the 2 of them. Appeared directly in the elevator. Ah! In the elevator, there was a girl in professional attire. She was startled when she saw Su Chen suddenly appeared. On the 30th floor, are you going to find Xiaolong too? I have asked Xiaolong before. He is in the office on the 30th floor. Just. Yes. I'm looking for Mr. Han, who are you? The girl was a little scared. After all, I was alone in the elevator when a strange man suddenly walked in. If he wants to do something bad, there are enough elevators on the 30th floor for someone to do it. I have something to do with Xiaolong. This elevator is really slow. I'll leave first. Chen originally planned to take the elevator up. I found that the elevator was very slow, so I teleported and disappeared again. Ah! The girl shouted again. Chen disappeared behind the elevator and teleported directly towards the top floor. From a distance of 100 meters, he can teleport more than 20 floors in one go. Went directly to the 30th floor. Just happened to show up in the chairman's office. This should be it. Chen looked at the office in front of him. Knocked directly on the door. Come in. There was a voice coming from inside. Chen had seen it before. It was Xiao Han's voice. Chen was not polite and opened the door directly and walked in. There was only Xiao Han inside. Mr. Han, how are you doing lately? Chen walked over and sat directly in front of Xiao Han. Mr. Su, thanks to you, I'm doing fine recently. Xiao Han smiled slightly. The business Chen did with him last time was quite big. Although he didn't make much money, he might have a potential customer like Chen. Xiao Han is naturally happy. A high school senior can have so many spirit beads to trade. When you grow up in the future, will you still be able to do it? That's good, I'll get straight to the point. There is a spirit bead here, and I want you to help identify it. You tell me the cost. Chen said directly. After all, the purpose of his coming was to identify the properties of the spirit beads. If it suits his spiritual skills, he must definitely use them. Mr. Su is joking. It's just a spirit bead appraisal. Do you still need to withdraw money? As long as there is business in the future, don't forget our Xiao Han studio. Xiao Han said quickly. Then he became a little curious, what level of spirit beads is Mr. Su going to identify? Is it level 6 or level 7? In Xiao Han's eyes, those below level 6 do not have much need for identification for Chen. After all, Chen's strength and the ability to absorb the 6th level spiritual bead were not far behind. None of that. Chen shook his head. Is it an 8th level spirit bead? Xiao Han was a little surprised. It's not level 6, it's not level 7. Is it an 8th level spirit bead? This was an eye-opener for him. Even for him, 8th level spiritual beads are rare. Level 3 spirit beads. Chen directly took out a small box. Push it to Xiao Han. He didn't have to worry about Xiao Han running away with the spirit beads. With his ability to run the night game, he probably won't be able to sell it after he runs away. And compared with this 30-level company, this 3rd-level spirit bead is nothing. Level 3. Xiao Han was a little surprised. I thought it was something like level 6 or 7, but it turned out to be a level 3 spirit bead. What is the use of these 3rd-level spirit beads after identification? But Xiao Han still opened the box. Then he froze. This. After a moment, he realized, is this a mutated spirit bead? Boss Xiao Han has good taste. Chen nodded slightly. He didn't expect that Xiao Han would recognize him. A 3rd-level mutated spirit bead is of extraordinary value. This is the first time I've seen a mutant spirit bead. It's really eye-opening for me. Xiao Han looked at the 3rd-level mutant spirit bead in front of him. He looked at Chen very excitedly and asked, "Can I?" Chapter 195, Mutated Spirit Skills Identified by Mutated Spiritual Pearls. Xiao Han has run a studio for more than 10 years. From a small studio to a company with 30 floors. For so many years, I have never seen a mutant spirit bead. I could only look at photos and pictures. I didn't expect that I would see the real thing today. Even if it was just a 3rd-level mutant spirit bead. It was enough to make Xiao Han excited. Xiao Han was so excited that he couldn't speak. Chen didn't say anything, just looked at him. Can I take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments? Xiao Han finally said it. He was relieved immediately. Sure. You are welcome. Su Chen thought he was going to say something. In the end, he just wanted to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. With Su Chen's consent, Xiaolong didn't hesitate at all. He directly picked up the mutant spirit bead and started taking selfies. There were not only photos taken of the spirit bead, but also photos taken with himself. Su Chen took a look and took about 20 photos. Then Xiaolong started to choose. In the end, he deleted 9 photos and handed them to Su Chen to take a look. Then he posted a 9-square grid on his moments. Su Chen, can you help me identify it now? Su Chen looked at Xiaolong and asked. His main purpose was to identify this third-level spirit bead. Yes, no problem at all. Xiaolong said quickly. Then he pressed a button. Soon a girl came in. Mr. Han, what's the matter? The girl asked respectfully. You take this spirit bead. Forget it, you stay here and chat with Mr. Su, I will deliver it myself. Xiaolong originally planned to have someone deliver it. But then he thought, this is a mutant-level spirit bead. He should deliver it himself. After all, if it is lost, he can't afford to pay for it. Yes. This sir, why is it you? The girl was stunned when she saw Su Chen. Do you know each other? Xiaolong asked. Su Chen shook his head, I just met him in the elevator. So that's it, this is Luo Shuang, my secretary. Xiaolong nodded slightly, and then introduced, this is Su Chen, Mr. Su, you have to treat him well. If there is anything inconsiderate, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Yes. Luo Shuang nodded quickly. When she was in the elevator, she didn't know that the boy in front of her was so important. I thought he was just an ordinary awakener. But from what the boss said just now, it can be heard. This boy who looks younger than her is definitely an important customer. Luo Shuang has never seen the boss so respectful to anyone. Even those awakeners with strong strength are just ordinary chats. This situation is the first time. Luo Shuang is not a person without vision, otherwise it would be impossible to reach the level of secretary. Xiaolong happily took the mutant spirit bead and went to identify it. In the office, only Su Chen and Luo Shuang were left. That, Mr. Su, drink water. Luo Shuang poured a glass of water for Su Chen. Well, thank you. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then the two of them fell silent. Luo Shuang stood aside. Su Chen looked at the office. There was a big window. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Su Chen could see the outside world from the window. The view here is really wide. Su Chen liked this kind of office a little. Sitting here, you can almost see the whole city. This is the highest floor in the city, and it is in the city center, you can see many places, the boss likes to see the world around here. Luo Shuang replied quickly. Su Chen nodded slightly. Because after the appearance of monsters, the floors are generally not built very high. Although the awakened people guarding the city can beware of monsters entering from the city gate. But if it is a flying monster, it will be difficult for the awakened people to kill it if it flies too high. Unless it is a flying awakened person. But there are very few such awakened people. Su Chen has only seen one Lu Menjiu so far. It is also because of this, in order to prevent flying monsters from directly attacking high floors. You can only build low floors. This 30-story building is already very high. Su Chen didn't say much, after all, he didn't like dealing with people very much. And Su Chen didn't say anything, Luo Shuang didn't dare to say much. After all, she was worried that she didn't know when she would offend Su Chen. The temper of the awakened is not very good. This is the conclusion she came to after meeting many awakened people. Talk less and do more, you can avoid committing suicide. Do you sell spirit beads here? Su Chen suddenly asked again at this time. Ah! Luo Shuang was stunned and nodded quickly, yes. Yet. Su Chen didn't say much. He did have some spirit beads, which could be sold directly. But there is no hurry now. It's not too late to sell them when you need money. After a long time, Xiaolong finally came back. Mr. Su, congratulations. Xiaolong's first sentence when he came in was congratulations. Su Chen looked at Xiaolong, what skill appeared? Su Chen was also very curious. This is a mutant spirit bead. If a very good spirit skill appears, Su Chen will keep it for use. If the spirit skill that appears is not suitable, such as a wood attribute or a soil attribute spirit skill, Su Chen will sell it directly. This spirit skill after identification is a mutant spirit skill. Xiaolong said to Su Chen seriously. Well, so what kind of spirit skill is it? Su Chen asked curiously. The probability of this mutant spirit bead being a mutant spirit skill is still very high. It is a spirit skill with amplification attribute. Xiaolong thought about it and said. Ah! Amplification attribute. Su Chen was also stunned. This is the first time I have heard of such a spirit skill. What is the amplification attribute? The probability of this spirit skill appearing is very low. It can only be obtained in the mutant spirit bead. It belongs to the auxiliary spirit skill. Xiaolong explained. Auxiliary. Su Chen still didn't understand. Auxiliary spirit skills, this sounds a bit bad. You can enhance the people around you. For example, when you team up to hunt monsters, you can enhance a certain attribute for your teammates, such as the enhancement of the fire element, which will make their spiritual skills stronger. It may also be an enhancement of speed or defense. You will know it after absorbing it. Xiaolong was also a little surprised when he just identified it. After all, this kind of mutant spiritual skill is rare. So they can't be sure what the enhancement is. It may be defense, speed, or attack. In any case, each result has the same probability. So that's the case. Then this spiritual skill is not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly. This spiritual skill may be a bit useless for others. But for Su Chen, who has the talent of a dragon master, it is undoubtedly very suitable. No matter attack, defense, or speed. As long as it can be improved, the dragon clan can exert 120% of its ability. It's tailor-made. P.S. Readers who see this, would it be better to urge them a little? Chapter 196, Selling another spiritual bead worth several hundred million. Su Chen didn't expect this mutant spirit bead. The spiritual skills brought by it are actually so good? I thought it was just an ordinary mutant spiritual skill, but I didn't expect it to be an attribute improvement. And it also promotes others. For other people, maybe the spiritual skill of this spirit bead is not that great. After all, spiritual skills that cannot be used on oneself are almost useless. But for a beast master and a dragon master like Su Chen, it is simply a powerful weapon. The spiritual skills of this spirit bead are very suitable for awakened people such as beast masters. As for other awakened people, it is not very useful. I don't know whether Mr. Su plans to use it himself or sell it. Xiaolong looked at Su Chen and asked. If this spirit bead can be sold here, it can also increase the popularity of their Xiaolong studio. After all, this is a mutated spirit bead, although it is only level 3. But because of its rarity, the effect will be very good. I plan to use it myself. Su Chen put the spirit beads away directly. This mutated spirit bead was very useful to Su Chen. Naturally, it is impossible to sell it directly. Besides, Su Chen is not short of money either. In that case, there is no other way. However, I would like to ask Mr. Su to allow me to post the photo of this spirit bead on WeChat Moments, as a publicity. Osamu said. Although I can't keep this spirit bead. However, it's also good to have photos that you can post on Moments and use as a publicity. Yeah, sure. Su Chen nodded slightly. He had no problem with this. They gave the appraisal for free, and Su Chen lent it to him to post on WeChat Moments and promote it, so there would naturally be no problem. Thank you. Xiaolong thanked him and then sent it directly to Moments. Sure enough, within a short while, I received a lot of likes and inquiries about the price. Although it is only a third-level mutant spirit bead. But the word mutation is enough to explain everything. Of course, Xiaolong just wanted to show off and do some publicity. Su Chen was unwilling to sell, so he naturally couldn't force it. Help me sell some level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. Su Chen looked at Xiaolong and said. Level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills? Okay. Xiaolong nodded quickly. This is also big business. Not many, just 5. Su Chen said and took out a box. There are 5 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills lying inside, which are wood, water, and earth attributes, as well as fire and ice attributes. These are the 5 level 6 spirit beads left to him by Su Chen's father. Originally, Su Chen planned to keep these 5 spirit beads, and give the fire and ice attribute beads to Chu Muxue and Chu Muxue. The rest don't know if they can contract with other dragons in the future. If so, they can be given to them. But now Su Chen has given Chu Muxue and Chu Muxue 2 level 6 spirit beads with spiritual skills. This is too much to say, and you can bite off more than you can chew. What's more, Su Chen has now begun to feel that level 6 spiritual skills are not particularly high. It's better to sell it directly. In the future, I will probably need to change to level 7 or even level 8 spirit beads. Okay, according to the market price, a level 6 spirit bead with spiritual skills is 96 million. I will charge it at 97 million. What do you think? Xiaolong didn't hesitate much. Customers like Su Chen must pay higher prices. I just made a little less. But being able to retain a big customer like Su Chen is much better in comparison. I have no problem. Su Chen nodded slightly. 1 is 96 million. 5 coins equals 480 million, which is a huge sum of money for Su Chen. Do you have any level 8 non-attributed spiritual skills orbs here? This amount of money is enough for Su Chen to buy level 8 spirit beads with spiritual skills. If Osamu has it here. Su Chen planned to buy it directly here. Not even Xiaolong's studio has level 8 spirit beads. Xiaolong shook his head helplessly. Level 8 spirit beads are different from other spirit beads. They are all valuable but not marketable. It is very difficult to hunt down level 8 monsters. What's more, after people hunt, they either use it themselves or barter for the spirit beads or other things they need. Basically they won't be sold. Are there any level 7 ones? Su Chen asked. If you have one at level 7, that's fine too. There are only 3 wood attributed ones and 2 earth attributed ones at level 7, and there are no others, let alone non-attributed ones. Xiaolong spoke again. There are more spirit beads with spiritual skills at level 7 than at level 8. It's a pity that there are no attributeless spirit beads that Su Chen needs now. If you want wood or earth attributes, they are both available. I don't have any use for those. Please help me keep an eye on them. Those with no attributes at level 7, or those with ice or fire attributes will do, as will those at level 8. Su Chen said helplessly. It seems that these things above level 6 are very difficult to obtain. This also requires waiting for an opportunity. Okay, I will definitely keep an eye on it for you. Xiaolong nodded slightly. Su Chen is a very important customer, and everything comes first. After all, the identity of the night director is there. And this has already brought a lot of income to Xiaolong. Then I'll leave first. Su Chen nodded slightly. Got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Xiaolong frowned slightly and looked over, and saw a woman walking in. Mr. Han, I want that level 3 mutant spirit bead. No matter how much it costs, don't sell it to others, sell it to me. The woman just came in and said directly. Zhu Yan, Didn't I reply to you? That Lingzhu is not mine, I borrowed it to take pictures. Xiaolong looked at the woman named Zhu Yan and said. Borrowed? Even if it's borrowed, someone must own it. Tell me who? I'm willing to pay a high price and buy it directly. Zhu Yan said confidently. People are not short of money. Xiaolong shook his head. I don't believe that someone can have trouble with money. That spirit bead is just right for me. I think it must. Zhu Yan said, tell me quickly, who holds the Lingzhu? This. Xiaolong was a little embarrassed. Tell me and I will introduce more people to buy spiritual beads from you. Zhu Yan spoke again. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really don't lack money. Xiaolong shook his head and refused directly. Okay, I've introduced so many businesses to you, but now you're burning bridges and turning your back on me, right? Zhu Yan saw Xiaolong refuse. Suddenly he shouted angrily. You! Xiaolong didn't expect that this person would look like this. If I had known, I would have blocked her when I posted on Moments. The spirit beads are mine and I don't intend to trade them. Chen said calmly. Xiaolong helped him a lot, and he didn't even charge for the appraisal just now. At this time, because of the Lingzhu matter, Chen would naturally not stand idly by when someone made things difficult for him. Chapter 197 A Slap in the Face. Chen's words directly made Zhu Yan's eyes fall on him. A poor boy. This was Zhu Yan's first feeling when he saw Chen. This is great. Poor children will definitely not have trouble with money. As long as the price offered is high enough, you can definitely buy it. This makes Zhu Yan very confident. But Zhu Yan still glanced at Xiaolong. It seemed like a question. Xiaolong then said helplessly, yes, the spirit bead belongs to Mr. Chen. He won't sell it, so don't waste your breath. It turns out it's really yours, little brother Su. That spirit bead is just a level 3 mutant spirit bead. It shouldn't be of any use to you if you keep it. Why don't you sell it to me? Zhu Yan saw Xiaolong confirming. He showed Chen a smile that he thought was pretty and said. If you don't want to sell it, leave. Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste time here either. This spirit bead is very important to him. Naturally, it will not be sold, no matter how much money it is, it will not be sold. Little brother, it's definitely useless for you to keep it. You just want to sell it at a high price. The price of a level 3 mutant spirit bead on the market is about 30 million. I'll offer 3 times the price, 90 million. No, 100 million, I'll give you 100 million, how about it? This Zhu Yan is indeed a rich man. Just offer a very high price. If you are an ordinary person, you really can't refuse. But to Chen, who had just sold hundreds of millions of things, this was nothing at all. He just shook his head and said, no need. You. Zhu Yan did not expect that the price he offered would be directly rejected by Chen. 100 million to buy a level 3 mutant spirit bead is already a very high price. Although this spirit bead is mutated, it is only level 3. For many strong people, it is not useful. But Zhu Yan's strength is only at the Ren level. This level 3 spirit bead is just right for her to use. Let's go. Chen said and planned to leave. But at this moment, a surge of spiritual power surged out. He stopped Chen directly. If you don't sell it to me today, you have to sell it. Zhu Yan shouted lowly. Unexpectedly, she actually used spiritual power. Attack Chen directly. Are you trying to steal the 5th level of Ren level strength? Chen smiled lightly. Chen is not worried even if it is Xing's strength, let alone Renji's strength. Stop, Zhu Yan, this is not the place for you to do anything. Xiaolong roared angrily. If Zhu Yan takes action here and offends Chen, it will be difficult for him to do business in the future. Su Chen was not just an ordinary customer, but also a member of the Night Bureau. If he is offended, it is not something Xiaolong can afford. So he planned to take action first. Xiaolong, I'll do it myself. Su Chen said calmly. The woman in front of me has always looked arrogant and domineering. Su Chen really couldn't stand it anymore. Then the spiritual power burst out. Ren level 8. Zhu Yan and Xiaohan were both stunned. Su Chen's strength has actually reached the 8th level of Ren level. He looks so young. You are truly worthy of being a member of the Night Bureau. Xiaohan thought to himself. Su Chen was young, so he didn't expect that he could possess such strength. No wonder Xi Bureau directly asked him to join even though he was not yet old enough. With such strength now, it will definitely be even stronger in the future. At this time, Xiaohan was somewhat grateful that he was on Su Chen's side just now. Humph, so what if you are at the 8th level of Ren level? Try my pet. At this time, Zhu Yan also reacted from the shock. He snorted coldly. Then a wolf was summoned. Summoning pet? Beastmaster. Looking at the pet wolf summoned by Zhu Yan, Su Chen also understood why she insisted on the 3rd level mutant spirit bead. After all, this thing is of no use to other awakened people. But for a being like a Beastmaster, it's a good thing. Xiaolan, come on! Zhu Yan shouted lowly. Directly let the pet wolf attack Su Chen. Snort! Su Chen's strength originally surpassed Zhu Yan. Moreover, he was able to fight beyond the level. Su Chen was not afraid of even a strong person of the Xin level, let alone Zhu Yan, who was only at the 5th level of the Ren level. Even without summoning a dragon, Su Chen could easily solve it. Mr. Su, be careful. Xiaohan saw Zhu Yan's summoned wolf and pounced directly in the direction of Su Chen. He quickly reminded him. But Su Chen didn't care at all. Appeared directly in front of Zhu Yan. Spiritual power surged and he slapped Zhu Yan on the face. Zhu Yan saw Su Chen's palm enlarging and didn't even have time to react. Bang! He flew out directly. He hit the store and fainted. As Zhu Yan fainted, her summoned wolf also disappeared directly at this time. The weakness of the Beastmaster is not in the monster, but in the Beastmaster himself. Su Chen said calmly. Xiaohan looked at Su Chen in disbelief. He never expected that Su Chen would defeat Zhu Yan, who was at the 5th level of Ren level, with just a slap. You know, with Xiaohan's strength, although it can be done, it is difficult to do it if the strength is not much different. But Su Chen did it. This made Xiaohan look at Su Chen with new eyes again. Moreover, in the situation just now, Su Chen could calmly choose to attack Zhu Yan directly, which shows that Su Chen's mental quality is very good. If he does not panic when encountering things, he will definitely become one of the top strong men in the future. Sorry, I let you encounter such a thing, I won't do it next time. Xiaohan hurriedly apologized to Su Chen. This kind of thing, if it happens in their company, it will more or less make people have a worse impression. It's a small matter, but I did dirty your floor, I don't need to pay for it. Su Chen waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with Xiaohan. After all, he had said that he would not sell it, but the other party came to his door. Mr. Su is joking, how can you need to pay for this? Xiaohan hurriedly smiled. Su Chen nodded slightly and left directly. Xiaohan looked at Zhu Yan who had fainted on the ground and shook his head helplessly. Then he carried her directly to the sofa. Looking at her face that was swollen after being beaten by Su Chen. Puff! Xiaohan suddenly laughed out loud. Then he took out his mobile phone and took a few photos. At this moment, Zhu Yan woke up. When he saw Xiaohan, he was stunned. Then he sat up suddenly, looked around, and shouted, "Where is he? Where is he?" "Gone." Xiaohan said lightly. "Gone? I dare to leave if he beats me." Give me his information and I will find someone to kill him. Zhu Yan was really furious. This was the first time she was beaten so badly since she grew up. She couldn't even unlock her face when she took out her mobile phone. Forget about this matter. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Don't drag down your company when the time comes. Xiaolong kindly reminded. Can't afford to offend? What identity of his is that I can't afford to offend? Zhu Yan was even more angry when he heard this. What is there to be offended about? Xiaolong looked at Zhu Yan, and after a moment, 3 words popped out, Ji. Yat. Zhu. After hearing these 3 words, Zhu Yan, who was originally angry and throwing a tantrum, was stunned. Chapter 198 Returning home to absorb the mutant spirit bead. Outside Xiaolong's office, Su Chen walked towards the elevator. Brother Su. Mr. Su, please stay, stay. Zhu Yan rushed out of the office. He shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen turned his head and looked at me, then stepped into the elevator. Why did you chase me after I beat you? I won't sell it. Su Chen said, pressing the elevator button and closing the door. I won't buy it, I won't buy it, please let me go. Zhu Yan shouted and ran to the elevator. The elevator door was already closed. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran towards the stairs. The 29th floor. I passed it. The 28th floor, it's too late. Zhu Yan ran down quickly, wearing high heels and climbing the stairs, faster than running on flat ground. After all, he is an awakener. He still has some physical strength and speed. 20 floors, finally caught up. Zhu Yan directly pressed the button for the 20th floor, waiting for Su Chen's elevator to come down. Ding! Just in time, the elevator has reached the 20th floor. Zhu Yan almost cried with joy. When the elevator door opened, he rushed in directly. Su, where is he? Zhu Yan originally thought that Su Chen was still inside, and he was going to apologize. But there was no Su Chen inside, only Luo Shuang, Xiaolong's secretary. Mr. Su has already gone down. Luo Shuang also recognized Zhu Yan. She said weakly. Go down? Which floor? Zhu Yan was stunned. Did she miss it just now? No, this elevator has been moving all the time, it didn't stop. Mr. Su Chen teleported away directly. Luo Shuang also understood. This is Su Chen's ability. He teleported away directly. Teleport, teleport. Zhu Yan never thought of it. Su Chen's ability is actually teleportation. But this also let her know that what Su Chen said was true. He planned to keep the level 3 mutant spirit bead for himself. Forget it, I can only see if Mr. Han has his contact information. I hope he won't hate me. At this time, Zhu Yan could only go up to the 30th floor helplessly. After all, he knew that Su Chen was a member of the Night Bureau. Zhu Yan was more or less afraid. No matter what her background or strength was, it was not enough in front of the Night Bureau. Su Chen teleported away directly after entering the elevator. That woman is really scary. She actually took action directly. I have to ask someone to investigate later. Is this a forced sale? Su Chen shook his head. But this time he gained a lot. Soon, Su Chen left the city and entered the suburbs. The speed was still not reduced. It took a while to successfully enter Baihu city. Hey, so tired. After Su Chen came back, he leaned against the city gate on one side and rested. Su Chen. When he saw Su Chen, Xiaolong, who was guarding the city gate, immediately became alert. He was too familiar with this scene. Every time Su Chen had such a situation before, he would attract monsters. This time, I don't know what level of monsters it was. Uncle Zhao, it's okay, there are no monsters this time. Su Chen saw Xiaolong's alert face. He said quickly. No. Xiaolong was stunned, and looked behind Chen. Sure enough, there were no monsters. Only then did he feel relieved. Why are you running so fast if there are no monsters? Xiaolong looked at Chen and asked. Aren't you coming back from Qingqing? I'm so tired. Chen waved his hand and said. Qingqing. Xiaolong was stunned. Just now, Chen said he was going to Qingqing. I thought he was joking. Unexpectedly, it was true? You didn't encounter monsters? Xiaolong asked in surprise. I did, but I solved it. Chen waved his hand. Then he looked at Xiaolong and said, Uncle Xiao, I am not the kid I used to be. After all, I am now at the 8th level of Renjia. Can't I deal with those monsters? Chen did not intend to hide it. After all, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Renjia, 8th level. Sure enough, Xiaolong was surprised again. How could Chen's strength improve so fast? Before, he was just a little guy who needed him to wipe his ass, but now he has grown to this level? Well, but I still have to work hard. Chen nodded slightly and said. The effort he said was naturally to improve his strength. The strength of Renjia is really not enough. And using teleportation consumes a lot. Well, you have to work hard. With your talent, you will definitely become a strong man in the future. Xiaolong nodded slightly. I feel very good about Chen's modesty. Then Uncle Xiao, I'll go back first. Chen said. Then he left here. He planned to go back and absorb the mutated 3rd level spirit bead. While walking on the road, Chen suddenly received a call. He looked and saw it was Chu Guang. Hello, fatty, what's the matter? Since he opened the treasure chest at Chu Guang's house last time, Chen has never seen Chu Guang again. Brother Chen, I got into college. Chu Guang was very excited at this time. Hey? Which school? Chen was slightly stunned. It was normal for Chu Guang to be admitted to a university. After all, he was in a team with him during the college entrance examination. His grades were pretty good. But which university was it specifically? After all, every university knew that Chu Guang might be a slacker. He was just hanging around in Chen's team. If Chen wasn't there, it would be basically impossible for Chu Guang to be admitted to a university on his own. Brother Chen, you definitely can't think of it, guess it. Chu Guang's excitement could not be concealed at all. Xiaolong University. Chen said casually. Fuck, how did you know? Chu Guang was shocked. How could Chen know? Fuck, really? Chen was also shocked. He just said it casually. Is it really the case? It seems that we can go to the same university. Chen smiled. There's nothing wrong with this. Although Chu Guang's talent is not very good, his awakening ability is a bit interesting. Maybe it will be a good fighting force for Chen in the future. Ah? Brother Chen, isn't Fengtang University your first choice? Chu Guang was stunned. He knew Chen's choice. Xiaolong University was his second choice, and Fengtang University was his first choice. I didn't get in. Chen said helplessly. However, Chen was still very unhappy about this matter. If there is a chance, Fengtang University must pay a price. That's a pity. Chu Guang knew that Chen had always wanted to go to Fengtang University. After all, there are more secret realms there. It's a pity that he didn't get in now. What's a pity? It just so happens that we can go to Xiaolong University together. Chen smiled faintly. There are some things he won't say. Of course, he knows that if he says it, Chu Guang will definitely stand on his side. But, there is no need, he will solve this kind of thing. Chapter 199, Attribute Enhancement brought by the Mutated Spirit Bead. chatted with Chu Guang for a while. Su Chen also arrived home. Opening the door, Chu Muxue was at home, but Chu Kier was not there. "Where's Kier?" Su Chen asked. "Humph, you only have Sister Kier in your eyes now, not me." Chu Muxue hugged the pillow, sat on the sofa, and watched TV. He didn't look at Su Chen at all. But when spoken, it is particularly easy for people to misunderstand. "Are we admitted?" Su Chen is also from Xiaolong University. Now that Fatty has been admitted, Su Chen should also be admitted, right? "I was admitted, didn't I send you a text message?" Chu Muxue said. Su Chen sat directly next to Chu Muxue. "Then I opened the text message on my phone and checked it." Chu Muxue also looked over curiously. "Fuck." At this moment, Chu Muxue cursed directly. Because she saw the first text message from Su Chen. 480 million has arrived, Su Chen, have you robbed the bank? Chu Muxue happened to see the money. That was what Xiaohan forwarded to him. Su Chen didn't turn off the text message reminder just now. "How can you rob a bank so fast?" Su Chen asked back. "This makes money very quickly." "Hey, there really is." At this time, Su Chen saw a text message. In this world, after being admitted, a message will be sent. However, you can also log in to view online. Of course, the school will also notify you. It looks like the three of us are going to school together again. Su Chen looked at the text message in his hand and said. 3. Chu Muxue was stunned and did not react for the time being. After a moment, I suddenly remembered, the fat man was also admitted to Zhongyang University. Well, Fatty just called and said he was admitted. Su Chen nodded slightly. Ah? Is the value of Shori University so low? Chu Muxue was a little surprised. The value of Zhonglong University is actually so low? Why are they recruiting everyone? Ahem, didn't he team up with us? That's why he was admitted. Su Chen coughed twice. He didn't expect this either. After all, this school is very strict in admissions. Even if the other party's college entrance examination scores are very good, people with a discerning eye can see that they got in, and some of them will not be admitted. Such as these two best universities. It is possible to enroll in other universities. Why did Zhonglong University also admit Chu Guang? Could it be that Chu Guang's parents spent the money? This shouldn't be the case. Jiangriu University is not short of money at all. Even if it is a trust relationship, you will definitely not be able to get in. Well, it's possible, but the competition in this university is very fierce. It would be a bit embarrassing if he is expelled because he is not strong enough after arriving. Chu Muxue reminded. In fact, she is very familiar with these human universities. After all, she had been thinking about which university to go to show off. Originally I chose Fengtang University. Now because of Su Chen, it was directly changed to Zhonglong University. But no matter which university it is the same for Chu Muxue. Anyway, as long as you can go to college, when will you report? Su Chen nodded slightly. He didn't know better than Chu Muxue. When did the university start? There are still 2 days left. We have to leave in these 2 days. After all, our journey to Jiangriu University is a bit long. Chu Muxue said to Su Chen. Where they are now is a bit far away from Shoryu University. Although Chu Muxue could fly directly, she really didn't want to fly so far with Su Chen on her back. Well, Chu Guang said, we can just take his helicopter there. Su Chen nodded slightly. These are Chu Guang's exact words just now. Su Chen didn't join in at all. Helicopter. Chu Muxue didn't expect it. Chu Guang also has a helicopter at home? Yes, so we can leave tomorrow and arrive a day early, it should be no problem. Su Chen nodded slightly. Finally, we have to leave Baihu City. After all, after living here for several years, Chen was really reluctant to part with it. Okay, then I'll pack my things. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Then he ran to the room to pack his things. Chen smiled slightly and went back to the room. However, Chen was not in a hurry to clean up the room. After all, there aren't many things he needs to bring. From the system inventory, Chen took out the level 3 mutant spirit bead. Skills that improve attributes are really rare. Chen looked at the spirit bead in his hand. Although he just killed the monster beast before, Chen didn't expect it. He was actually able to obtain a mutated spirit bead. Moreover, the magical skill of this mutated spirit bead is very suitable for him. Let's try it after absorbing it. Chen directly placed the spirit bead in the palm of his hand. Intended to be absorbed directly. Then Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. Start absorbing the pearl in your hand. Level 3 spirit beads were not difficult for Chen to absorb. Even if this spirit bead is a mutated spirit bead. That's pretty much the same. After waves of absorption, that third-level mutated spirit bead was directly absorbed by Chen. Attributes increase, it seems to be all attributes. Chen suddenly reacted at this time. The spiritual skill of the spiritual bead he absorbed is to improve the attributes. But it is not to improve a certain attribute. For example, speed, defense, or attack. This is an all-round improvement. In other words, speed, defense, and attack can all be improved. Try to see if it can increase my own. Chen was a little curious. Since this is an all-round improvement, it should also be effective for himself. Then Chen's spiritual power surged. Directly used all-round attributes to improve spiritual power. Next is... Chen said lightly. Then disappeared on the spot. He needs to use teleportation to try this all-round attribute improvement. If it is really all-round, then his teleportation distance should also be improved. Teleport. When he appeared again, Chen was already outside. According to this distance, it should be about 130 meters. It is indeed an all-attribute improvement, and it has increased by about 30%. Chen felt it and found that the spiritual power consumed was the same as the spiritual power consumed when teleporting before. But the distance has obviously increased by about 30 meters. In other words, this all-round attribute improvement has increased the attribute increase by about 30%. It is really worthy of being a mutant spiritual skill. If this spiritual skill is added to Chu Muxue or Chu Muxue, their all-round attributes will increase by 30%, then wouldn't it be a huge increase in strength? Chen was a little excited at this time. This mutant spiritual bead's skills are too suitable, right? Because Chu Muxue and Chu Muxue are both dragons, their own strength is stronger than other monsters and humans of the same level. Adding this 30% increase, what else can it be? Chen is looking forward to the performance of these two dragons in the future. Window_tabula equals window_tabula, _tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 200 Chen hugs Chu Muxue and number 039, S waist. The next day, Chen and Chu Muxue were ready. Chen, where should we wait for the helicopter? Chu Muxue looked at Chen and asked curiously. Although she could fly by herself, she might be exposed, so she might as well take a helicopter. Just wait at home. Chen smiled and said. He had already told Chu Guang that he could just come to him here. Ah! This is a city. Can a helicopter come in? It doesn't seem possible to go directly to the countryside. Chu Muxue was stunned. Although she had never flown in a helicopter, it was impossible to stop here. You'll find out later. Chen didn't explain. Chu Muxue was a little curious. Ding! The treasure chest system is open. New treasure chests have landed all over the world. Please open the system map and search for them. At this time, the treasure chest system just opened. Chen took a look and saw that there was a treasure box that happened to be in the city. A treasure chest actually landed here at this time. Chen didn't expect it either. We were all ready to go. Why so suddenly? This location? Damn, it's quite far. Chen looked at the location displayed on the system map, which was relatively remote. Although there is nothing wrong with it being in Baidu City. But it was quite remote from where Chen lived. I have to go out for something, please wait for me. Chen said to Chu Muxue beside him. Ah? What time has it been? Are you still going out? Chu Muxue was stunned. But he still nodded, then come back quickly. Yeah, I'm quick. Chen nodded slightly. No. Chu Muxue nodded seriously. Chen. After leaving the door, Chen teleport directly downstairs. After identifying the convenience, teleport directly. If the place where the treasure box appears is relatively far from here, that means I need to turn around. But now Chen doesn't need it, he can teleport and directly use a straight line distance. Definitely can arrive quickly. I don't know what level of treasure chest it is. Chen thought while teleporting. After all, this may be the last treasure chest he opens in Baidu City. Chen was naturally looking forward to it. Not long after, Chen arrived near the treasure box. But he frowned, this place. Chen was a little helpless. This place was actually the mall where he opened a treasure chest for the first time. It was here that he encountered those monster beasts that could transform into humans. Those two monsters seemed to have been taken away by Jie Bureau. But then there was no news. When I have time in the future, I will go to Lu Menjiu and ask what happened to those two monsters. Chen thought about the creature in the magma. If that creature is related to those monsters, is it related? It's better to get the treasure chest now. Chen came to the location shown by the treasure box. It's quite different from the previous position. It's not here, so it should be upstairs, right? Chen looked upstairs, now he could teleport directly up. It's not on the second floor. Is it on the third floor? After entering the second floor, Chen still didn't see the treasure box. You can only go up to the third floor. Hey? This is... Chen looked around and found it inexplicably familiar. I'll go, is it the toilet again? He didn't expect that this was the toilet again. And it looks like it's still the women's toilet. Fortunately, there's no one around. Where's the treasure chest? Chen looked around. At this moment, he saw a glowing thing under the sink not far away. Bronze treasure chest. In the same place, I actually got the same bronze treasure chest. What Chen obtained before was a level 4 ice attribute spirit bead with spiritual skills. As for this bronze treasure chest, Chen had only opened it twice. Both times were level 4 spirit beads with spiritual skills. One with ice attribute and one with fire attribute. I don't know what it is this time. Chen said as he walked over directly. After all, there was no one in this toilet, so Chen muttered to himself. Go to the treasure chest and squat down. Open the bronze treasure chest directly. Ding! Congratulations on opening the bronze treasure box and receiving spiritual power empowerment X1. What the hell? Chen opened another unfamiliar item. Why are the things that come out of the treasure chests in this system so weird? However, this spiritual empowerment seems a bit mysterious. System, what is this? Chen asked the system directly. Boom! At this moment, his aura suddenly burst out. Then he was promoted to the 9th level of Ren level. After that, he directly broke through to the first level of Xin level before stopping. This is your answer? Chen was speechless. But this forcibly increases the strength, which is very good. If you are practicing, you need to consume a lot of spirit beads. Moreover, he had just felt that the spiritual power forcibly enhanced by the system was not frivolous in the slightest. In other words, this is the best improvement for him. Even the spiritual power left over from absorbing the spirit beads before was wiped out. It's so comfortable. Su Chen was very satisfied. Now he is also at the first level of Shinja. Compared with Chu Muxue, he is not much behind. It's time to go back. Su Chen teleported downstairs happily. Soon, the door of the toilet opened. A girl holding a mobile phone came out tremblingly. Hello, I was in the women's toilet just now and met a pervert who was talking to himself in the women's toilet. I was so scared that I didn't dare to come out. No, he is gone now, I'm fine. I was scared to death. The girl spoke with a crying tone. Su Chen naturally didn't know these things. Of course, it doesn't matter if he knows, people just think he is a lunatic. At this time, Su Chen has returned home. I'm back. When Su Chen returned home, Chu Guang hadn't called yet. You're back, why hasn't the plane arrived yet? Call and ask. Chu Muxue said to Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded slightly. At this time, the sound of an airplane suddenly sounded outside. At the same time, Su Chen's mobile phone rang. Here we go. Looking at the phone, it was Chu Guang. Then how do we get up now? His plane seems unable to stop. Chu Muxue asked curiously. Su Chen smiled and approached Chu Muxue. Then, in her surprised eyes, he hugged her waist. Hey! Chu Muxue was stunned. But in an instant, the two disappeared in the room. When they appeared again, they were already in the helicopter. Ah! Chu Muxue and Chu Guang shouted in surprise almost at the same time. Chu Muxue was because Su Chen suddenly took her to teleport, she didn't know Su Chen could teleport before. And Chu Guang was because two people suddenly appeared when he was on the phone just now. Brother Chen, you. Chu Guang greeted Su Chen, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Chen hugging Chu Muxue's waist, and immediately changed his words, you too. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.